streaming. Let's see if we connect, and we're going to go straight to call soon enough. First, we got to find our way back, navigate our way back to the studio, and see if we connect. Okay, it says we're connecting, and at that point, then we follow up with the channel. Check on YouTube. And okay, so it looks like we're live. And I hear myself, so that's good. So everybody hit that upvote most immediately. All right, we are going now, after that, to check into the email. We're going to make certain that we can be seen, heard. Okay, we are acknowledged as live. And with that point, at that point, we start the call so that I can get my voice back. All right, audio call. And you hear that wonderful ring. I do. Okay, and we're making tea, so you're going to hear some strange noises around the tea kettle, so to speak. Well, tea crock, as the tea steeps. And I try and encourage that.
Hello.
Hey, dear Aristides, how are you? Busy?
Hey. All right. How are you?
Much the better for speaking with you. Yes.
Good.
So just home from Byzantine Orthodox New Year's. And
Happy New Year.
Yes, thank you so much. Blessed be, and may your new year be a blessed one. This is Julian calendar, of course, that they operate by in the Armenian Orthodox Church, as well as the Serbian, of course, just to be obligatory in a nod towards that, my own christening, so to speak. All that being said, dear man, we are still... okay, so it looks like no one else has responded to the call, so it's just you and I. How are you feeling? Are you feeling up to doing the blurb?
Okay. Well, I could
use a few minutes.
I could try. I mean, I can be on the phone. I'm not home.
Okay.
Heading there.
Okay.
Heading there, and I could.
Oh well, I can hold for a few. You know,
well,
just let me know
what
as soon as you're
happens,
home.
like,
yeah.
Last time I noticed is, like, if somebody comes on and get in a conversation, it'll be an hour.
Yeah, well, that's
so like I tell you what, let's do the
I don't
see
see
the economy.
Yeah, the economy.
Yeah, no, I'm yeah. I'm alone. I mean, so but
yeah. I mean, basically,
the economy
what happens?
blurb.
Yeah, the economy blurb is okay. I mean, basically, what happens is most of the time when people come on, they come on immediately, and nobody has come on right now. So I doubt anybody will be showing up for a while.
Right.
So it's
all right. Well, so the economy blurb. It's important. You know, we don't want to wait an hour to tell people to hit the like, upvote, thumbs up, whatever you want to call it. A little, ubiquitous thumbs up button underneath the program window. Not just to show your support, but we got the algorithm, the all-powerful algorithm, and that is the first way you should show that algorithm that Douglas is work is important. There are many others, but also because there are those that put the downvote. It's not displayed by YouTube, but sad to say, there are people, with their grapes or whatnot, like little babies, and they put the downvote, and so that'll affect the hour, and we want to get that started off right. So hit that upvote. And to do YouTube functions, you do need to be logged in. That typically the easiest way is a Gmail if you don't already have log into YouTube. I didn't for the longest time. Never did. But Gmail is a native login. If you already have Gmail, it'll let you just sign into YouTube. So I believe that's how I signed in. So and I didn't make a new account. So once you are signed in, you can upvote. You can hit the share button and create a link to share the program. That is good for the live and the corresponding replay once it turns into regular video. You can basically try all the buttons except for the thumbs down, such as the clip. You can make a little clip, which I found out you can do during a live also, or the replay to send someone a little 1 minute sample, a little teaser, if you will. You can, during the replay, at least on the PC, right click and generate a link with the timestamp built in to direct people right to a fascinating topic or moment in the program, or funny joke, or whatever it is that you would like. So you can do all that. And while you're logged in, you can check your reference your little account, whatever, avatar, or a menu up in the corner. Go into there, have a look in there. You can create a little cute little icon avatar. You can also create sub channels. That's not an extra login. They're just channels underneath your main account. They have a different name and a different identity, and they can do their own upvoting. So that means is you can switch between there. There'll be a little setting for switch account, which I presume if you have a different Gmail or a different YouTube login, you can do that, or you can stay in the same account and you can switch between channels. And you can upvote. You can vote more than once here, in in today's democracy. At least on YouTube. So, please do that.
Yes,
please do that.
Let's take advantage of whatever opportunity we have in that regard.
Yeah, right. Please do that. And also, please, once it's replay, a fixed video, comments will be enabled beneath. This is different than the live chat. Douglas will always put a comment, hopefully pinned, with his crucial information. Please like that also, because if it only gets downvoted, not upvoted, it'll get disappeared by YouTube. That's how YouTube works. So please do that. Please upvote any other positive comments. Please leave your own. Really anything, unless it's very grotesque or mean or vulgar. Could be anything. It's like I just stubbed my toe, but
no,
I'm
sorry.
So glad.
My God.
No. I'm saying that could be the comment, right? That could be the comment. Like, but I'm so glad I have Douglas Dietrich's program to distract me from the pain, by giving me the existential pain of dealing with the world's issues. But we're gonna have to. We have to at any rate. So we might as well take it on right here, right? And I can't see. I'm not looking at the YouTube. But whatever the title bar is always filled up there. The description bar. There may or may not be asterisks that refer to separate footnotes in the description, but there's always a very well filled out description of the events and historical events, anniversaries, holidays, social, topics and whatnot. Douglas wants to acknowledge currently, so please do give that a read. Let's see what else. Oh, in your little account menu, make sure you're not in restricted mode. That is for children. These are adults games. If you're adult left you unattended, you can listen, I guess. And then open up, log into their PayPal or your own. And the most important thing, besides all that button clicking and liking and is to send Douglas some money, some cold hard PayPal. As a preferred method. And he always has it right on the front screen there, the thumbnail or program picture. You see the PayPal.me, or just get to PayPal. Just search for PayPal. Go there. PayPal.com will work. And type Douglas D. Dietrich. That'll get you there. We do have to work on that. Having you generate a ready link where people can just pay without logging in. I think that would be. We'll have to work on that separately outside the.
Perhaps. I mean, there's nothing we can do through
you. You can. No, PayPal has that.
Oh, that. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You just said, because they've been advertising. They're like, oh, you could generate this link and you can just drop it right. You could be in Snapchat. Drop it right in the chat, and they can send you money without logging in. That means you don't have to be going into PayPal. You just click that and it'd be like enter credit card, and you don't have to log in. So, but most people have PayPal. So for now, log in if you don't have one. Shouldn't be that hard. But we'll work on that. I wonder if you can make one link that's just always good. We'll work on that. So. What else?
Don't forget footnotes, little footnotes.
Yep, the footnotes. Yep. Do you have? I can't see. Do you have?
Yes. Yeah, plenty of footnotes tonight. Yes.
Okay. All right, well, I'll check that out as soon as I get to my station, which I'll be there in a few minutes.
Yes.
Yep. And what else? What else do we usually say? Yep. Send money, PayPal preferred. Whatever as much as you can afford. You probably skip a couple guilty pleasures. To send Douglas a few bucks.
That's right.
it can't be a large amount. It can be a recurring amount. There's a way to do that in PayPal. Have to look into I don't know how you can structure it. I'm sure it gives you options. How often? Once a month is nice, or maybe every time you get paid. That's the best way to do deduction. Just every time you get paid, a little bit off the top. Never think about it.
Yeah,
Right?
that's right. No, it's true. A little skim and you'll forget all about it. It won't even hurt.
Yeah. I never feel it.
Yeah,
Because Douglas does. This is his rightful job.
Mhm.
On the program he's on, he does get some. He does have a assistance program he's on as a rightfully disabled and highly traumatized veteran. But he also does need to work, and make some money. That's part of the deal, and this is his job. So this is his actual income. He's not just doing it for shits and giggles and upvotes and popularity. So he needs a little bit of money from you, and keep doing this. And if you're here, you're listening. You're doing it for a reason. You like something about it. So please show that by sending a little money along. So,
Yes.
what else do we usually say when?
Oh, well, aside from all of that, it's Brooke Gibson's birthday, as well as
my goodness,
of her arch. Her birthday
we
evening.
gotta get her on the phone. Either that, or she already partied all day. And
she's probably dead meat in the water right now. She's probably out cold somewhere.
Probably less likely. We never know. Never know.
Of course. But hopefully at some point she notices tonight's illustration and poem, and the episode itself is dedicated to her. So she's probably assuming nothing of the sort, and is not
Gibson, man.
Yeah,
those were the days.
Not really, but they were something. Yeah, they were something. All right.
Old Brooke Gibson.
Yeah, she's her own little agent of chaos. But yeah.
How is she doing? Do you have any clue? What's her last report?
Last time she was doing okay. Said I love you, I hate you.
Good.
I love you, I hate you. She sent that to me in text. And a picture of the Grinch. That was around the holiday season's time. As most people understand it. But definitely. Once again, we cannot overemphasize this. Make certain to hit the upvotes, everybody. We need as many of them as possible to overcome the automated bots that everything that our man has just articulated. Mr. Aristides is, of course, the executive producer, without whom the show would not be possible. And really, he does make everything. We got an image from our dear John, and that, of course, is T-Tank Berry. And, of course, this is some medieval image of the opening of the Ark of the Covenant. Okay, and cool. And there we have that. The angels guarded on either side, and then they step down and open the Ark. And that's thank you. I'm not quite sure what the relevance is, but it looks good. And, we are thankful for our dear Heather sending something. I will respond to it as soon as I get a chance to look at it. Anyhow, Brendan Zogan is also typing into the infinite call. Can't wait to see what he has to say. He's welcome to join to provide us a little while for me to get wound up and go into monologue mode. Obviously, as with any night, there is simply far too much to fucking talk about. And it's the biggest problem is just getting into the zone. Once I'm into the zone, there's no stopping me. As people should notice by now, I can interjections can happen, which other people would probably count as interruptions. But I'm fine with them and recover my train of thought because, I was trained to do that. By the way, if you hear this noise, this is my tea strainer. This is my tea strainer, and I'm just shaking that to encourage the tea powder. And the tea powder, because I have no leaves left, I have to go out and buy more tea leaves. I'm stuck with tea powder. Okay. Oh, he's got the Makar San. It's Sankranti. Makar Sankranti. It's a holiday, a Vedic holiday. Bless him. Are you there, Aristides? Uh, yeah, it's. I heard a.
Hey, no, I'm here. I'm getting situated.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. You're doing
Yeah,
great. You did great. You did great. Honestly.
thanks. Thanks.
Yeah. As always. As always. And by the way, it is also the birthday of the hated Vinnie Barbaric, who went under the pen name Peter Moon, who just wasted everybody's time for 10 fucking years. And the arch nemesis of Brooke Gibson, who actually hurled curses against her that obviously had an effect because her life was rendered miserable by a certain individual that she's been stuck with ever since. Okay, we now are looking at the lovely Vicky Johnson. Kisses to Vicky Johnson. So I'm going to find myself a proper emoji for her. First, I'll return her hearts and give her the 100. And I want to thank everybody who shares those sentiments. Okay, all my adoration, Vicky Johnson. Let me type that in. So while I'm handling all of this, my dearest Aristides, what comes to your mind as to there's so much, and but in terms of both domestic and foreign events, first off, people, there's a little something I'm sure you can share about yourself that's non-consequential. People love to hear about the people on Team Dietrich, so anything you can share about.
Let me think.
Before you go into things you feel we should be paying attention to.
I don't know. It's not, I can't say it's a terribly eventful life. Just went out to store, a couple errands, went to the liquor store, and I'm gonna have to admit it. Because
who wouldn't in these times?
Yeah, right. And especially to grease the rails here, and help us through the night. So
yes.
pick something up there, and what else to say? I don't know.
Well, how about let's go straight to the news?
Yeah, nothing very exciting,
Actually, everybody, he's lying. His life is extraordinarily exciting. He can't share it at all because it's just full of car chases, beautiful women, speedboats.
Yeah, right.
Really
I mean, there's different types of exciting, so, terror is also a form of excitement, I guess. But I don't live a life of terror, so I'm glad for that. But nor do I live a life of fast cars and beautiful women, and I'm working on it though. I'm working on it. Gonna try to get my act together. Get in shape a little, and out there and hit the world and romance the ladies.
Yes.
That's what I'm doing now. That's in life. I'm getting ready to do
that. Yes, it's always good to be prepared. It's shall we say, whatever may happen, if you come across any windfalls, just make certain to always assume the worst and conserve. Be very conservative about expenditures. Always bear that in mind. And that's advice from your grandparents, from your elder. On that regard.
Right. Well, proportional to the amount of money you have, which
true enough.
Right.
True enough.
Right.
Oh my
God! Don't spend it all in one place. Right?
Yes. Yeah. And that's for fucking sure. Brendan, tell us about that guy lost $1 million on a dating app. No, she was an AI. Lost $1 million to an AI he was dating.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I can't believe. Was the guy rich?
I
guess if he had
Bren has the details. Obviously, the guy had a lot to lose.
I mean, we hope it wasn't his only $1 million.
I don't care if it was. Even if it was, isn't that a form of Darwinian selection? That's
right.
It's kind of like
right.
It's just like like when a guy dives into the sulfur pit at Yellowstone, and
Yeah.
you just see people like thinking it's like a like what do you call it, like a mud bath. Oh, that
Yeah.
looks good for the skin, and then they
Yeah.
emerge as a skeleton, literally, within minutes. Actually, the bones also dissolve in that shit, so nothing emerges.
Well, that's a shame to lose, and the true shame of that is he did not take one bit of that money and donate it to Douglas Dietrich on
Thank you.
PayPal.
Thank you. You have no idea how often I run into this. You don't have no idea. So many people I know on Team Dietrich, and it's like I tell them, look, hey, I'm looking for $6,000 for surgery, and with every single one of them, it's like, oh man, I just spent 20 grand.
Right.
Oh, I just spent 24 grand. I just spent 15 grand. It's like everybody on Team Dietrich. It's the same story about how much money they just blew, and it's like, God fucking damn, really?
Yeah. Well, I didn't just blow a bunch of money.
Yeah, we don't get that from Aristides. Yeah, we don't get that.
No.
He never had any, but well, maybe
not
he
very
did.
Much. Not very much free anyway. Yeah. Right. But things change. And maybe I'll hit the big one. Maybe that.
That's right. He's doing
Powerball
them
ticket.
scratchers.
Yeah.
He's doing the Powerball.
Oh no, I don't do scratch off. That's
old people. That's old seniors.
Yeah, it's old people, and let's just say people of lower economic tier usually, or socioeconomic tier.
Yes.
Because I mean that shit'll just keep you, oh yeah, I won. Oh, I won $200. Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep doing this. It's just like, no, it's like if I win, I want to win. I want to like check the fuck out, win. Yeah. I'm like, or don't even tease me. Don't even tease me.
That's right.
Yeah.
Which is all that is. They're teasers. The scratchers are teasers.
Right. No, I play like the big, the big lottery. Yeah.
Oh yes, and you do the high stakes gambling, James Bond style. Pass the shoe.
Right. Yeah, right. No, it just means whatever, a couple bucks a ticket, but yeah, it adds up. But so what? So, sometimes I hit a couple of the numbers. I don't know that if it's that I have not kept track of whether it's giving me back as much. Say if you do Powerball and you hit like the Powerball and like two of the numbers, you get like whatever it is, like $20 or something. I don't keep track. I know people, like that. They have like a spreadsheet. Like we know a guy that like every car he had, like he kept like an Excel sheet of like how much gas he put in it, and how many miles it went, and it's like, dude. He also was like, not a ladies' man or a man's man, either. Like,
he's just
that's,
a dude. Yeah,
that's for that's solitary man type. Like, very organized though, Yeah, like when we bought, we bought this car, he handed over all the shit. It's like, wow. Look at that. It's like, oh wow, every receipt ever. Look, wow.
That's one old black guy I do like that. Oh,
yeah.
Kind of reminded me of Troy Bellamy.
Yeah, look, the sticker off the window from the dealer. Look at that. Let me frame that.
Oh fuck. Yes, it's amazing how people are with that sort of thing. It's really it's really sad. And so while I'm cross-referencing some quotes, because I don't want to misquote anybody when I get into monologue, while I'm cross-referencing some quotes here, let's take another look at the call and see if anyone else has joined us. It's still just you and I. Others are, of course, welcome to pitch in. If they don't, I'll start monologuing right away. But obviously, I don't want to start doing that. I want to wait till I'm more in the mood, which could take another 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So how about, what's going on in the world, or domestically as well as foreign affairs? that strikes out to you as something we should be
Okay.
paying attention to?
I will sit down. I do have a little spot where I try to save some stuff. I'm trying to grab a little bit of coffee and see before I sit down. I think mainly we're dealing with the same. I don't think there's been anything big and anything new, any whoppers, that are new. I think we're kind of dealing with development of the same issues, right, out there.
Yeah. I mean,
You know,
remember, I'm multitasking, so I'm kind of somewhat
right.
distracted, but I'll do my best to
Okay.
pay attention. So what
You
you're
know,
saying is that from your impression, it doesn't look like
yeah,
anything particularly new has happened since the last time we convened.
yeah. I mean, and like we're still on course for like civil war in Minnesota. We're still on course to invade Iran. Basic. That's what I mean. Like, there's no new item, I don't think. Let's see. Did you see that one? There's a video. Trump went to a factory or something, did a factory like tour, and somebody, like, they got it on video. Somebody screamed at him, be like, "Pedophile protector!" And they caught him like he's up on the walkway, and he's like, "Fuck you!" And he gives him like the finger.
Oh, Trump did that? He said, "Fuck you."
Yeah,
Very presidential.
Yeah.
Very, very presidential. That's like, oh my fucking. This is what we've lowered.
I gotta go find that the Trump giving the finger. But yeah, somebody screaming at pedophile protector.
Protector. He's in with him. He's down in there.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess one hand washes the other. I'll find that picture somewhere. It's out there. I'm sure it's.
No, they need to replace the picture of Uncle Sam pointing at you with that. Uncle Sam pointing a finger.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. That's. Let me make a note.
Yeah. We'll have Aristides work on that. He'll come up.
I haven't seen that yet. That could be groundbreaking meme territory. That's a good one. You should make memes.
I missed that one.
As good as you are with art.
Yes. Oh, so dear Holly, by the way, I'm home from the Byzantine Orthodox Christians Julian calendrical New Year. Your mail has not yet arrived, but I look forward to it.
What? No, that's not right.
Okay.
That ain't right.
Just letting you know, you might want to follow up on that. Or you might want to cancel whatever was sent and resend a new one. Yeah, better to do that.
Okay.
Yeah,
better to do that.
Yeah, and
you don't think it's stuck in a mail pile somewhere?
No.
Up by the door?
No, I'm very thorough about that. Actually, I want to thank. There's a lady out there. I don't know if she wants to be named. I was sent a package to my address with the lady's name on it as the recipient. It was sent by registered mail, so somebody wanted me to get this, but I don't know if she wants to be made public. I have yet to open the package. I actually received this on our latest episode before tonight's, meaning I received it maybe just before the weekend when I had to, so at any rate, I will open the package maybe sometime tomorrow, but it cannot be for a previous resident, because any previous resident would have been here so long ago, like literally half 100 years ago. There's no way that there would be somebody sending them something at this point with registered mail.
And your neighbors are all long term in the house, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Upstairs, to the side.
Well, they're not long term. The ones upstairs just moved in.
Few years.
Yeah, a few years. Yeah, I mean, well, it feels like yesterday, but I guess they've been here maybe 3-5 years by now. Yeah, it's not.
I've been hearing stories. Yeah.
True. You've been hearing stories for probably about 5 years now. Has it been? Maybe it's been around 5 years.
Easy. Yeah, I think so. And the lady next door forever.
Yeah. Well, next door, yes, you're talking about the old Chinese lady whose son was murdered. Yeah, but she left about 10 years ago when the neighbors next door moved in. The Argentinian wife. I know she's Argentinian. I know she got all freaked out by Brendan Zoget because she thought he was some kind of like Interpol or international
agent man.
Yeah.
Or drug lord. Ukrainian drug lord.
And But when it comes to the other guy, Calvin, now he's been there eternally, and it's like there's no hope for him, poor son of a bitch. I mean, that guy, like, all he does, he thinks he's the hot shit when it comes to keeping an eye on everything in the neighborhood, and he's really just shit without the hot. He doesn't even understand what's going on in the neighborhood, and he's living in some surreal fantasy world where he sees hallucinations and, and shit. And
Does he think he has authority? That's worrisome.
No.
Okay.
It's just
Like
more of
some
a
neighborhood watch asshole.
no. Thank God, no.
Okay.
But he was more. It's more of the word. No, it's actually kind of worse in its own way. It's passive aggressive. He's barely gotten over that, and sometimes he relapses. But he's just the kind of person who's always a backhanded compliment. It's always like, oh, it's not even a compliment. No, it's just an insult. It's just, you look really tired. Wow, you look tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look really tired. And
Great.
shit. Like it's like and you know, it's like he doesn't even matter enough to me to respond with, you know what you look like? You know, because
Yeah.
it's like I never even think about it. I mean, he just looks like shit, which is that's what
Right.
blows my mind. How is it that somebody that looks like a cadaver, you know, gets off on telling other people how fucking tired, you know, they look?
Is that projection? I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's why even bother to
form of it.
psychoanalyze? Yeah, he's just, and
Yeah.
yet, you know, he's the kind of fucker who when I like have to call the ambulance, he'll know about it. It's like when I have to call the ambulance for like anaphylactic shock, which has happened twice in the past, I guess 2-3 years now. The last time was
Yeah.
when Peter Moon was still unfortunately with us, which remember, I mean, well, the next to last
I
time.
do.
Yeah, and then the anaphylactic shock because of my allergy to dust mites was after they overloaded my dust mite serum for my allergy shots. And each time I call the ambulance, then he'll oh, what'd you call the ambulance for? You know, next time I see him, and it's like it's like, so what do you do? Just sit down
Right.
all day and look out the window? Because it's like
Yeah.
that's all he does.
Yeah.
So here we are. We've got this from Aristides. The internet reacts to President Trump giving a heckler the middle finger. Hey,
Yeah.
fuck you, Flip.
Saw that.
Oh shit. So tell us, honey, you're here to help Aristides and I zone into the monologue.
Narrow down the monologue. Yeah.
Yeah, so while we're getting me into the groove for that, why don't you share with us what you feel is going on domestically and internationally that we should be paying attention to?
Well, the Greenland thing's heating up,
Yeah, yes. I'll address it.
and that poor country. I mean, as I understand, the misery there is terrible.
Well, territory, really. And because it's a territory of Denmark, really.
That's right,
but,
of
yeah, but go
Denmark.
on,
Yeah. And Denmark, you know, is
Well, that's
not
the poor
world's
country.
worst.
That's the poor country, but go on.
I thought they had money.
No, but I
Denmark.
mean they're poor in the sense that they're being bullied. You know, they're innocent.
Oh yeah, they're colonized for sure.
Yeah. Well,
But Denmark's not the cruelest master you could have.
yeah. Let's just put it this way: everything that our dear Holly is saying is quite true, and I'm kind of like just being a pedantic asshole. But what Holly is saying is quite true. In other words, what she's saying is that Greenland is colonized by Denmark, but it doesn't feel like it really.
No.
Their only complaints have been about an overbearing paternalism, which is like that is nothing. Compare that to the Belgian Congo, where, you know, they were exterminating millions of people and forcing them to work in mines with you know, exposure to uranium to dig up, you know,
That's
it's
coming.
that would be coming
Oh,
if the
that's
Americans
coming.
if the Americans take over Greenland. That's what the Greenlanders
Oh
would
my
do.
God. So my understanding is they're in a terrible bind, the natives, because the traditional ways are already gone. Even though they live in far-flung isolated outposts. The traditional ways are already gone for a variety of reasons, including all the snow is melting,
Right.
but not limited to. They did testing on the marine life up there. The highest concentration of PFAs on Earth.
Wow. Well,
That
before you explain that,
plastic.
yeah. Oh, okay. So before you get into the microplastic, I want you to respond to Mr. Lars 0007 in the chat room. If you can access the
Yeah.
chat room, which is not the text on call, the chat room is in the episode itself. Mr. Lars
On
0007
YouTube.
says, yeah, on YouTube says, I always enjoy Holly on the show. She is so cool with the little sunglasses emoji. I must confess, I
What the
get my
hell?
real news here. Thank you, Douglas and team, for what you provide
All right.
the truth. So do respond.
Wow.
Yes.
How lovely of you, sir.
Yes.
How very lovely of you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and keep on listening. Just getting going for tonight. All the news you can possibly stand.
Are you able to enter like a response to him on the chat, like just thank you
No,
or something?
not right now,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Okay.
But if you're listening, sir, all my very best to you.
There we are. Now, we do
Okay, now back at it. Yeah,
back
go ahead.
at it.
Go ahead.
Tell us about the
Yeah.
PFAs and tell us about the fact that you yourself are very familiar with this. Holly has kept a lot under her sleeves, but Holly travels a lot. And Holly's been to some of the most unexplored places in the world. I always make fun of her going into the tops of hills where people disappear and waiting for the UFOs to pick her up. And
Yeah, right. No.
but
No.
she knows a lot more
I just
about
like
the polar
nature.
regions. She knows a lot more about the polar regions than people would imagine.
But I haven't been there. It's only contacts that I have, close contacts, and very trustworthy.
Yes.
So anyway, the gist of it wasn't the PFAs, but environmentally, the traditional ways have collapsed, and they don't have the new way.
Mhm.
I mean,
Mhm.
they want fucking big screen TVs
Mhm. Mhm.
if they can't be out following the muskox, you know what I'm saying? So when they see Trump, they see Super Bowl, Amazon deliveries, yeehaw. And you can't blame them for that.
Well, so far
Jesus.
from my understanding, this isn't their response. It's not enthusiasm. The overwhelming majority
Well,
of
my contacts talk to the natives,
okay, and what was their
and there
impression?
are various factions that aren't getting press yet.
Okay.
So far, it's Denmark that's saying we don't want you,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the scary thing.
Mm-hmm.
Under the native population, not so much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe it's 50-50, but they can't go on like they are
Mm-hmm.
unless they get the trappings of modern life.
Mm-hmm.
Else it's just slow starvation and all the kids die
Mm-hmm.
of suicide and drug addiction.
That seems to
And
be
alcohol.
amongst all indigenous peoples, all the way to Siberia, all
it's
over.
terribly rampant there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Terribly, terribly. And so they can go to Denmark
Mm-hmm.
to get college or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
but there's nothing to go back to
Mm-hmm.
because you can't, spend the season seal hunting anymore.
I'm sorry, that's awful.
They still hunt narwhal, and the cruise ship industry has fucked up the narwhal.
Oh God, that's fucking awful.
I mean, it's endless.
Yeah, I take it because the tourists all want to take pictures of the narwhal, or they just don't even
No,
notice
the
them, they run
boats.
over them. The boats
It's
run
the
over.
ships. Yeah, and the electronics and the sewage and what all.
Oh shit. Okay.
It
Fuck.
runs the narwhal off, for fuck's sake.
Of course. Oh.
Polar
God.
bears drowning, and God, it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
So it's a crapshoot. But I'm just afraid they're gonna gut that place like a fish.
Now, forgive my ignorance. I get the impression there's no polar bears on Greenland. Is that the case? Or
There
are
is.
there are
No,
polar
they're
bears
bear.
on Greenland. Okay.
Yes, there are.
Damn. Okay. And,
My friend's base, if they see one within 40 miles,
mhm.
they lock down.
Mhm. Wow.
Yeah.
Tell us what these polar bears are like. Tell us more about this. This This is cute
I don't
news.
know that much.
Okay.
The sled dogs, now that's another thing.
Okay, tell us about that.
Holy God. And of course, they're dying out.
Okay. You mean in terms
You know,
of the ability to use them as the ice melts?
of usefulness. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But they are wild. My friend actually had to butcher a muskox flank
Mhm.
and prepare it to feed them when they were puppies,
Mhm.
because you can be with them for maybe the first 3 months.
Mhm.
And after that, oh, hell no.
Mhm.
They are ferocious beasts.
Oh wow. The sled dogs. Sled dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Ferocious beasts.
Okay. Wow. That's
And
incredible.
that's a whole hell of a thing. That's all I know about that.
Okay.
And so my friend was like out for a walk, kicking around out there on the frozen tundra and shit. And oh my God, there on the snow is a head of a muskox
Mhm.
staring out, a chopped off head.
Wow.
And that's what the hunters do.
Uh-huh.
They take off the head and they leave it out to cure.
Okay.
And then they come back for it later. I
Damn.
saw a picture. That's pretty surreal, right?
Yeah. And it
Welcome to
certainly
Greenland.
is. Yeah. By the way, we're getting some further input here. So Vicky Johnson, she says, same prayer hands. Holly live is the best, and she has the dancing lady.
Dudes, dude.
Yeah.
Getting me some fans. Right
Yes.
on.
Yes, you
Right
have.
on. I'm your fan too, Vicky Johnson.
Yes. Yes.
You come on here sometime.
Yeah. And so Mr. Lars
No.
no, continue with your thought. Continue with your thought.
I'm kind of wrapping it up on Greenland. I was going to move on to domestically.
Oh yes, please do. And I'll say, I want you to know that Mr. Lars 0007 says that she is a real channel. That Mr. Lars is her Great Dane. She's a woman. So
wait, what?
Mr. Lars, the avatar. Mr. Lars is her Great Dane. She has a little avatar of a Great Dane. She's actually a female channel. She's actually a female channel. So
very good.
All these females out there, Vicky Johnson and
very good.
And the lady who's the channel with the Great Dane named Mr. Lars, they're all fans of yours, along with Heather Holman.
Oh, that's funny.
Who's also
me too.
Yeah.
I'm also a fan of Heather's. Always a delightful warm spot in the show. Yeah. Get that? I just made it up. Warm spot.
Yeah. Great big fuzzy. Yes, that's right.
It's comforting. Yeah.
Transcendental meditation for all you kids out there. Oh, and at Mr. Lars 777, she says, "Love you, Holly." There you are.
Oh, right back.
There we are.
We're gonna gang up on your ass, Douglas, one of these days.
There we are, and so won't be the first time. That's the let's just put it this way. I've been lynched by women before. I'm just lucky I never wound up hanging from a tree. At any rate, and our yes, so dear Heather Holman presents a mastodon. Certainly, you must have some mastodon stories about Greenland, dear Holly.
Well, the muskox is pretty fucking big.
Yeah.
Pretty dang big. And the women follow the herds.
Okay.
And when the herds brush up against the bushes to scratch and shed, there's this underdown under the big woolly fur. And that is incredibly precious. And like a toque style ski hat, $300.
Wow. Okay.
And I felt one once, and they're magic.
Wow.
And the color, it's this rich mahogany. I mean, somebody has this hat on, that's what you see walking down the street from a block away. It draws the eye just from the yarn. It's crazy.
That's
but that don't, get the big screen.
No, it doesn't. And that's incredible. And of course, it's a magical place. It's a haunted place.
Yeah. Oh, extremely.
Tell people a little bit about that.
My friends have had experiences separately and together.
Yeah.
Some I won't share.
But you can do that without giving. You can do that without giving their identity away. You can share a little bit about.
Long story. Strange wavy lines, and doppelgangers of people walking up the street or away when they're in the next room, and a lot of door rattling and like 600-pound Arctic tents flying off shelves.
Yeah.
It's
Cool.
pretty crazy. Yeah.
And so that having been ascertained, a lot of this happens with these communities that are scientific communities. I mean, what would you say the economy is? Of course, we could say the economy is non-existent. It's obviously not a conventional economy, but
No.
unless you're in a military base, you're generally in a science base. So tell people a little bit about what you understand about that. What else is there? Is there anything
Well,
else?
there's contractors from Denmark,
Okay.
like
Development, resource development.
electricians and plumbers and electricians and
Oh,
stuff
just
like
keeping things
that.
working. Just keeping things
Yeah.
working. Yeah.
Yeah, you got that.
Uh,
And maybe a Danish settlement or two, but it's mostly what's called Inuit, which I don't know the correct
no, it's Inuit.
names.
That's the term they use.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
No.
And they're, like I say, scattered. The interior is pretty damn empty. It's all about the coast
Yeah.
because you could fish.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
pretty damn empty. But now turning into a big wallow.
Wallow
So
because
the
of the
ox and the
ice melt. Because of the
bears.
ice melt.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And
And that's crazy. So even the snowmobiles aren't going to work much longer. But
yeah.
nobody wants a dog team when they can have a snowmobile.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I mean, people usually turn these things into sports to maintain the tradition? There must be people who are maintaining dog sled races, correct?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I suppose that does go on, and the cruise shippers,
Mhm.
and there's glacier walkers and stuff like that.
Glacier
So there is
walkers.
tour.
Tell us
Yeah,
about
they
this.
want to walk out on the glaciers
hmm
from a boat.
They
You
can
know,
fucking
you get
have
off, you
it.
take the
They
boat,
could.
or you fly.
They can fucking have it. Yeah, but go on.
Yeah, so I'm telling you, won't be the first on my list,
Oh.
but it's so there is tourism and there is, an airplane industry of all kinds,
Mhm.
helicopters and planes, and
Mhm.
but that's just it. It's just fucking bleak because the traditional ways are gone in a generation or two.
Yeah, well, that was longer than a
They
generation
started
or two. How
getting
long's it been?
government cheese.
Yeah.
Little government cheese, and the next thing you know,
Are you telling me
boom.
their welfare is just like the United States with that shit? I mean, that's like U.S. shit is giving people blocks of cheese. The Danes do the same
I'm
shit.
no expert. I'm no expert on that. But I know that I just read about this too. I wish I could articulate it better. But as these native villages were improved, quote unquote, you know what jumps out?
What?
Well, no more traditional lifestyle. Even though Denmark's not exactly Puritan, although I think they did at some point take the children and not let them be Inuit and shit like that.
Yeah, they all go through that phase. These
Yeah, that
so-called
was a phase.
civilizations.
Mhm.
Yeah, which is always so fucking sad.
Oh, we're going to improve on it.
Yeah, if only we could go back in time, which we probably will after a supermassive,
Oh boy.
collapse. Once technology
Go to the
collapses.
dentist. Go to a real dentist while you can.
Yeah.
Hey, some of those survivalists get all their teeth pulled out.
Do they really? Just because to
back
avoid
to
that?
the 70s. They were doing that in the 70s because it was so close to the edge. Can
Uh,
you imagine that? Steel dentures since the 70s
yeah.
because you
Yeah.
thought the world was going to end?
Oh
Fuck.
my fucking. Well, steel. You can't be in the Arctic with steel. That if you have
No,
like
no, no. I'm
influence,
saying in
yeah.
America.
Yeah, in America, I know, but I'm just
Yeah.
letting people know.
No,
They wouldn't be doing that shit in Greenland.
no. They go toothless.
Yeah.
Poor
Well,
fuckers.
they'd have wooden or some other thing. If we're back to primitive
Yeah.
stage, we're
Barely. I mean, they're poor.
yeah, that's true. That's true. They're really
Yeah.
poor. And like I said
Yeah.
before, all the doctors and nurses are Europeans, Euros from Denmark. So
That's right.
yeah, it's
They don't understand.
yeah. So they won't be, shall we say, filling in that gap should Denmark retreat. And the Americans, you can imagine what the Americans would do. They'd tell them you're on your own. For that, what, social welfare?
Hell.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll give you a job in the data center.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was just reading about one of those in the Wilds.
Go on.
You walk into a reception area in the front of the building, but then you walk through the door where the banks of machinery is. The roar
of the data center
and the heat
yeah.
is so bad that you have to be a special kind of person to not go mad.
Wow. Okay.
And they work in there, and that's what the Wired said. That's all I know.
That's amazing.
To go mad. Dude, most people can't stand it.
That's incredible.
So how long before they get the robots up in there? A data center ain't gonna have a private landscaper, and that's it. Ain't no job.
Yeah.
Except building it.
Yeah. No, seriously. No, it's a sink. It's a sink. I mean, but in terms.
All take.
Yeah. Continue. It's all take.
No, just all take. No give. Yeah.
Yeah, and none of these fuckers know what's going to happen when AI takes the majority of jobs as we understand them today. No. So these fuckers are just
and so maybe in Greenland they'd flip them some dividend like in Alaska for the oil pipeline. And, you know, just enough for a snowmobile and a big TV. And hope they don't riot. But yeah, they're fighting extinction for sure.
Okay, so aside from Greenland, what about what else stands out to you? Of course, obviously, you must have had some further observations about our dear Renee Good, who I will also address tonight again, inescapably. But what about your own thoughts on that and everything else? Ice. Everything.
I've seen some short bits of footage afterwards, ongoing. All over the place. Now, today in California, they shot what looked to be a white kid through the eyeball.
Jesus!
And they dragged him through the snow by his collar.
Whoa! After shooting him in the eyeball?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Oh, go on. Tell us about this.
You can see a TikTok of that all day long. That's all I know.
Oh, God.
But that was today. Like I say, they clamped down on. Oh yeah, but that's the crack up. Let me I wrote a note about this to myself just to refresh.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm glad you're writing notes.
They are claiming now. They actually claim that last year there was a 3,000% increase in car rammings into law enforcement by left-wing radicals.
They'll just make any shit up. They're just making it up as they go along.
This all ties together because before Renee Good was caught by citizens on film, every single one of these killing incidents, or at least a hell of a lot of them, has been that accusation, when there was no footage, of a car ramming.
Yeah.
Over and over, we've heard that.
Yeah.
Over and over.
It actually.
So, and then Kristi Noem actually gets up and says, "Oh, they were threatened when they were digging their patrol car out of the snow." Actually said that. It's like she didn't know about the footage yet, or just thinks she can deny the hell out of it for all the world to see. I don't get it. I can't believe these people have happy home lives. That's what I keep telling myself. It's not like they go home and have a nice evening with their loved ones. They ain't capable of that. I hate to think who they call their loved ones, what their lives are like.
Well, I don't think they have loved ones per se. They have someone who,
No.
yes, it's
Jesus.
and
Can you imagine with a straight face saying that? I mean, why don't they just shoot the fucking car?
oh,
Shoot the fucking car. So, okay, so yeah, so and one more thing, you know, that nice white lady had no hereditary or learned fear of law enforcement whatsoever, right?
Right. Yes. Yes. She had no instinct to get out of there.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Not a whit.
Yeah.
And like Brendan said, here's these guys, untrained, uncoordinated, and I don't want to sound like Granny here, but haven't these sorts been playing Call of Duty since they were toddlers?
Well, that's how he shot her so well. That's how it's just he's conditioned by video games.
That would give you a pretty fucking fast trigger finger.
Yeah, yeah. That's what you do in video games. That's what he was trained for.
Top of the game, yeah.
Yeah, you
I'm
can't
gonna
build.
win.
That's why I say you can't build a civilization on first-person shooters.
Damn. So I gotta figure that in for a factor, and it's not a hopeful one. Because I figure they're all like that in the right position, unless they're too scared. I don't know. To haul out and shoot. You know, like in a lot of wars, there's some that aren't the first on the gun. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes. So I'm going to. I'm just responding to Heather here. Heather's giving us a forewarning that she says, she cites the Economic Times, a pyramid of integrity, a journalistic exemplar, if ever there was one, that on August 12th of 2026, the world will lose gravity for 7 seconds. NASA knows. They're preparing, but won't tell us why. And she says, this says, what she's sourcing says, in November of 2024, a secret NASA document titled Project Anchor leaked online. The project's budget is $89 billion, and its goal is to survive a 7-second gravitational anomaly expected on August 12th, 2026 at 1400 hours and 1433, basically 33 minutes after 1400 hours are 2:33 p.m. UTC, Universal Time. So that means we get to experience for free what idiots like Stephen Hawking's and who's the guy who played Captain Kirk? They all pay millions and millions. Yeah, William Shatner. They all pay millions and millions of dollars to experience this shit. We'll all get to experience it for free. It's like,
woo!
Yeah, okay.
7 seconds.
All right.
Hit the ceiling and back down. Boom.
Obviously, in my hoarder's crypt, I will not survive because I'll be hit and buried once everything lands. Yeah, my world will collapse down upon me, but
the ground will open up.
Yes, it's like Heather's so cute. She's precious. She's truly precious. It's like,
well, at least this one is verifiable when the day comes.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, we can all mark your calendars, everybody, and we'll all prepare to jump. You know, see how high. Yeah, see how high we can go.
I just wish this fucking rapture would get here. And get
tell people about that.
Out of here.
Tell people about your perspective on that. It's just how you want all the righteous
rapture, please.
Yes.
Let us alone to do what we gotta do down here on this dirty mud ball.
Actually, it feels like the evangelicals are, overwhelming, but they're really a small number of people. They're just a small, very vocal number of people, comparatively speaking. Granted, there's still all too many of them.
Yeah. They definitely have the money, too.
Yeah, they definitely got the money. They sure as hell aren't charitable. That's
God's favor.
Yeah. If God favors evangelicals, God's one fucked up son of a bitch. That's
Yeah,
yeah, you may
that's
as well
more
go
a little bit more Yahweh.
yeah, it's Yahweh shit. That's old tribe shit. Thank you. Yeah.
And that's what these Christians don't know, because half the time
Yeah.
they're quoting Yahweh
Yes. Oh,
and
Old
thinking it's
Testament shit.
Jesus.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
Yeah.
so I looked into this, because of your past talk about
Thank you.
the miraculous age and all that. But
Thank you.
apparently it was 400 years between the Old and New Testament.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, thank you for confirming
400
that.
years.
No, that's so
400
important.
years of silence, that's called.
Yes. Yes.
When the revealed information quit
Yeah. Yeah.
and the new God came.
Yeah. Well, it took them that
So
amount of time.
they don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they have any idea.
Yeah. It took him that amount of time to find a woman he was willing to fuck. Like Jove, like Zeus, like, hey, that bitch looks hot. I think I'll insert myself in her womb. By the way, anyone who thinks this is heretical or disrespectful, you're an idiot. That's exactly how gods work. I mean, obviously.
Well, that's what I always said was the main difference between Christians and Jews.
Yeah. Go on.
Yahweh would never come down and fuck a human woman.
Yeah,
and
thank
they
you.
say that
Yes.
openly.
Yes. Yes.
New Testament God came down to fuck a human woman.
Yes.
And there's even echoes of that back to the sons of man, that, the bad angels that came down and fucked human women.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's wacky.
Yeah. Well,
and that's Old Testament.
Yes. I mean, for morbid.
They were bad gods.
Yeah. Yeah.
They fucked human women.
Yeah. 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 I mean, yeah. It's like, and these poor Jews are stuck with human women. Imagine that. Yeah, poor motherfuckers. Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
You can never truly be godly. That's yeah. It's a hard life. But the way that my father expressed it. Oh, by the way, I do want to check the messages. Holly, God bless you for your knowledge. So at Mr. Lars, which of course is a female channel, like she says, she calls herself a tiny channel. She's a tiny channel, she calls herself. She says, Holly, God bless you for your knowledge. And she says,
Jeez.
Oh my, yeah. So respond to that. And,
oh man,
yeah.
This is a lot of kindness for one night. It's raining buckets.
It is.
Now I'm getting a little suspicious.
Oh,
this can't be right.
You're being seduced?
Thank you, my dear.
Yes.
Thank you very, very much. It's nice to have that reassurance, because, you always think the worst about yourself.
Yeah. Oh, we always do. We're very hard on ourselves. Yeah, it's a matter of fact. It's like we're all left with a I guess a real bad taste from just negative feedback. We're on a negative feedback loop.
Well, and I always embarrass myself at least once a show, so fuck.
Don't think like that. Don't think like that. It's let's put it this way. It's we're all just trying to make it through the night.
And glad for the company.
Yeah, because her avatar is her Great Dane, I'll just refer to her, instead of as Mr. Lars, I'll refer to her as 0007. So the tiny channel, as she calls herself, 0007, says, oh my God, I live in Reseda, Reseda. This is crazy. I have a friend afraid to travel from Melbourne to Los Angeles. I hope he makes a safe journey. And then she repeats, Holly is awesome, all in the uppercase. Cool. Holly is awesome.
Hey, it's good to have a friend in Australia.
Okay.
And you have a friend in California, my dear.
Yes. And she says about her friend in Melbourne, he's
No,
Turkish.
I mean for me.
No. Yeah, of course.
I'm glad.
No, I got what you said. I'm sure she got what you said. Yeah. And she says, I am not fake. Been a long time listener. And
very good.
And she
very
says,
good.
She says, I double heart your laugh. It brings me so much comfort, with the heart eyes. And I'm sure she refers to both of us with that.
Yeah, your laugh is comforting. I love it.
Something
about it.
Appreciate that. Yeah, Anyhow, she talks about her friend who's afraid to travel from Melbourne to Los Angeles. She says he is Turkish and his wife is afraid. Well, I don't blame
Oh
her.
boy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, tell people why they should be afraid to come to the United States. Tell people, Holly. I mean, I'm sure you could give them reasons.
It's a fucking nightmare. I mean, I can't believe the TSA. I don't know how radicalized they are.
Mm-hmm.
And you're dealing with immigration as well, customs.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and Turkey's a wild card. I mean, we're friends with, is that Orban?
Viktor Orban is Hungary.
Yeah.
He's Hungary.
Oh,
The
Hungary.
dictator of
But I think
Turkey.
we're friends with Turkey too,
Yeah,
because
unfortunately.
he's an asshole.
Yeah, is Recep. Yeah, we're friends with all the assholes.
Yeah.
The dictator of Turkey is Recep Tayyip Erdogan. So Recep
Oh, yeah.
Tayyip Erdogan. No wonder you
Yeah,
can't remember
yeah.
his name. But at any rate,
Right.
don't worry, no American does. And anyone who says, if some poor Turkish guy says, "Oh, he's not a dictator," I mean, oh, please, spare us.
Okay.
It's like, spare us. You're talking about a man who wiped out, his military command, imprisoned every journalist, illegalized every vote that wasn't for him. I mean, please. Been in power forever. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I know what my Hungarian friends say about Orban.
Yes.
They
tell us.
are extremely, they are quite progressive, and they think George Soros is a great man.
Thank God.
Okay,
Thank
great
God.
man, as
Yeah.
do I.
Yeah.
But
he
they
must be
said
for all the assholes to hate him. If all the
Oh,
assholes
you
hate,
know it. When
Yeah.
he's number one dog, you know that's right. But they said Orban's genius was he actually had the brains to do something for the poor.
Yeah.
And he
Imagine that.
did.
Imagine
Yeah.
that.
He made sure they had food and heat and a place to live. And that's all it takes.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, people will be loyal to Trump for the rest of their lives if he sends them a lousy $2,000.
Yes.
So imagine if he gave them heat and food and a place to live. That's all it takes. That is all it takes. So maybe this Turkish guy is the same playbook.
Yeah.
Give
could
the
be.
poor some scraps.
I don't think that ever happened.
So your mother doesn't have to work himself to death. I don't know that either. But apparently that at least got him into the office. How, as he continued those programs, I do not know. But I'll see them again when they come back from Hungary and find out.
Yeah. And oh shit, I'm afraid to look at this. I am afraid to look at this. Got a news flash here. Donald Trump sends direct message to Rene Good's father. Oh shit.
Oh.
I can only imagine.
No.
Yeah, so I want you
Remember
to
when the
skim
election was stolen in 2020?
this
Well,
I'm turning this over to Holly and Aristides. I want you two to
we
skim
have
this.
to laugh because
read
we'll
this
go
aloud.
insane.
Yeah, you two skim this. I'm unable to handle it. We also got thank you for your link from Brendan Zogit. Brendan Zogit sent us a link on Germany has put troops on the ground in Grunland to defend Grunland from the United States. God bless them for that. The other link is
13 troops, I believe. So let's keep it, let's keep it in perspective.
Thank you. Anyhow, the website says thousands of ICE agents' personal information is down after huge Russian cyber attack. Founder says, okay, so website
Thank you,
that
Putin.
Oh, no, no, what happened was the website that leaked all the ICE agents' personal information was taken down by the Russians. The Russians are acting on behalf of ICE.
Oh, fuck.
Yes.
That's no good.
Yeah, of course not. Well, what did you expect, honey? Did you really expect Putin to be on the side of the Americans? Trump made his call to his buddy Putin. So thank you for that, dear Brendan. That's this is where we see ICE is Russian occupation of America. Did I not say that on record, honey? Tell everyone. I said that on record. That so we've got that on record, and Minneapolis is undergoing chaos. It's like,
that footage is hooey.
yeah, and
Very evocative
yeah,
of past.
yeah. Well, I mean, this is
Yeah.
worse than the fucking 60s. This is
Oh yeah. Well, up there, more tech,
yeah, and
better chemicals.
yeah,
Not so much fire hoses, more big canisters of chemical warfare.
Yeah. Now, the United States is reportedly evacuating personnel from their base in Qatar. This in from Brendan Zogit. That means they're going to attack Iran. So Greenland can breathe easy for a little bit. I mean, once they get involved in Iran, that's an order of magnitude more than above Venezuela in difficulty. And so I actually look forward to that.
I understand there's been Colombian training camps for decades.
Okay, tell us about this.
Since Chavez, and I know nothing but that, and I assume that it is true, that there have been long-term black training camps to move on Venezuela at the push of a button, but it's going to take a Trump to activate them.
Yeah.
All this says you can hear the phone call, but I won't do that. Oh, she was taunting, and a very solid, wonderful person, but her actions, quote, were pretty tough. So plug her in the head.
Yeah. I'm sorry, that's awful. I don't mean to laugh, but oh shit. Oh, what are you going to do?
Actual.
It's awful. So when it comes to the next few minutes, I want people to know that as I prepare to enter the monologue mode, I'm going to ask our dear Holly and Aristides to hold a very short conversation for a few minutes. It'll only take me just a second, and I'll be back. And so everybody stay here when I do that, but I'm not going to do that for a few minutes yet, okay? For about 15 minutes. Right. Then I'll make a short trip to the bathroom. But I want to make certain Aristides is prepared for that. So Aristides, you with us? You're going to be ready in about 15, 20 minutes for me to take a short break and while you talk with Holly. And
I'm here if she's here.
Okay, so just make certain you're on screen and online about 15 to 20 minutes from now. Holly at that point will probably have to leave shortly thereafter because she's so busy. But one of the things that I want her to know is that this show would be impossible without her as much as without anyone else.
Shut up. So, that's not true. Your show will go on.
Yeah.
Regardless.
Yeah, and we're getting some input from the Real Tech Geek. ICE agents pull woman from car as she yells, "I'm disabled!" in Minneapolis.
Oh,
in the video, several masked ICE agents speak to the woman before an enforcement and removal operations agent. You like that? Enforcement and removal operations agent.
Agents. What's the anagram for that acronym?
Yeah, smashes the passenger side window of her vehicle and drags her out through the window. A disabled woman, who they then pin to the ground. Real Tech Geek says, "Crazy man." It's
what's so
that.
Frightening is the budget they have.
Yes, that's
they give crazy. You nosebleeds.
Yeah.
It's in the billions and billions of dollars.
Yes, I know. Seriously,
they can do anything.
I may have to join just to get that bonus. How much is that?
I'm fucking A, man.
Why don't you?
Yeah, right.
Oh my god.
I wonder if they will get infiltrators.
Yeah.
That's a young man's game.
Yes.
But they very well may.
Yeah, it's definitely something that we all need to consider is actually kind of being termites and get inside of the woodwork and start gnawing away.
Yeah.
And of course, I wouldn't be doing
But
it
don't
to it.
let Brendan do that.
Yeah, why
He has
not?
to stick with
Why
his
not?
low pay and
Yeah,
no
yeah.
satisfaction job.
Yeah.
That's his lot. That's his lot in life, damn it.
Yeah, you hear that, Bren? You hear that,
No
Bren?
50,000 for him.
Yeah. Our Lady's pronounced judgment on your future there, Bren. Yeah.
That's right. You're doing the right thing,
Yeah.
helping the kids,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's helping the kids.
not throwing them on the ground,
Yeah, tell him, Bren.
unless you have to.
Yeah. Tell him about what's been happening over at some of these environments you've been working in with the cameramen coming in after hours and shit, all with their hoodies. Like they're out to mug somebody in the middle of Central Park. Yeah, these schools are dangerous places to be, people. I mean, don't send your kids there. I'm kidding. Yeah, I mean, you've got nothing else. Just send your kids to school. Whatever you do, don't homeschool them. I've seen the results of that. Of course, one of our dearest friends, Victoria Lauren Hobbs, was homeschooled, and she came out wonderfully. And but still,
Yeah, there's two sides to that coin.
yeah, there's a socialization aspect that yeah, the element of
The
socialization.
idea of homeschooling
Yeah.
is that as far as socialization goes, it prepares you to deal with all ages of society and not just your peer group. Because I've met a lot of kids
yeah,
that anybody past 2 years older than them, they just don't even see.
right. Now
They have no basis of communication.
yeah, no, that's bad. By the way, Aristides, here's where I'll use your services, sir. So I'm going to take that short break now, but here's the question I'm going to ask Aristides as an engineer, and Holly certainly serve as his foil on this, or
I'll be listening.
His partner, not listening, talking. I want you to interact with him.
Yeah.
But
I know.
while the two of you interface, President Trump says the United States needs a Golden Dome missile defense. By the way,
sure.
By the way, this is also his rationale for taking Greenland. He says that Greenland is the Golden Dome missile defense. The setup will be there. Now, all of this is so insane because obviously Israel is a nation that's smaller than Rhode Island geophysically. The Golden Dome can work there only because they have United States ships who are off the coast, along with all of their neighbors surrounding them, like Jordan and all these other Arab states who hate the Iranians. As much as they hate Israel, they most certainly hate the Iranians and their Shia Islam as a threat even more. And at this point in the game, and they are always turning on their anti-missile defenses for Israel. It's not just the Golden Dome, or the Iron Dome as they call it in Israel, that protects them. They're protected by everyone around them and the United States, including some other foreign players like the United Kingdom. My point being that if something were set up for the United States that would be equivalent, the reason that this is so futile is that if the North Koreans or any other insurgent really wanted to do something, they would just come into the United States and set off an electromagnetic pulse warhead in a rocket, like, in the middle of the United States, and or dozens of them from places all over the United States. And when those rockets just launch and blow in midair with an electromagnetic pulse generating bomb, that would wipe out the grid from the inside. So it's, I guess they're trying to prevent that by making certain there's no foreigners in the United States or anyone that could even carry out such a threat. But as an engineer, I'm going to ask Aristides, while I take this very short break, to articulate to people the problems in general that he would foresee with a Golden Dome, the Trump version of an Iron Dome that Israel has over the United States, combined with things that could be done by people to circumvent that. Like a Maginot Line, which the Germans mostly went around rather than blowing up. The Germans mostly went around the Maginot Line. It would be a Maginot Line on a. It would suffer from what I would remember from my days as a Department of Defense a research librarian what was called a topological space collapse issue, meaning effectively there's no topological space that's maintained when things can be blown up, circumnavigating that. Okay, I'm going to take that short break. I'll be right back, and Aristides, take it away.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi.
All right. Well, hi.
Are you home? Or are you still
Yeah.
walking the streets? Okay.
No, I'm not. No.
Okay.
No, it's not there. I'm home.
You
Yeah.
made it. Hallelujah.
No, I think he was right on that. It's that's just more grandiose posturing. You know, I don't think we're going to be getting a golden dome anytime soon. And you know, like Douglas said, it's that works there. It's not going to work here.
Right. Right.
You know,
It's the same grandiose money
Yeah.
hog that Reagan started with the fucking Star Wars thing.
well, and here's
it was
anytime I hear
stupid
shit like
then.
that, like it's like so. Oh, you need a golden dome. So it's like, well, you know, they've got technologies they're not talking about.
Yeah.
That could probably defend against missiles. You know, real
Interballistic. Anti-ballistic.
Plenty damn well. Like it's probably
way better if they work. Yeah.
It's likely a problem that doesn't actually need to be solved.
Yeah.
Here.
Here. It
But it
never
just sounds
works.
good, and he just likes saying golden because it's Trump. You know, it's like
Yeah.
you know, we have a golden dome. You know, yeah.
There's a Stephen King book about that. A town wakes up and they're under an impenetrable dome.
Oh, really?
And nobody can get in and nobody can get out. Yeah, I think it's called The Dome or something like that.
Really?
It's ridiculous.
That's one I hadn't heard of. I did read some Stephen King when I was young.
I torture myself with it. Yeah.
He did a lot of short stories too, I think.
Oh yeah. But yeah, it's just another handout to the Defense Department. I mean, imagine the money you can spend on a boondoggle.
Right. Yeah.
And that's what it is. And yeah, America's so damn big. The problem was always going to be coming from within, quote, quote.
Yeah, right. I mean, you know, and unless you buy into the the nukes aren't real sort of thing. Like all somebody's got to do is just have a suitcase nuke.
Jesus. Yeah.
And nobody's going to golden dome against that.
And what about that Tesla shit? You almost made the Empire State Building fall down. You heard that?
Yeah. Yeah, with this, the resonant vibration, sort of harmonic vibration, yeah. So yeah, there's all this stuff out there that it makes it irrelevant anyway. It just sounds good.
It's money. You know, they will pay and pay.
Yeah. Right.
And I don't know if that's part of the. Is that part of the $1.5 trillion defense budget, or is that separate? I don't know.
It's money, and it gets people's attention rallied behind. You know, it's not. This is necessary. Well, we're under a state of threat. Oh, well,
he's going to make us safe. We'll finally be safe.
Well, but we must be under a state of threat. Therefore, we should probably, let them do what we need to do. You know, it's more psychological than it. You know, anything.
Agreed. And more propagandistic and glossy.
Yeah. Plus, it's just probably just not going to happen. So.
Okay, I'm back.
Also, with the fleet of battle, we agree it's a boondoggle dating back to the Reagan era.
Yes, you mean
and
SDI, like Strategic Defense Initiative, our so-called Star Wars. Continue.
Yeah, and it's just a wheelbarrows of money to the same guys that are running the world now. Any kind of defense.
Tech.
Yeah, I mean, imagine the money.
Yeah. Right, imagine the money.
And I don't know, it may not even be part of the $1.5 trillion budget. It may be separate. Oh, and hey, guess what? We're about to land on the moon.
Oh, of course. They always go back to that.
So these people are locked into
the 60s.
The Reagan years,
Yeah.
Locked in.
Yeah. By the way,
and so I guess they figured if Reagan liked it, everybody else will, and they'll keep voting for us or something.
Yeah. Madame 0007 says, "Thank you, prayer hands, and God bless Team Dietrich." Okay, everyone. So I'll be,
Also with you,
yeah, we're gonna,
sister.
yeah, yeah, and we have a sisterhood developing, and I'll consider
Yeah,
myself one of the girls. Yes, I've always been very good
definitely.
at at adapting.
Definitely.
So
You'd be the one guy that slept over at the girls' sleepover party.
yes, yes,
That was my first husband. He was a gas.
yes. Oh wow, and
He
that's
was
delightful.
totally
Yeah.
wanted, yeah.
Wonderful. And it's always good to have that capacity. So many men lack it. It's very sad.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to Aristides and your analysis of this,
Yeah.
what did you bring up with some of the allegories here? Obviously,
Oh,
you apparently brought up
well,
SDI. Share a bit more about that.
I think Holly did, but
Okay.
as when you were headed out, I basically agree with what you're saying. That assuming that type of thing is necessary, it's going to work with a little place like a small place like Israel. It's very tightly controlled. You don't just Israel, with a bomb, very well, because they actually control their border and everything and whatnot. And
Yes.
Most of the
because
time.
yeah, because right,
They got fucking
because
walls. They got fucking walls.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
right,
it didn't work on January 7th or whatever.
Yeah, well, that was a conspiracy. That
well,
was a conspiracy. But go
yeah,
on.
that's and there's reasons for
Clearly.
that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it wouldn't work the same. And what my first thought is like, they have a lot of technologies they're not talking about. If you've heard of it, it's not, it's not classified. It's not,
Right.
it's likely a problem that doesn't actually need to be solved. It just sounds good to say. They probably already have something that could zap.
It's
they're not even
retro
talking about.
comforting.
Right, they'll take their, I don't know what they'll do. They'll take their TR3B or whatever and just fly over there, and doop doop, and just, it's like it just keeps you distracted, and makes you think there's a threat,
Got it.
and gets money to people. That was, that's it.
Yeah,
And
and
it
so
sounds good.
so I think
It makes it feel good to say golden.
yeah.
It's like his golden palace and his golden, bedroom and living, his golden whatever he's got.
Wasn't that T-Tank that put up that picture of Trump Tower, Greenland?
Yes, that's
the
correct.
chat?
That's correct.
Oh,
That's correct. Oh my God.
I would
Oh
not be surprised because they'll put them cruise ships right up in there.
yes, and so in terms of I think I heard Aristides say it's just not going to happen. So that's
Yeah.
correct, right, Aristides? That this basically
I doubt
yeah.
it. I doubt.
Yeah.
But they'll budget it and they'll pay out for it.
Mhm.
They'll shovel
Mhm.
uncountable amounts of money towards it and never produce anything, just like the first Star Wars did.
This is going to sound incredibly stupid, but with all the years that I worked with the Department of Defense, obviously there's things I know about the secret space program, but as for SDI specifically, my understanding, help me out here, Aristides, the Strategic Defense Initiative, as I understood it, was supposed to be missile-eating lasers, like space satellites that were supposed to send out projectiles to counter incoming ICBMs or project lasers that would scramble the brains of the ICBMs. It was
not terribly familiar. I'll have to look it up, but
I remember that though. That was the dome effect. They were already going to be up there waiting.
A star
for
shield.
Anything incoming.
Yeah, literally a star shield was what some of the think tanks called it.
That's right. You wouldn't have to shoot from the land.
Yeah, and so they'd be up there waiting, and my understanding is that this was never produced. That none of this ever happened. Is that not the case?
I don't think it did, but they paid and paid.
Yeah, they paid and paid.
Paid.
Well, with the government program,
fully budgeted.
Like yeah, right. It's like, so it's they have their deliverable, and then if they don't meet it, they just write that into the next year's deliverable, and they just budget again.
That's right.
Oh
right?
my God.
And they got to spend it somehow to keep getting it. So that's interesting. That's where the money laundering comes in.
Oh
Like,
my
oh
God.
yeah, we have some complication. We need an extension, and and
Oh yeah,
a little more work here. Yeah, almost there. And
it's gamed for them because they have to have freedom. That's the sound of freedom, baby.
Oh, here's another incoming.
Unregulated freedom.
That's the world's best defended third world nation. So incoming news. United States will suspend immigrant visa processing from 75 countries over public assistance concerns.
75.
State
Yeah.
Department says it will suspend the processing of immigrant visas for citizens of 75 countries whose nationals are deemed likely to require public assistance while living in the United States.
I believe that.
I can only assume they must all be of a darker melanated complexion.
Well, they're not telling us how many are asylum seekers.
Of course not. Well, they all would
how
be.
many want to open a corner store, and how many are running for their lives with their rape baby in them?
Yeah, seriously.
Shit.
Seriously. Well, we all know the majority of them are that. Which is why they're so desperate and they rip off the system whenever they can. They come from an environment. Yeah, I mean, who can blame them? It seems it seems like an environment of infinite largesse. So, they do what they do, and sadly it's
the shopping's really good.
Yeah.
It's displayed that way to reach into your ganglia and make you buy it.
Yes. It's now we're getting some links here on the Strategic Defense Initiative. Let's ask Aristides to read them for us. So
I didn't actually try to get the link. It was just these days, if you just type in a question, if you phrase it right in Google, it just goes to an AI mode and it searches and it answers it for you.
Okay. Yeah, as a preliminary. Let's tell people always take that as preliminary. People do not take that as the ultimate answer.
I tell you, well, right, but it does often very quickly give you an idea, which of course you should do your due diligence to verify. But apparently, SDI slash Star Wars. It didn't really do all the things, but it spurred some major advancements. In tracking. Tracking and sensor tech, and later on involved in other systems, other ground-based systems, with some success, laying the groundwork for today's missile defense. It's like so. In other words, it's a nice way of saying it. No, it didn't. It didn't come. It didn't happen.
Is that where they have this? Is that where they got the satellites that can beam down on you while you're on your phone in your car and listen to you? Because I know they have that, because I've seen it in movies.
Those probably.
I know they have that. They had that since Afghanistan and shit.
I don't.
So that may be part of it.
Did they listen to your phone?
They can pinpoint you. They can pinpoint down to a person on the ground.
Okay, but what would
satellite.
For what reason? To track you?
How do they listen?
To track you.
To
correct?
track and listen. I don't know.
They listen, intercept the signal. You mean?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
That too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was that granular and ability of scrutiny.
Yeah.
And that was in movies back to the 00s at least, not the 90s.
Right.
So I kind of believed it. I swear by that's true.
I
forget. It came out in a couple of wars. I don't know which one it was anymore, Contras or what.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a big deal in the movies of fighting Arabs. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's how we do it.
Yeah. And
it was going to be all surgical or something.
Does this bring anything to mind, Aristides? What does that bring to mind for you, Aristides?
I don't know.
Does it sound crazy?
No, I'm sure they have things. you'd always hear like, oh, they've got satellites that can read your license plate from space.
Right. I think that's possible, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
And now in Palestine, they have drones that fly in your window and cruise around your house.
Oh yeah.
While you're huddled under the bed with your children.
Yes.
On the
in
floor
fear.
because the roof could fall off.
Yeah.
And there's people talking about it.
There's
they
that.
wake
Now,
up and-
Palestine is really a place where the roof can fall off. We've had one.
Oh my God.
Yeah, former member of Team Dietrich who was saying that was happening to him in England. Yeah, I guess the Israelis were after him already. But go on. Yeah.
But yeah, that there's been reports of that. Very credible ones.
Mhm.
Just terrifying. They don't get shot by him or anything, but
Mhm.
it's what a thing.
Mhm.
I mean, it's some kind of like, I don't know what, but it's happening.
Yeah. And well, in terms of
So who needs a satellite? If you got a fucking drone that can do that shit.
Well, the satellites were a kind of a they were what they now this we can confirm with Aristides. When it came to the satellites back in the Reagan era, they could, from my understanding, see a cigarette being lit on the ground if they focused in an open area where the man was visible. Does that make sense? I mean, that really we did have that, correct? Yeah.
I believe. Yeah, I would believe that.
And
Okay.
so, but it had to be the right area. It didn't mean that, say, for instance, you could fight a war with that because people will obviously, like the Taliban, be operating in caves or in the jungles.
No, it was intel.
Yeah.
It was intel, but maybe a feature of that SDI program, not just shooting down missiles, but intense ground surveillance.
Yeah. And in terms of other types of surveillance, Aristides, what comes to your mind that that you feel is viable, like things that people would be impressed by, types of surveillance that come to your mind?
Well, what, as far as now or back then?
Oh, anytime, then and now.
I don't know. I'm not too familiar with all that. Nowadays, everything being digital, you'd have to basically unencode or unencrypt, but I'm sure, they have ways. Or, they'll just install that Pegasus software on your phone, and it's,
Yeah.
you don't have to do it from a satellite. It's just on your phone.
Yeah. Well, I know all about that.
Yeah. But I'm sure they have a lot of neat stuff there. Who knows? I'm not too sure all the ins and outs, but they have stuff like they can read sound inside not from a satellite, but using a laser that they bounce against like a window pane, because the window pane is picking up the sound, is vibrating with people's like voices.
That's right.
Just it's like a radar detector works, but it's watching or a laser detector, and they can read, hear what people are saying in the house from down the street by using a laser.
I think that was in a Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
I saw that
on the window
movie.
pane, which is vibrating. Yeah. Yep.
That's and of course, a lot of people take that to be the end of privacy, but they do have to understand that while that's a remarkable technology, there's all kinds of things like ambient noise that really render most conversations pretty much unintelligible, despite the fact that it does that. It catches anything that sensitive, catches everything. So you're going to get like
Boondoggle City. Hey, it gave a lot of people jobs building that shit.
So it's probably less that, and it's probably more the Internet of Things. It's like your refrigerator is going to be like sending their conversation to them.
Right.
Yeah.
They're writing a shopping list for you.
Yeah, your smart device is gonna be reporting out on you.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. Everybody should be aware of that. Obviously, if you want to take advantage of technology, it's not the same as people thought in the old days, where you had very paranoid people saying, "Oh, when you watch TV, the TV is watching
Yeah. Right.
back." That was just stupid, but it's
That was
technology.
the tin hat
Yeah.
crowd.
Yes, but technology today, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's well, it's all your data. And again, for our listeners,
Don't flush it, Douglas.
yeah,
Don't just flush it.
yeah, tell people about that. Holly, tell them about the shit. Tell them about the stool sample monitoring. Tell them.
Oh, it's a Kohler brand, which is like a leading luxury toilet brand.
Yeah.
And it's a unit you put on the side, I guess next to the bidet or whatever. Because I think those rich tech bros like that. And it does something. But the tagline was "Don't lose your data."
Yeah.
Oh man.
And yeah, all the contents of the feces is quite fascinating.
How
in
does it
terms of-
sample the data?
Yeah.
How does it read the material?
It reads it for you.
How?
It's electronic, dude, with a keyboard.
Yeah,
under
it
a
was like
lid.
a contact
with a
method.
readout. It's. I'll send it to you again,
Or is
Aristides.
it,
It's in the chat.
like-
I took
Like
a
a
picture of the
non-contact
ad.
scan, or is it
No, it just sits
yeah.
there on the side somehow.
Basically,
So-
it's this little
Yeah.
I don't know.
doohickey.
Maybe a little arm reaches out and grabs a hunk.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
wonder.
know.
Yeah, it's like a shit spectrograph, or
You gotta see the picture. It's funny as
all,
fuck.
all I can see is that it looks kind of like a bidet. If anyone's familiar with a bidet, it would be, except it's on the side, and so every time you take a dump, somehow it does what it does,
Yeah.
and we can only
Yeah.
speculate.
I'm just wondering about that somehow. Part.
Yeah.
Or maybe you have an extra water hookup and it goes through there somehow and it flushes out again. I don't know.
Oh,
But it's a real sleek unit.
yeah.
I mean, they're all going to want one. All of them.
Yeah. It's all. Why did you? When you said it was so fascinating, it's because so much can be told from fecal matter. You still sample about a person's lifestyle, correct, Holly? Is what you're.
Well, and I guess their overall, if something's wrong with them or not wrong with them or what. But it's just this life extension bubble.
Uh-huh.
And so that's the market. Anybody worried about living longer is going to want one of these.
Oh my God! And that is what is so ridiculous.
In between their full body scans and shit.
It's like, what's the purpose of living when you're living like that? That's not living.
Hey, longevity was never my thing, man. It's a miracle.
That you're even here, yes.
And I can't afford it. I used to be able to not afford an expensive disease.
Yeah.
Now I can't afford to get old.
Well, that's the same as an expensive disease for many people.
That's it.
Yes.
That is it.
When it comes to yourself, maybe you could share just a little bit about, without giving anything away. I know you are a very private person, just like Aristides is, but I cannot resist the fact that when you were young, you were very adventurous and you hitchhiked from one end of the United States to the other and back. Could you share a little bit about that adventure with us? Like, tell.
It wasn't like that.
Okay.
It was always functional.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And it was only regional.
Okay.
I never had a reason to like hitchhike from Jersey to California. I took the Hound once from California to Florida. Oh, that was an experience that I don't regret.
Okay. And tell us
I
about
had a
that.
Percodan for the 4th day.
Oh man, I bet.
And I sailed in just happy as hell.
Oh.
Yeah, it was memorable. It was amazing.
Oh.
I called it poor man's what's that meditation where you sit for 10 days straight? Oh God.
We used to have that transcendental
blocking on it.
meditation, which was big back in the day.
Yeah, this is special school. You don't speak and you sit for 10 days straight. Oh God, you know it. Vipassana.
You can have
Poor man's. It was poor man's Vipassana.
it.
But it was a life or death trip. My mama was dying.
Your mom
and
what?
I got to be there. My mama,
Oh, yeah.
my grandmother.
Yeah, she was part of that meditation school.
No, she was dying, and I had to get there fast.
Okay, I see. Okay, so
fast, and I had to have an ounce of weed to get through the indefinite period I would be there.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't leaving.
Yeah.
Until it was done.
Oh God, what was that like?
Marvelous.
Was it really?
She had a super good death.
Okay.
Super good. A trailer in the swamp. One day I looked out it would be all surrounded with a pink mist.
Mm-hmm.
It was stunning.
Wow. Where'd this pink mist come from, or was that just the drugs?
No. No. Back then, they'd count the drops of that liquid morphine just to make sure the help wasn't.
Did she have help? Did you? When you say she died and it was great, the first thing I imagined was that you shared your stash with her.
No. It was different. But hospice were angels.
Okay.
Absolute fucking angels.
And they provided some morphine. They provided morphine.
They did back then. Now in California.
Oh, yeah, forget it.
It's like when you get approved.
Yeah.
They come to your house with a little gift bag.
Uh-huh.
I've said this before. A couple bottles of liquid morphine.
Mm-hmm.
This and that, other painkillers. And they don't ask for them back.
Cool. Well, they did in my case.
It's amazing.
But that was before the new deal you're talking about. I like it. It's like Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal.
Night and day. My God, they count those pills, to make sure. But hospice was marvelous.
Great.
And making, like, back then, oh God, probably $9 an hour, maybe $7. It was nuts. But learned a lot about death. It's different than being sick. That's a fundamental thing I think everyone should know. It's two entirely different states of being.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can die sick, and that's an issue.
Mm-hmm.
But it is two different states. Once you're really in the last, say, few weeks of when it's actually going to happen, or less, or maybe more, it's a whole different game.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to articulate it, but you'll know it if you experience it, if you get to attend a person in their final weeks.
Which you've done quite a bit throughout your life.
No, just a couple times.
Okay. Well, we have Brendan Zogit with us. So, dear Brendan.
Very good.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit. And of course, Holly, you've been wonderful, but stay with us as long as you wish.
Thank you.
And
a little more.
Yeah. And I always appreciate your being here. So, dear Brendan, something I'd like to show you on the screen share here for a moment. Let's take a look at, see if Brendan can respond first. So, Brendan, can you come off mute? Let's see if you can respond. Then, it's one of those things where he provides technical support on the fly so well. And if he can speak with us. Oh, great. How are you, Brendan? First, let's see if you're safe. Now, by the way, I want people to understand just the risk that you were through last time. I don't believe we communicated it very well. We had what was described by one individual who also rents at your storage facility where your car was parked. The individual described a masked person who came in through the gate with them, lurking outside, and then when they opened the gate, the person slid in, and this individual, being a female, did not feel inclined to try and stop them, lest she put her own self in danger. But this individual was masked up and balaclava style, and the other individual, who then tried to forcefully open your car like an ICE trooper, was also masked up, and he had a car. So basically a masked individual was chasing a masked individual in your storage facility where you were at. This this calls for people to understand just the gravity of the situation is beyond any norm. Yeah, please go a bit there if you would be so kind.
Yeah, this comes from a security guard or
Hmm.
a security mercenary. But yeah, exactly as you described. The attacker was being pursued by someone who was masked up. And this guy, the guy that attacked me on air last time, you guys heard it all.
It was recorded.
He,
Yes.
yeah, it was recorded.
And Holly, how did you feel? Did you hear that, Holly? Did you hear that? And Aristides, tell us your own feelings when you heard him being attacked, or do either of you remember that?
No.
Well, go on, Brendan.
I would remember.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
no
I?
worries.
It was recorded. Believe me, you can go back and record it. It was
What
the
the
episode
hell?
before last. Yes, he was attacked on air. I said
Okay.
call the police. I said call the police. Do you remember that?
I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happened?
So some drugged out guy like was wearing one of those, like those ice style masks that everyone had.
Oh,
for
boy.
COVID that didn't like blue. You know, those little fabric kind of like ones that you put around your neck, like a neck cozy, but you can pull it up to your... So that dude was wearing that, but he kept taking it off because he was like out of his mind. But yeah, the other individual that saw someone walk in was like fully masked up with the hoodie and a hat on, and they walked as the person was entering through the gate. They walked past them, presumably to pursue that person, because when that dude was attacking me, I asked him, what the fuck's going on? You know, what's wrong with you? And he said, someone's following me and all this shit. But he was so incoherent, like he didn't.
Right. Right. But then somebody else came along. The second guy.
Well, I didn't see that second person, but someone else had saw them earlier.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So the guy wasn't crazy?
He was definitely crazy.
But the second guy was after you, not him?
No, he didn't even know. He didn't even know who I was. He couldn't see through my windows because my windows were blacked.
Okay.
So he was out of his mind. Like he could have gotten his head blown off if it was an ICE officer. They would just killed him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And
so what happened between the two guys at the end?
I don't know. I didn't. I never saw the fact. So,
you got busy. Weird as fuck.
Yeah.
It was horrible, and they turned down his report essentially too. If you could tell them that whole report is designed in such a way nobody can file a report.
Yeah, the police report. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and they don't want to know anyway.
Yeah.
About any of these things.
Yeah. It's they don't care.
Because you reported the board with the nails in it and shit.
Yes, and
or
that
tried to.
Yeah, and how they respond to that again, Brendan? The board.
Meh. Forced because there was some other people here. But anyways, yeah. So it's like a new year. You know, it's a Vedic New Year.
Happy New Year. Yes.
Yeah. So this is like the first day that the sun goes into Capricorn, and that's like it's Uttarayan, the sun's northern transit. So it's like the year is progressing now, officially. So as we can see, so things are going, forward, full steam ahead.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Thank you.
And what else can we expect? Is there an astrological reason for this? I believe you asked this last time, Holly. Is there an astrological reason? Holly, you wanted to ask Brendan, how long would this astrological window of chaos last? Correct, Holly?
I'm not sure that's what it's all about, number one. I mean, like, my thing has been since New Year's, it's been less than 2 weeks of unabated horror. So my only hope, alls I know is that big-ass clump right up with the sun, Brendan. Jeez. Mercury, Venus, Mars, and what the hell? Pluto or something? And now the moon's heading into it. And Saturn and your Neptune are still locked up. So, man, when those clumps gather, I get worried.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Brendan?
It's called a stellium. So
And that clump will break up as Mercury and Venus complete their transits of the sun. Mars, who knows, goes backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. I don't know whether it's in retrograde or not half the time.
Well, Mars will
But-
stay with the sun going forward until the summertime. So it's currently in its invisible state.
So that's quite a
But
little
the sun is conjunct,
grouping.
and then you have Mars, Mercury as well. they're
So
all
yeah, it looks to me like it's all kind of disturbing looking. And showing, you know, well, soon, like I say, Mercury and Venus will cross paths.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's just more concentrated energy in this region
Yeah.
of the zodiac, or in Sagittarius. So it's very
So that
fiery,
means,
lots of
yeah.
sun.
Oh boy.
As you can see,
So-
like there's a lot of explosive things going on. Fire.
Yeah. Red hot. So maybe when those two go their separate directions, it'll calm down just a little bit. I don't know.
I wouldn't bet on
But
it.
this is going to be a hard case. This will be quite a pace to maintain.
Yeah, it's gonna
If
be.
things only get faster
I mean, it's like it's already
galloping towards.
and fuel is just being added in and added in.
Yeah.
And it's already a Martian year, or like a Martian era. So it's a
Yeah.
Mars era on top
Uh-huh.
of this year being a solar era. So that's double fire, this year being, or a solar year, because it adds
Great.
up to 2026 adds up to 1 in numerology.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is the sun. So, and then on top of that, in the solar lunar combo calendar, it is the fire horse. So that's like
Yeah.
that's like putting more gas and more fuel into the gas pedal.
Lord.
It's not going to slow down. Like nothing's going to slow down. Yeah.
God.
So hold
Oh,
your horse.
man. Yeah. Your ass is going to get burned. It's like when they used to set animals on fire to send them into war, to burn the village down.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Horses
like
and birds.
in desperation. That's not like normal. But yeah.
Oh, man.
But we're about to see
Ominous. It's fucking ominous. That's
That's
me.
Iran right now.
Say that
Mhm.
again, Brendan. You're very tiny
Yeah.
and tinny. Can you put your earbuds in or something? You sound horrible. Technically, your sound is horrible. We can't hear a word you're saying. So if you could get some earbuds in, that would help immensely. Or whatever magic you perform. Oh yes, I wanted to ask you a question technically as well. But continue with this line of thought if you can. Let's see if we can get him back. Hopefully, I haven't hurt his feelings or something and forced him to withdraw.
No. It was pretty bad.
Yeah, it's horrible. So hopefully he finds a better cell to speak from. Our listeners, it's just torment when it's like that. And he has so much to say, and it's all very relevant. So we want it to be heard. Of course, he is trying to work with us from his workstation, which I understand the difficulty. All that being said, let's take a look at the time we've been on. Okay, we've gone through the usual period of time. We expect Brendan to rejoin us. We're going to launch soon into monologue because I've been looking back and forth at a number of people's quotations to make certain I don't misquote anybody. I stack them up so I can have them for ready reference, and bring them up when they are relevant. But all that being said, there's still so much to talk about that I'm still diving deep into making a few more cross references. And the problem is, once I get into one subject, I tend to cover it pretty thoroughly. And when I cover it that thoroughly, then, it takes some time. All of that being said, dear Brendan, are you there? Can you hear us? Respond if you can. And let's see if he's gotten his technical act together. Okay. And if he has, that would help immensely. If not, so dear Holly, blessed with your company for the period of time that we have. What about in terms of Anything else that comes to your mind, domestic or foreign, and
Oh,
yourself as
God.
well, Aristides?
The conversation was hot, and I forgot a couple good things I wanted to say, and I still can't remember them.
Well, he was bringing
What?
up some. He was bringing up some astrological references. You seem to be pretty familiar with
Yeah.
astrology. Your own thoughts astrologically on how things are going.
As an observer,
Mm-hmm.
with the naked eye, you know, I'm not a big telescope person, but
Mm-hmm.
I find it to be effective, and I love being able to see what's happening. You know, the sight of Venus in Taurus is quite stunning,
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. So it's kind of a communing thing. I'm no expert on all the triangulations and stuff, but I have an astrolabe. It's the best app I've ever had, and you know why? Because this app hasn't changed or been sold in 20 years, and it's an astrolabe.
Mm-hmm.
So it tells you, because of the problem, you know, the sidereal thing with how it actually is and not a house off for everything and all that. This is actual. And it shows you on the size of a deck of cards where every planet in the solar system is and the zodiacal constellation it's in.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at that every day, it's this circle and you see these groupings or not. Sometimes the planets are a string of pearls around the circle, but then they make these weird clumps and stuff in certain houses, and then you get all the quadrants and triangulations. Oh yeah, that's something for Brendan with Jupiter at opposition. When the sun sets, Jupiter rises. So that's opposition.
Let's wait till we get him back before he can respond to that. If we get him back,
Yeah, Jupiter's saving. So Jupiter's like the saving grace in this stellium because, yeah, like you said, it's in opposition to
From the gang up at the sun.
stellium.
That shit's going
Yes.
gangster over there, man. Oh
Yes,
God.
exactly.
Scorch us like ants in a magnifying glass. All
Yeah,
right.
it's like fuel. It's like adding fuel to a fire.
Oh
So it's-
man.
your voice is so much better. It
Yeah.
flows so much smoother now. Bless you.
Yeah.
While we have you, before you get back into the subject of the astrology, which is profoundly important, I'm sure that I'm just haven't noticed this before, but if you can see the screen share, my OBS has this little red dot on it. That just means the OBS is active and that I'm transmitting, correct? This OBS symbol with the little red dot in the corner.
Yeah, it means you're live.
Okay, that just means I'm live. That's okay. Thank you for confirming that. Bless you. So continue. Now, this is so important. You're saying that express to everyone what are the zodiacal implications of, as you did before, but now they can hear you. What are the zodiacal implications that have caused this new year to be so incredibly what would we call it? It's a shock.
Incendiary.
Thank
it's
you.
Incendiary.
Yes. Take
Well,
it from
the year hasn't even started, or actually, it's the first day.
Yeah,
Today's
right.
The first day.
Yeah.
Right.
Today's
So
the
just
first
so
day
you
of
guys
Vedic.
know.
Go on. Tell people that.
Yeah. So this is the proper solar day. New Year.
Yeah. Okay.
When sun goes into what's called Uttarayan, which is the rising phase.
Okay.
So it's 14th Jan. It's called Makar Sankranti. That's like the same.
Now, is that based on the length of day?
Yes. Yeah. Days get longer. It's actually the
Okay.
position of the sun. The sun
Yeah.
starts going north. So Uttarayan
Got
is
it.
northern transit of the
Today.
sun.
That is the real
Yeah.
new year, of course.
Yeah. So this is the real New Year today.
Mhm.
14th Jan, and how it's measured is zodiacal on the zodiacal belt. Sun goes into Capricorn, the first degree of Capricorn. So
Okay.
the sun is what basically is the time clock for the year. So each degree is one,
Yes.
One day is a degree on the zodiacal belt. That's why we have 365 days.
Yes.
In fact, they're 360, but
Yeah.
we make adjustments because of the Gregorian reckoning and all that.
Right.
And leap years and all that jazz, but it's actually 360 on the circle, 1 degree each. So this is why the sun is what the solar year is based off of, obviously. So
Yeah.
today is the first day of that new year.
Got it.
We appreciate your spending your time with us on this new year. Have you taken
Thank
some
you.
time off from work to celebrate it?
No, this year's kind of going to be for my own prognosis, it's going to be a busy year. As I mean, we did the tarot reading before, you recall that.
Yes, of course.
We did some divination.
Yeah.
Yeah, I certainly
It
won't
was
forget.
good.
I forget the card, but it was the guy carrying the
Oh, it was the
stakes.
Aerophant.
sticks.
It was the Aerophant, and it was upside down. So
That was for you.
Yeah, that was for me. Well, I won't forget that.
Oh, I
Yeah.
never got
Well,
there. I was gone
I
before you
didn't
drew
I
that one.
didn't tell
Then.
it publicly, Doug.
Okay,
by the way.
understood. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, I'm
but
not
now
telling
you did.
anybody anything that they didn't expect. I always told everybody there's going to be big
Oh,
changes this year for
fuck.
all of us. Yeah.
He was right. Should have
Yeah.
quit when we were ahead.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, we did just like the general prognosis, and it was,
Yeah.
I believe, the
Yeah.
10 of spades.
It was all ups. Yeah.
Well,
So
in
it
a
was good.
sense. Tell him, Brendan.
It
In a
was all
sense, it was
good.
all up. Yeah, well, yeah, it's all good in a sense. Yeah, depending on how you look
But you
at
couldn't tell if it was for the forces of good or evil, whether it was all good.
Well, it was a burden. It was just a burden. But you would get gain. There would be gains from the work. That's all it said.
Ah.
Essentially.
And by the way,
So we can pull it up again. if
Yeah,
need-
I
need
love
be.
the
Better
recent
than
GIFs.
no gains for
Yeah.
work, anyway.
But by the way, I love the latest GIFs, Brendan. The latest GIFs say it all. Yes, this is where we're at.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's where. Well, that's where you're at.
Yeah. So continue, Brendan, before I ask our man Aristides to articulate on some of these subjects. He sent us some important links, and before I ask him to articulate it, well, might as well go at it now. Aristides, share with Brendan so he could put the astrological spin on this. Aristides, would you be kind enough to tell our listeners about these two links, especially the doomsday plane for Pentagon, the flying Fyodor bunker? Tell everybody a little bit about this, Aristides. What exactly is going on with our president and with the enemy and their maneuvers in South Africa? Let's see if Aristides.
Oh, I don't know too much. These are just links or whatever I saw. Or things. But yeah, doomsday plane, especially this thing is not, I don't know how many there are. This thing's existed for, 50 years, but I mean, when they're not used much, sure. It's not like it's
Rolling them out.
yeah, so it's not usually seen domestically. Like they don't usually tool this thing around the doomsday command plane. So the fact that it's even seen at
in South Africa.
No. This was in LA.
In LA, I knew you were going to say that.
Well, they flew. I don't know. They flew Hegseth and probably.
Oh
some
God.
Other, flight data shows it came from Offutt Air Force Base to Camp Springs, Maryland. So basically, it came from DC area to. But they're like, why'd they use that? They don't usually use that plane. The doomsday plane just for your average executive trips.
Yeah.
Why did they even dust that thing off? Is what they're saying.
It's a legitimate question. Now explain to Holly and our
It's
listeners what's going on in South
ludicrous.
Africa. Yeah.
And then the separate thing was, what China, Russia, and Iran sent warships for drills at South Africa. I don't know. That's all I know.
Huh.
It's just an image. I didn't even look up an article yet.
Yeah, definitely. And
China, Russia, and who?
Iran.
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 Of all places, yeah, like they really, those guys are just trying to escape the Iranian apocalypse. The crews are bailing out.
That's some cooperation, boy.
Yes.
Who would have ever thought?
Yeah.
Who would have ever thought?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yes.
China, Russia, and Iran.
Yeah.
I just hope they're not going all gonna gang up on Taiwan, for God's sake.
Yeah, it's let's just say South Africa. It's kind of like they're contrapuntal to Taiwan when it performed the test on the atomic bomb that resulted in Israel and South Africa and Taiwan going nuclear at that time many years ago, and known as the Vela incident. And so, yeah. But when it comes to they're contrapuntal to that. They're just trying to be the new boys on the block, and they're so fucking lame. They're so fucking pathetic. They really are. China's the only one
Which
among
one? South Africa?
that too. Them too. Because
Wait.
yeah. Oh my fucking god. It's the fact that they allow this speaks very ill of them. So that being said, put that into some. Thank you, Aristides. Excellent update. Brendan, if you could put that back into some. How does this astrologically resonate, or anything else you could think of? Any other dynamics? By all means, share with us. But okay, you said that this is just getting started. It's just the first day of the new year, really. And
it's charged.
we got a lot more coming. So how would you see this rolling out? Yeah.
Huh.
And let's see if he responds.
Nobody knows that.
Well, it's like, I mean, it's just like putting a brick on an accelerator. It's just, you got to hold on to like a roller coaster. You just got to hold on to the bar. It's just going to accelerate.
Yeah. Thank you.
You know?
So how long the grid holds now, I guess.
Yeah.
Because we're so electrified.
There will be, like, stress cracks, like stress cracks and stuff. But, hopefully the sports car, all the bolts are down, everything's, the engine's bolted in, because everything's going to go.
The grid's pretty darn
like,
vulnerable,
it's like
it seems
it's
like.
adding fuel to fire. So
Yeah.
It's very, it'll be very, whatever happens. And as we're speaking right now, there may be strikes in Iran going on.
Yes.
So just
tell us what you understand about that. Tell us what you understand about that, please.
Well, I don't know anything yet. It just said they've evacuated personnel from Qatar, one of the biggest bases outside of the United States.
I saw that.
So there you go. Yeah.
Man.
And then other people are saying it's imminent strikes on Iran right now. So just be expecting that.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
And Trump thinks he's just wrapped in glory, man.
I wouldn't call that glory.
Wrapped in glory. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. God, he'll be strutting like a peacock. You saw that short of him clearing his throat before the meeting?
I did not. Tell us.
It's bad. You gotta see it.
Obviously.
What was that?
He's not necessary anymore.
Right. So tell us again about Trump, Brendan. Give us a little analysis there.
Well, it's not nothing current topical. It's just that his chart denotes a fall. He'll attain what he wants, but there will be some sort of health issues or something. So I mean, you could just see it. That's why they're in such
what
a hurry.
Month? Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to consult an astrologer for like exact dates. But
all right.
I mean, but his chart
Not
is
in the
like,
house of
it shows different things, but what house and what prognosis it is.
that fucker will die with a smile on his face. You watch.
Oh yeah, maybe.
I mean, he's just a pawn. Like they're just putting him there. It's just
there's any punishment.
Everything gets
he's
blamed
a monkey
on one
now.
person, but he's not
Exactly.
doing anything. Like, he's not functional. We know that.
Yeah.
And but some of the stuff is like his personal fancy, but they're just using that to their advantage. I mean, and the beings that control stuff, like they don't care about these people. Like anyone you see on TV is just like those are just pawns. Like
because
like,
they all
clear.
despise government and they all despise regulation of any kind.
So it
So
doesn't matter their ideology. They're all just,
no, they're just government haters.
Well,
I think
they
care.
like the government.
I think our salvos
Miller?
I think our salvos
There's a
are missing.
lot.
I think our salvos are missing here in the sense that Holly is talking about the maladministration in power, whereas Brendan is speaking about an order of beings, that are really kind of manipulating these people, that all of these people are rather just meat sock puppets to a order of beings that are, well, Brendan, what is this order of beings that is manipulating these meat sock puppets towards this particular evil? And certainly, is there not another order of beings that is against them or positioned against them, or is
like Nephilim or what?
Okay. So
I mean, they're named many names, but it's basically like you know, beings from like Niflheim and these kind of places, like Svartalfheim. I spoke about it before.
Yes.
There are factions. There are factions, you know, that control the beings on this plane. They come from the other plane. So in the you know, in the Vedic / Norse mythology, there's the 7 realms, the 9 realms of existence.
Okay.
So 9 above, 9 below, or 7 above, 7 below, Earth being the middle plane, the Midgard. And there are beings that are quite advanced technologically that come from, you know, these lower realms. And they've interfered on Earth, and they continue to interfere. So they're the ones that are influencing a lot of the stuff that's happening right now.
The disruptors.
And in fact, that they've almost completely taken control of the secular world. And they don't care what happens to humans, really.
Right.
So they just let
chaos.
us play. They don't really care.
Disruptors.
No, I mean, it's calculated. It's calculated. But their goal
is it a Kali Yuga thing? Like where evil has to triumph? It's only fair?
Yeah, like that being that runs the Kali Yuga is from there. Yeah, like stuff like that.
Okay. So
it's only fair.
So to put this into perspective for our listeners, when Brendan says that these are technologically advanced beings, he's not simply speaking in terms of techniques such as meditation or some kind of spiritual technology. Well, of course, he's also referring to that, but you also mean to say that these beings essentially inspire the technological developments which have promoted overwhelmingly negative results. Socially, our entire culture has been devastated by social media. There is nothing good to say when you really balance the credit and debit ledger side of the equation when it comes to AI, social media, the various technological developments that have made these tech bros, the power brokers of our age, the kingmakers, are really the kind of technology that is doled out by these beings, because it's a purely negative technology that creates chaos and engenders ever further dissension into an egregore level of subsistence where people have no concept of an agreed reality, and everybody is rendered very broken. Take it beyond that, if you would be so kind.
I agree, Granny.
I mean, the technology is neutral, but it's like they're giving it out of sequence. Like humans were not meant to have it as quickly as they did, or ever. You know, like a human being, like if you just have it in its natural environment, like all of us, like you would never make a microchip. Like, doesn't matter how many years you're sitting around. Like, humans are content to be living. You know, like you can get maximum to like the Hobbit level or something, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And there more technology can come, like Da Vinci kind of stuff, but when it comes to like making microchips and stuff, that was all being these beings were contacted years ago, like in the John Dee era, and this kind of stuff was given to us.
Well,
like
so here's the thing, though.
And all that stuff.
It seems like human beings were created by some kind of god from the start.
Human beings were created by rishis and stuff. Like these are so
were they the good ones? And so now we're stuck with the bad ones? How does that work?
Yeah, like
how come we couldn't stay with the good ones?
I mean,
the creator or is neutral. Maybe the creator ones were neutral, and now
it's like this
we got all these
action. So it just, you know, we were made vulnerable by going away from nature, and so these beings were able to come in and take over. And
That's
it's also
right.
a side effect of like the age and all of that, that, you know, these beings were involved.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
contrived, and it was for millennia. It's been happening.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what can we do to give our listeners some hope? What can we do in this kind of scenario?
I mean, connect with nature, you know. There are many things you could do. And there's nothing, they can't stop beings from evolving or doing the right thing or following Dharma. Like, there's no way for them to interfere in that. They could just give you distractions. Like,
good one.
that's why there's so many distractions, because it's just, if you're in despair and distraction, then they can just siphon off whatever they want from you, including life force and all that.
Yeah.
So, and resources, and make you slaves and all of that. So, yeah.
So try not to cause suffering. That's all.
I mean,
I
it's not a
know.
matter of suffering. Like, suffering's guaranteed with this realm. That's like
No,
what
but
the
to
Buddha said.
cause it from my agency. And so that now I kind of get it why, like, I try not to step on ants and shit.
Well, that's part of karma. Like, yeah, dharma, karma, all that stuff.
But in terms of what to do now, that's the baseline. Don't make anyone cry today. You know?
Yeah, I mean, do no harm is there and all that. Like, live and let live. That's just like basic stuff, like basic human.
I know. And so for me, that's what I'm down to, because I certainly feel powerless.
And those beings know that. So, like, those beings, like, they sound crazy and demonic, but they all they're very, like, erudite, and they follow laws, like, of the universe. That's why they're able to do certain things.
And not able to do certain things if we are aware of them first off. I mean, that seems the most important step.
Well, yeah, they definitely don't want to be.
Once you're aware of them, then we get to choose whether to join up or run like hell.
Well, it's not a matter of I mean, it's just,
you know, like, get with
it's
it.
just
Like,
their
I
system.
mean, if
They've
everything
created
I
a
thought
system.
was wrong, life would be so much easier.
Yeah.
And so, kind of, you know.
So, anyways, to sum it up, they're like the dark elves, the Svartalfar, have made inroads into this dimension from their realm. And their realm is very high technology, and they have everything they need, but they don't have the human level stuff.
Meaning,
and then they
what does that mean? What does that mean? Like, explain that, please. They don't have the human level stuff, meaning human level skills or human level heart, soul, psyche, or what?
No. Like they don't have like this kind of nature and different things that are here, like things that they need.
Got it.
Resources or whatever.
There we are.
The soul, like, if you even go to like the Norse mythology, they're Loki's main enemy, the being that he always tried to hit at, was Balder.
Okay.
So Balder is the true human soul. So that's what they want to siphon. They want to siphon the energy from Balder, which is the fully realized human spirit. So that's ultimately, they use that as, like, you know, the gold of consciousness, some call it, stuff like that. So that's one of their goals. That's one of their goals. Yeah.
Okay. And that makes sense.
They're like these. They're basically like parasitical beings.
There we are. Yeah. And so with that in mind, is Loki one of them?
Yeah, I mean, he's the.
Doesn't he kind of straddle it?
No, I mean, Loki is that force.
Okay.
He rules them. He's their, like, king.
Okay.
The chaotic force.
But the thing is, Loki is, like, bound right now. Like, when he fought the Vanir and Aesir, they, like, chained him to the rock and all that.
Yeah.
That's so they're trying to free Loki. So Loki ended up killing Balder, and so he got punished for killing the son of Odin. So that's why they want to free him. So they need to do all this to get into. Basically, they want to use Midgard to get into the higher realms, heavens, to free their king Loki and these other beings that were, you know, chained,
imprisoned by Yahweh or some shit. Who knows?
By Odin and,
some
like,
tyrant god who bested them in combat.
I mean, they're not like the Christian god.
No, it's not like that, honey. Yeah, you're thinking in terms.
I get it. But I'm being weird.
No worries. And so, Brendan, with, again, recommending people to get in touch with nature. What else can they do to kind of survive the year? Because it's going to be one wild ride, and it's not oftentimes going to be pleasant. So with everybody
I mean,
involved,
you can always make the best out of any situation, of course, and there's always positivity to be found. But the main thing is to stay grounded. You know, touch the earth for 5 to 10 minutes. Touch
literally
trees,
touch it. Well, tell
wood.
them literally touch it. This isn't a metaphor. Tell them that they've got to
ground the body. So the body's electric, so it needs to be grounded out at a very minimum 5-10 minutes a day. So you touch your feet to the earth, or you touch a tree or something wooden that's very neutralizing, that can take out the negative ions from your system. You know, and balance the electric charge, because the body is an electrochemical machine, so you have to balance it. Just like you have 3-pin plugs in the wall, that third pin is always to ground the device. So your body is a device that needs grounding, so that's always going to help. Grounding every day to where you can then take on all these extra energies that are coming in, especially these fiery energies that the year, solar energies and stuff that the year is based upon.
And so, by the way, what is your intuition about this, everyone involved? Elon Musk, he did get this $1 trillion bonus, did he not? Or was that voted down, which would make him wealthier than Vladimir Putin at $200
But it takes 10 years to pay it.
Right. So tell us a bit about this. So he's still the second wealthiest after Vladimir Putin for the moment, really. All that's being doled out to it. Yeah.
On paper.
Yes.
How much of it is liquid?
Yeah.
And there's another matter. And I guess the car company has been disappointing.
Tell him, Brendan.
I mean, the stock is quite high performing, actually.
Is it? Well, the stock market's fucking booming, man. The 10% is booming.
10%? What's this 10%? It's 1%, honey. It's 1%.
Oh, no. It's enough. It's just enough. The 10%. I mean,
these are just like stock options and stuff like that every CEO can get.
It's all fantastic.
It just so happens they want to pay him off to get him out of the fucking thing, which I don't blame them, because because
he's nuts.
When they branch off into other things, like when they bring out these robots that are domestic devices and all that, the profit will go extremely high, because there's no one left to work, because everyone's going to be wiped out or whatever they want, whatever the future they're planning. So they know that that's going to be profitable, so they want him out of the equation. They could tell he's just like a liability, so it doesn't matter how much money it takes, just get him out of there.
And that's the same with Trump. I think, he's amusing, but
T-Man is just like, he's just like a
he's a clown show.
Yeah, Doug, how would you say this in geopolitical terms? He's just like the political
catalyst
version of like a catalyst, but just like,
distraction,
like a little paper puppet.
Yeah.
They just say
performer.
It's
because then when everything blows up and he dies, they'll just say, "Oh, it was him." Oh no.
Oh, I see what you're saying. A scapegoat. Well, Trump is obviously
straw man.
Trump is obviously all of that, but at the same time, we have to take seriously the fact that nevertheless he's the individual who's going to light the fuse. So
and the cabinet aren't intelligent people either.
No, well, they're idiots. I mean,
so there's something behind. There's something bigger.
Gnome lady.
Yeah. Yes. Tell him about that, Brent. Tell him about that.
They asked her. They said, "What is habeas corpus?" And she said, "It's the president's right to imprison you." And they said, "No, that is wrong."
Yes. Yeah. That's how she would interpret it.
So she doesn't know like anything.
Yeah.
No, so they also all seem very expendable.
Yeah, but
except for Russell Vogt, maybe not him.
Well, he's like the Dick Cheney of our age. Russell Vogt is the Dick Cheney of our age.
You got that right.
What Christy Gnome, notice the etymology, the way, or like GNOME, like a garden gnome, but her name is spelled NOEM, but it's pronounced the same way. You really think of her as a gnome. She really is like this little gnome of Trump's, And so I'll probably start into the monologue now, but I invite everyone to interject anytime you want.
Can I just recap
Please, take your
this,
time.
like, thing about Odin?
Absolutely.
Yes.
So
Take
I can
your
be,
time.
so I can just be clear here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go
so
in depth. Yeah.
So after Loki caused the death of the beloved god Baldur, he was punished by the Vanir and the Aesir. He was bound in a cave with the entrails of his own son. Snake dripped venom on his face indefinitely, and his wife, Sigyn, held a bowl to catch it. But as she emptied it, the venom would fall, causing earthquakes as he writhed in pain, as the venom etched into his skin. Loki's action triggered the events leading to Ragnarok, the first Ragnarok, and he is fated to break free during the final Ragnarok to fight the gods themselves. Yeah, so there you go. Loki's
Did
malice
Marvel
in
do it like
injuring-
that? Did Marvel do it like that?
She wants stuff the Marvel Comics universe.
No, forget about Marvel. in this. I mean,
I know. I'm just saying.
they
It's a joke.
like pretty much any fantasy did absolutely.
It's a
just
joke.
ruin the story.
Yeah.
Right. But so he's destined to remain bound until Ragnarok. But when he breaks free, he will lead the forces of darkness against the Aesir from his realm. These other lower realms. Like he's the commander of Jotunheim and Niflheim and all these places.
Yes.
So the giants will. So those beings, they want to free Loki and cause Ragnarok. That's the whole point of this. So hopefully that cleared up what I was trying to say.
I believe so. And I want people to understand how important this is because, as I said, something I never explained while Peter Moon was with us because he always was the enemy and it became, shall we say, I worked with him just to try and get books out so we would at least have something published. But of course, nothing was ever done. And what was published, of course, he keeps all of the rights on and he keeps all of the money. So, do understand this. When the USS Eldridge incident took place, it had an effect of opening portals that they registered through their own spectrometry and telemetry and various other techniques of the day that were available. All the readings on this are, of course, extraordinarily classified and not released to the public, except by extraordinarily vague leaks that are meant to disinform. But after what was known as E-Day or Eldridge Day, portals, a series of them, around 8 of them, opened across the Earth on various ley line points that essentially correspond to these levels of or were perceived to correspond to these levels of the Viking or Nordic cosmology. Or at least that was the classified names that were given to each portal and what it seemed to be gating through or what it seemed to give possible access to. And as Brendan says, Svartalfheim. And bring us some aspects of Svartalfheim, which of course is connected in a portaled sense after Eldridge Day to the Bermuda Triangle. So tell us about Svartalfheim. Yes, by all means.
Yeah, so Svartalfheim, or the Svartalfarheim, is one of the 9 realms in the Norse mythology. It is home of the Dark Elves, the Svartalfar, and the Dvegar, also known as the Dwarves. It's in contrast to the Light Elves and their realm Alfheim, and the inhabitants of the lower, of the Svartalfar are known for their craftsmanship in metalwork and forging the artifact from the god, including Thor's hammer, by the way. The Dwegar are the ones who forged it, so they have very high technology and they can make these, godly technologies, in a sense.
Hot metal.
The realm is inhabited partially by the Dwegar, who are referred to as the Dokarfar. The distinction between these groups is often blurred, but they're actually synonymous. I mean, they're different factions, so not necessarily that there are 2 races down there, but they're like different groups. Kind of like the way Tolkien put it, there's like the the elves like Fëanor, the original elves that could like craft things, and then there were the light elves that like lived with the higher beings in his realm, his reckoning.
Svartalfheim is located in the middle of the cosmic tree Yggdrasil, often described as a labyrinthine complex of mines, forges, and underground tunnels. Generally, it's depicted as dark, warm, geyser-filled wetlands with mineral deposits. These dwarves of Svartalfheim are master blacksmiths and responsible for creating some of the most powerful items in all of history and mythology, including Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, Odin's spear, Gungnir, and the magical ring Draupnir. It also can be translated as Nidvalir, the dark fields or the low fields, which was also the home of the dwarves in older poems like the Völuspá. So yeah, so there you go. There's other realms besides this physical Earth realm, the Midgard. And the main thing that was taken away from our education system is that the knowledge of these realms, that there's 7 above and 7 below, and then there's like 7 higher realms, the elven realms and above, for light elves and above, and the lower realms, which are more gross and more dense, but not necessarily less intelligent. So there you go.
And for the sake of
I
Brooke,
bet Tolkien would have read all that stuff at Oxford.
yes,
He knew, yeah. He knew.
well, he knew.
He was well versed
Totally.
in the Finnish sagas and all of that talk
Right.
directly about these locations.
Clearly, yeah.
So,
And that's why we're in the war. So this war that's happening isn't a war between countries. It's a war of the Middle Earth, as Tolkien would put it. And it's
Yes.
the war of the Earth realm versus the higher and, versus the lower realm. But the higher realm is also involved because they want to invade the higher realm, in order to free Loki. This is the best way to put it for like, conception reasons. They want to free Loki to start Ragnarok because that's their leader. So there you go.
now,
I once read a thing long ago
Mhm.
that said there's 2 kinds of religions, apocalyptic and non-apocalyptic.
uh-huh.
And all I've ever known
Eschatological. Yeah.
is apocalyptic religions. That there could be an actual religion that doesn't end in the fiery end of the world and the suffering. That would really be something.
Mhm. Okay, honey.
And I guess the
But
more
those concepts those cyclical concepts are not like, it's not like boom, it's done. It's like there's a rebirth.
Right.
okay.
Now,
So
Okay.
these,
go
yeah.
continue. No,
Hopefully
continue.
for the dolphins at least.
Well, that's the difference
Shit.
between these eschatological things. Eschatological is it's boom, it's done, and then you get judged. But
Yeah.
with the
Yeah.
original, like the original reckoning that ancient humans knew about, there was a Ragnarok and then a restart. There was
Okay.
Shiv did the Tandav and closed the universe, and then Vishnu restarted the universe. So
Okay.
it's not an end; it's a rebirth.
Yeah. But there's great
So
suffering.
that's where they get people with this.
Terrible suffering.
I mean, yeah, the ending. I mean, that's just
For
like,
anybody like me, I'll be in the first great wave of death, so I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is a very important distinction to make. With that, based on what you've described about this being a war of the gods, beyond being a war of man, because the lower realms seek to storm the higher realms, man is essentially at this point the front line defending the higher realms, or at least.
But when Shiva gets to destroying, he makes no distinction.
Well, then you're
Yeah,
blending cosmologies.
but it's like a game. But it's like a game. Yeah, it's like a game.
Yeah.
Like when you put away like
Or
a
it's
chess
just
game, you could
random.
put the chess
Yeah,
game
I
back.
mean, it's everybody.
Yeah.
Right. So that
mean,
means everybody here has got to go,
Well,
which fits in with the
No,
Tech
not
Bros
necessarily.
plan
No, not
because they demand population reduction.
well, the technos are obviously meat sock puppets of very lower order beings in this kind of cosmological Filter. Now, Brendan,
Yeah.
if you could explain, Shiv is not out to destroy everybody, or is that the case? Is this blending of cosmologies even helpful, or simply a part of a
Not
chaotic?
really.
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah, I
Really?
didn't
Because
think
that's what
so.
I always heard, that
Yeah.
when Shiva gets worked up enough, the hammer comes down, and that's what I see in these natural disasters that make no distinction between who's right
Yeah, I
and
mean,
who's
Shiv
wrong
is
and who's
bigger
good
than
and
just
who's evil.
Mhm.
like
No
Shiv is
distinction
bigger
at
than
all.
nature.
Yeah.
So nature is ruled
Yeah,
by
but
the
there ain't
prevails.
nobody picking out the innocent to not slaughter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
It's the
everyone has a
hammer
rap
comes
sheet.
down.
I mean, there's a rap sheet. There's no, there's a bill at the end for everybody.
Mm.
So just because everyone dies doesn't mean you all get the same fate. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay.
that's
Like
an
there's a system in
Yes.
place.
Yeah.
Like
The-
there's a
yeah.
system in place.
But we're not saying
It's all-
everyone is going to die. Just so our listeners
So that's
understand.
the layers of afterlife.
Yeah. But that makes this all very metaphorical. On a more concrete cosmological sense, for the sake of Brooke Gibson on her birthday, tell them about the squirrel messenger in this cosmology. Very important, distinct
All right.
point to
Yes,
me.
yes, and it's very yeah, I appreciate that, Doug. It's very important that
Okay.
we bring that up because that was the first animal messenger I saw upon the new year was an emissary of Ratatoskr. So Ratatoskr is the squirrel that traverses the Yggdrasil tree from its roots, where Nidhogg, the divine serpent, chews upon the roots of the tree, all the way up to the serpent, through the serpent, all the way up to where there's like a divine eagle at the top of Yggdrasil, and so this creature Ratatoskr can traverse the entire tree. So he's a squirrel who carries messages along Yggdrasil, often between the wise eagle who sits upon the tree of life and the terrible dragon Nidhogg, who lies cold amongst the roots, forever chewing them. Ratatoskr relishes the chance to ferry insults between the two, and by doing so, he's stirring animosity between them. So this is how the world tree is the axis, and it's being churned by some of these forces. And so Ratatoskr is one of these forces that churns the tree, and that's how we get, these various things that happen in our lives.
Yeah.
Now,
Good one.
With that, we have an extraordinarily important point that was brought up by our darling Heather Holman, and Heather Holman comes up with some real gems. I'm going to first off heart the wonderful entry here from our.
Is it about a squirrel? Because let me say real quick,
Mm-hmm.
I did have the pleasure of one time seeing a stone albino tree squirrel.
Tell us about this.
Yes. And it was magical, and I'll never forget it.
Mm-hmm.
But
by the way, we just got a link. We just got a link from our man Aristides that Iran has pulled out of the South Africa on our naval exercise with China and Russia. So Iran doesn't have enough naval assets to put into the Sino-Slavic synaxial operations. Heather's got 30 seconds. Heather, go for it. Tell us about this year is going to be a repeat of 1926 and whatever else you want to talk about. How are you, Heather? Come on.
Hi, Heather.
I'm okay. Hi, everybody. I was just going to say in 30 seconds, I can come on because I have to run into the store real fast, but I do have something to add.
Okay. Excellent.
Just one moment.
Yeah, well, take your time, honey. You do that run, and in the meantime, I'll do this for you. I'll go into what she has brought to our attention, and so if we go back to the infinite call, and we just scroll up a bit, she had a wonderful link that was entered just before I started transmission. I was unable to access it until we were deep into transmission. So it'll take me a second to go back to what it was that she entered. Right now, of course, being the expert that I am for buying time while she's in the store, I'm conducting that search, and here we are. It's 1925, not 1926. But here we are. Let's do the screen share, which requires that I open the call and pop that in here. Okay, so basically, if you can see the screen share, it says, I don't want to scare anyone, but 2026 repeats the 1925 calendar. Don't check which organization was formed in 1925 in Germany, which was, of course, the National Sozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterparty. But here we are, years with the same calendar as 2026, and that brings us, of course, to 1925. But we'll also be repeating the calendar in a Gregorian sense with many other years. But tell us about what you make of this, Brendan. If we're reliving 1925, the year the Nazi Party was formed, then tell us what are your vibes about this?
I mean, just the energies are the same. And it's just like, not necessarily even the energies, but it just means that the overlay of the Gregorian calendar just restarts. There's not much to really say about it, other than people that are, they want to reach a little bit and say, oh, the fascists are back and all that. I mean, we can wish for that. We can hope.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That would be my party.
But it's not going to happen. But it's not going to happen. Yeah.
Well,
As it did in that time.
Things, of course, go in cycles, but we could consider this the year that essentially my party is formed. At least centered on what you and I and Team Dietrich
you should start stamping. Better start stamping some stuff. Get some T-shirts made.
Yeah, well, even Hitler didn't have the opportunity to do much marketing or branding in that regard at first. So it's
well, he didn't join till later, if I'm not mistaken, right?
It wasn't too long later. It wasn't too long later.
Okay.
He joined around. First off, we got to remember it was. Let me see. When we go back to that time, obviously the person was insinuating on that, but yet the beer hall putsch year was 1923, wasn't it? The year my mother was born. So that would be before 1925. And Heather's back. So go on, Heather, honey, and tell us what's going on with yourself.
Listen, Doug, I'm going to step back for a minute.
All right. Love you, dear.
All right. Love you guys all.
Yeah.
Love you guys.
Yes.
Thank you.
Honey.
Hi, Holly.
Hi. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. So, dear Heather. Yes.
All I was going to say is when Brendan was talking about the Norse and the elves or whatever, and the goblins and elves, and those beings, it brought to mind that Mark Twain had written a book about Joan of Arc, and in the second, I think, chapter, and it talks about the fairy tree. It talks about that's when those beings were went away from our vision, that's when they went away from our, interaction and just being a part of our world, was because of Joan of Arc.
Brendan? We'll see if Brendan has a response to that. I'll just take it for what it is. I'm not arguing with it. A very interesting observation, Heather, and may well have quite a bit of merit.
I'll go ahead and I'll link the actual book. I don't know if it's just something you can access on the internet. I'll also put it in the YouTube chat.
And thank you.
I mean, that's a fascinating story, but I don't think one being could do that.
Well, what she did, I mean, I forget the story. That's why I don't want to go off on some assumption, but something about the tree where they existed had to be burned, and that's when she went off to go fight. Because when she was little, she would experience the tree with her friends and believed in that, and that was part of her her whole mission or whatever, is because the Christianism and what she was persecuted for.
And Brendan, your impression of that, or do you know much about Joan of Arc? I remember the stupidest thing Peter Moon ever said was, "We don't know nothing about Joan of Arc. We don't know anything about her." And I said, she's one of the most well-documented historical figures that we have. We know more about Joan of Arc than we know about almost any historical figure, because she was put on trial by the church and an immense amount of documents were taken. It's why she made history. So she was...
Yeah, well, she was the reason why they all had to go away. I think they had one chance to not show themselves, but they did.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And yeah, well, she was such a monumental figure that's not to be discarded. Dear Heather, thank you so much for that. By the way, Matthew Bush says Holly talks over Brendan, and yes, it's maddening. I tried to point that out, but the point is Holly suffers from a technical delay, and so she doesn't hear us when we're talking to her quite seriously. She really doesn't. She's in some kind of horrible dimensional whirlpool where everything is delayed. She hears us like several seconds, and I'm talking about like maybe a good 10 to 20 seconds after we talk. Oh, here we are. Joan of Arc chapter, The Fairy Tree, is now being entered into the chat by Heather Holman. Bless you, dear Heather. Beautiful, beautiful. Appreciate that profoundly. I'll look into that. I love Joan of Arc, and of course am profoundly moved by such things. So here we are, Gutenberg. Oh, the fairy tree of Domremy. Beautiful. Oh my God. Oh, that's delightful. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
but I believe that that's true because Mark Twain, he was writing the book of just like word of mouth. It wasn't like anything was documented. It was because he had remembered because it was so long ago.
Yeah, yeah, okay. And so that's wonderful. How about yourself, Brendan? Yes. You understand a lot of people didn't hear a word you said because Holly spoke over everything you said.
Yeah.
So you know, all we heard is Shiv's coming to take everybody down. So
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Whatever came out is whatever came out.
Is what is
no
meant
problem.
to be heard. You might
Pretty
want
much.
to do just a quick summary, however, a quick summary of what you were trying to say.
I mean, I think the gist of it was that this war is not against human to human. It's other beings against humans because they want to start Ragnarok.
Yes.
The final Ragnarok.
Yeah.
And like, it's just, it would take cosmic explanation, but that's what it is. I mean, we're the Middle Earth. That's what Tolkien was saying. It's the war between the Middle Earth and the lower realms, which is, Melkor and Sauron and these beings. So those are all allegories for not a war like World War I, like they were saying it's an allegory for that. No, it was an allegory for a cosmic war that Tolkien knew about, which is why he was against war, because he knew it wasn't human oriented. It wasn't a human source of all these wars and sacrifices.
Beautiful. And to yourself, Holly, when you told us about this calendar is going to repeat itself, what does that mean to you?
Heather.
Heather, yes. Heather, thank you. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I do it too, but
yeah, yes, that's right. You gave us this warning that 2026 would be a repeat of the calendar year 2025. And it said, don't look up which party was formed in. Okay, so 1925 was the Schutzstaffel. That's not a party. That's a paramilitary organization. So the Schutzstaffel, or the SS, was not so much formed at that time because it was actually formed during the time of the Bavarian Illuminati. It is simply a militarized branch of the Bavarian Illuminati.
Right. Well, that's the problem with these memes,
yes,
right?
Thank you. Yes.
Is that they're totally devoid of history.
Thank you. Thank you.
And just because, I mean, like as if that's the most evil thing that happened in 1925. I mean, isn't that around when all these central banks were getting formed and shit? That was worse than whatever they were doing up until a point,
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But yeah. Well, don't bear in mind the meme didn't say that was evil. It just said don't look it up. It just meant to provide a sense of ominousness. In other words, it's going to be a year in which monumental things will happen. Well,
they're implying that that's what dude is doing with this situation here, but that's not the case.
Actually, that's reading into it. I would say that the person who
well, it's an assumption on my part, but I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing, estimating.
But I would say instead, I'll point out what Trump's doing with ICE. I'll leave that to me, but I certainly appreciate you.
Well, as we saw earlier, obviously it's being supported by the
Russians. Tell them about that. Tell the listeners about that.
Well, I saw it the same time you saw it. I just forwarded you that
Yes,
little
but
headline.
tell them again the point being
That
made.
there was this website that was revealing the identities of those in question that were part of that force.
Yes. The ICE troopers.
Right? And
yeah, it was doxing the ICE troopers. Continue.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Doxing in quotes. You know, so which is, you know, obviously you know, like
to be commanded.
Probably what is it? Well, yeah,
Yes.
no, it's something. It's something. But anyways, there was a group, the person that ran the server said that a Russian hacker, what he claims was a Russian hacking group, had actually taken the website down. Yes. So as you can see, this is not
yeah.
You know,
that's
standard warfare. And it's between people.
Did I not say on record several episodes ago, just a few episodes ago, that ICE is a Russian occupation force by default? It is a proxy occupation army on behalf of the Russian Empire. Yeah. Yeah.
And anyone that has eyes can see that. Even Joe Rogan broke ranks and said this is wrong, you know. Yeah. And he's part of the reason dude got in the second time. So
well, there you go. Whether you're going to see a lot of that, a lot of they're turning on each other. Oh, now Heather Holman, is there anything else you want to say before I start going into monologue, diving deep?
Oh no, I just wish that I would have had a chance to read it, and I wasn't driving, and I would have had a much better presentation. But yeah, she was burned at the stake for heresy, right, or something like that. Yes. And yeah, it's because she believed in fairies, and they told her that she couldn't. But anyways.
Okay. So what we see is this coincides with a monumental work that would be titled "The Rise of the Church and the Decline of Magic," and so everyone is that's recommended reading for everyone. What happened was that magic was very much a part of everyone's life in Europe until the rise of the church. The trial of Joan of Arc was part of the rise of the church that that helped to stifle the reality of magic that was so much a part of everyday people's lives, including communion with the fairy folk. So in that sense, she serves as a demarcator, kind of like a before Christ and after Christ, in terms of man's connectivity to the Fey realm. And what was known as the Seelie Court, and the Unseelie Court being the more negative version of that from the ancient Proto-Europaic or pre-Europaic indigenous perspective. There was an indigenous population before the Europeans in Europe. These were, of course, an extremely diminutive type of people, very similar to Homo florensis, or what we call the hobbits. And they were annihilated and exterminated by the incoming people who would become the dominant population of Europe. Anthropologically, their homes and hovels were built into trees. They were, of course, the inspiration for Tolkien's hobbits. This is something that he knew about through being part of various occult societies. And it can never be forgotten that he supported, of course, Francisco Franco and the fascists throughout the Spanish Civil War. Very much a man who was trying to gift England something it had lost, its Nordic heritage, through his work. And so in that sense, he needs to be understood as one of the early ideologists of National Socialism. And that, of course, is an important academic angle to this. The spiritual angle is that of the church and its stifling of magic, which is, of course, the denial of the existence of the original peoples of Europe, the Hobbit folk, or Homo florensis by another name. And aside from that, people were still communing with them as they considered humans to be oath breakers. They still communed with humans on an individual sense because they were still oftentimes stealing their babies and replacing them with changelings, or that was the belief. People would believe that they had given birth to a normal human baby, and then the baby would suddenly manifest signs of Down syndrome or some sort of deformity or debility or disability. or debilitation, and at that point it was said to be a changeling, that the fairy folk had stolen the real child and replaced it with a changeling. Obviously, because if we are to trust the people of that time who said the baby was born normal and not showing or displaying any abnormal symptoms or behaviors, for it to change after a period of time, if you take their word for it, the changeling phenomenon was real. That being said, obviously, the demarcation point when people really stopped talking about fairies was the burning of Joan of Arc. With her died a kind of sense of communion, a sense of community that was transcendental, trans community between the worlds, that parted the veil between the worlds, because she was one of the last people receiving direct commandments from God. And that is something that is profound. And again, we know more about her than we know about almost anyone in history, because of the intense controversy surrounding her death. And of course, she was ultimately redeemed and vindicated and validated by the church as a saint. So everyone do bear that in terms of an account of a life. Her life was lived to the fullest, and the church honors her today. The same people who executed her horribly were the people who later on paid their own penance. The church's price being paid today is in large part for their persecution of Joan of Arc. All of this can be seen as karmic. But all of that being said, okay, hopefully that puts that in some perspective. Right, Heather? Is that good enough?
Yeah, that's it. I just wondered if she was Nordic.
Brendan, your understanding of that? My understanding, of course, was that she was a nice little French girl at Gaul. So Gallic, but of course, certainly Caucasoid, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, or possessing Alexandria's Genesis from some accounts, meaning a kind of purple-eyed individual of intensity. Yeah, definitely a Caucasoid white person, blonde, well, Nordic in that sense, yes. Yeah. And Brendan, any other thoughts in that regard? So we'll see if he responds. Dear Brendan, if you're still there with us, and then I'll dive deep. Yeah, obviously I'll go into it sooner if he doesn't respond.
Okay, I'm audible, but as
Okay.
far as I know, she was Gaelic or Celtic even.
Yes.
Of Celtic descent.
Thank you.
That's
white.
That's all I recall.
Yeah, definitely white and blonde. Definitely white and blonde. Gaelic, Celtic, Gaul. Well, Gaulish, Gallic, and
flames rose to a Roman nose.
Yeah.
You know, there you go.
There we are. Oh my God.
Yes. So she was definitely Roman looking.
Yes, there we have it. I like, that's horrible. That's a horrible verse. That's on the side of rap, but nevertheless, it helps us, gives us an idea of.
It's from a song. I mean, it's from a song.
Yeah. Okay, so, dear Brendan, thank you, Heather. Anything else you want to ask, Brendan? Dearest Heather, before I dive into.
No, not that I can think of.
Okay, well, we love you dearly. Say hello to Vin for us. He hasn't been on in forever. We do hope he's okay.
No, he sleeps all the time when I'm on with you guys.
Mm-hmm. What did she say?
He's above ground.
He said hi, and he sends his love. You know, we wanted to send you a Christmas present.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't know what to send you.
Well, tell him this. He said one time as a suggestion, almost certainly as a joke, that he'd like to do a crypto coin with me and we could do a rug pull and get me the $6,000 I needed for surgery. So let's get together with him to do that if he's willing. If not, I understand. A lot of times people say something in jest, and that's okay too.
He is wheeling and dealing in his computer at the moment, so you know we'll try to figure something out.
Sounds good. All right. Love you dearly, honey. And share our love with
you
it.
too.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks so much, dear Heather. All right. That was
Happy
beautiful.
Makar Sankranti.
Yeah. What did the people say with Hare Krishna? What did we say? Something.
That's all you say.
Oh,
Hare
yeah.
Krishna.
Oh, Hare Krishna. Yeah. There you are. Yeah. God damn.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Yeah. What does that mean?
It just Jai means to praise. Just praise Krishna. Yeah.
There we are. Yeah. Praise Krishna. Praise.
Yeah.
Praise Krishna. Krishna.
I mean, it
copy.
sounds
Yeah,
terrible
yeah.
when you translate it.
Yeah.
Shiva destroys anything. Hollywood's right. You know, it just.
Say that again, honey. You're coming
No, you know.
really glitch. You're really glitching up. Repeat that,
Oh, I'm
honey.
sorry. Yeah, Shiva, Lord Shiva destroys and annihilates anything that stands in his path.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
He can. Yeah, that's his. Yeah, the third eye can do that for sure.
Yeah.
One of his powers. Yeah.
If you place it at your house, it's a good idea to like put it outside facing the door if you have like stray cats or, you know, anything in your path, because you don't want it in your house.
Okay. Brendan.
I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, it's hard to
be
say.
honest.
Something about stray cats. Like, put what at the door in case you have stray cats? What the fuck?
You know, it's really at your house,
Okay.
inside of it.
Inside. What? Damn, Heather.
Like maybe don't put the effigy of Shiv inside your house because it's
Okay.
just too powerful.
Got
Something
it.
like that.
Okay. Thank you, Heather. Thank you. Damn, you could understand that. I'm impressed. Okay. All right. I'm going into monologue. Brendan, you're welcome. More than welcome to interject anytime you wish. Just go ahead and blurt on in.
Yeah. I didn't hear your response earlier. Why not just do a soliloquy? Just leave us all out of here.
Because
Blow us away.
a lot of times I have to get in the mood before I get into the space to do a monologue, and it takes a while. To
No,
get
I
to
mean the joke was no. Forget about the monologue. Do a soliloquy. That was the joke. But I need to work on it. I need to work on it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not quite sure what explain the difference for myself and our listeners between a soliloquy and a monologue. Obviously, I know about a soliloquy being a kind of speech, but explain the nuance. That's a very nuanced joke. In this sense, in this context, the disambiguation being between a soliloquy and a monologue being.
It says, okay, here's the formal definition from Oxford. It's speaking one's thoughts aloud, regardless if anyone's hearing or not.
Okay,
So-
soliloquy. Yeah. If I said that,
it's just your rambling. It would be just rambling about shit. That you don't care if anyone's listening.
Yeah. Okay. If I did that, yeah, man, everybody would leave. Okay. That's yeah. That's.
Well, you do it when I talk to you. So
True enough. True enough.
What did that creep always call it? He said a diatribe. It's just as bad as calling it that.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's not. Soliloquy is so poetic that
it's more poetic.
It's so poetic that it's actually a positive. It means it's a positive sort of stream of consciousness that would be poetic enough where people want to hear it. Okay, a diatribe is an insult, which of course that creep Peter Moon would always, say. By the way, Peter Moon, hey, Peter Moon, on your birthday, go fuck yourself where the sun don't shine. We all hate you, and we're so glad you're suffering, and we all know you're half dead, and we know you're not out there playing football with anybody. It's all a load of shit. So, and you never have any footage to prove it, and you don't even have photographs, because no one will take any photographs with you, and you're just a pile of shit. And someday you'll just karmically pay. You already have in so many ways. Your young wife who married you only because they severely overcalculated the money that you had hates your guts. And
wait, who are you talking about? What
Peter
happened?
Moon. Peter Moon. Oh, talking about Paolo leaving him, of course, because they overcalculated the amount of money that he had. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that son of a bitch. Yeah, who is he?
You're talking about.
Yeah.
You're talking about that
meltdown guy who talks about fucking kids up the ass with cucumbers. Yes. The guy on record. Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
How does someone do that? Anyways.
Yeah. Well, we know he does it with peanut butter, so he claims. Yeah. And Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather forget about this.
Yeah,
That stuff.
individual, yes. But it is also the birthday of Brooke Gibson, who's another agent of chaos. But anyhow, I've dedicated the episode to her, the illustration, and a poem. So she's welcome to check that out whenever she emerges from whatever torpor she's in for her birthday
Do you know
evening.
if she's even alive?
Yeah, I know she's 3 sheets to the wind if she is, but she's probably alive. But dear Brooke, if you're out there listening, come on and check what I've done for you, and that's the best I could do with the money that I have. Dedicate an episode, an illustration, and a poem. Send you some emails and some texts, and hopefully you're aware of that. And I think that's quite a bit more than any other person could do. It's a lot more effort than sending a card or any other gift. Okay, all
We know
that.
it's more than what meth freak would do.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you for that. Yeah, all he can do is fuck you, which I can do too. But we'll leave that up as a we'll question as to whether that's a desirable, depending on what condition she's in at this point in life. Okay, so Heather Holman brings to our attention that ICE an hour ago shot another person in Minnesota. But of course they would, and so thank you, Huddy, and heart for each letter here.
I mean, at this point, it's like I'm not even like surprised.
Yeah, it's like, of course. I'm not even sure if this is the one Holly spoke about earlier, but for breaking news, this is all we know. A federal officer has shot a man whom the Department of Homeland Security claims fled a traffic stop in Minneapolis and quote unquote,
I got
attack the officer. So a federal officer shot a man.
Wait, if you're running away, how are you attacking at the same time?
Thank you.
This is like physics defying like maneuvers now.
Yeah, this is quantum. Yeah, this is quantum.
This is like Schrodinger and shit. Like
yeah.
he's running away, but also attacking.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. This is simultaneity. We are now at the quantum level of law enforcement here. And it's
Right.
But it's Minority Report. They knew what he was going to do. They knew what he was going to do before he did it. And resultantly, thank you, Brendan. That's delightful. That input is always gold. Now federal
Well, it just sounds absurd on the face of it. I mean, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Crazy.
Yes, of course. And yet people eat this shit up. You know, the right wingers are just going to love it. They just, of course he meant to attack. He meant to come back and attack the officer. The officer had to. Yeah. Anyhow, regardless, a federal.
Retreating is not attacking, but whatever.
Yeah. They think it's a strategic retreat. He was strategically retreating in order to circle back. Because he's Kung Fu. Because he's Peter Moon Tai Chi level. Yeah, Peter Moon with his Tai Chi.
He was going to make a full circle, I'm sure.
Yeah. And by the way, Peter fucking Moon, Vinnie Barbaric, you little piece of shit. How come you weren't there on January 6th? Since you always defended the J6ers and their mass pardon and all that shit. Always said they were how come you weren't there on J6? Where were you on January 6th? You weren't out there doing your Tai Chi on the Capitol building lawn. You know, I didn't see you anywhere. At any rate, a federal officer shot a man in the leg following an attempted traffic stop. The Department of Homeland Security said that a crowd of protesters gathered near the shooting site, which rendered it somehow a threat. I'm not following the logic, but the agency said the shooting happened after the man and 2 other people attacked the officer with a snow shovel or a broom. They can't even decide. What it was.
The fuck?
Either a snow. That's a big difference between a snow shovel and a broom. Okay. It hurts a lot more.
Like at this point, are they just like parking on a street and then like seeing someone shoveling their driveway? It's like what was going on?
Thank you. That's exactly what happened.
Like this is at this point, it's like one of those situations like video or it didn't happen kind of. It's like you guys all have cameras, just record it, and then when you say he attacked me, then you can just show us. It's like, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, like Peter Moon with his football. Yeah, just record it, Peter. If all this is happening, you're playing football with children like you claim. Touch football with children. Yeah, if you're playing touch football with minors, how about a little footage proving that you can handle that? physical. Oh, I forgot. He can't film it because then he'd be turning himself in like Busfield, the actor for pedophilia. He's turning himself in for playing touch football with children. Yeah.
Wait, did that actually happen, or
Yeah,
it's just
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Busfeld, the actor, turned himself in. I mean, we can look that up. Busfeld, latest news. Instead, I'm getting Bushveld, Jockela Bushveld, St. Patrick's book, South African legend. Talk about obtuse. Actor, pedophilia, actor, pedo. Come on. Actor Timothy Busfield, or Busfield, probably American. All right. He turned himself in. Anyhow, this is what they say. It said something about what is the comments here are pretty funny, I guess. They're saying if you are white, you are more likely to be a pedophile than to win the lottery. That's an actual official statistic that came out. If you are white, you are more likely to be a pedophile than to win the lottery. That's not very challenging demographics there. That makes sense, I guess. Anyhow, so there you go. Oh, this, and follows up with a sheriff's deputy arrested after the mother found explicit messages where the sheriff was making passes at the kid. So the deputy was arrested after the mother found that, well, he's charged with child molestation. The award-winning actor Timothy Busfield, on the other hand, is, he groomed children and carried out a sordid campaign of sex horror that lasted over a decade. Showed no remorse. Yeah, okay. It's, okay, so there you go. You're caught up. Sordid news, and it's just, yeah. Any thoughts? You're welcome to share them. Yeah. It's he looks like a sleaze bucket. It looks like his acting is portraying homeless people. I don't know why they gave this guy an award. He looks like a down and out hobo kind of, except he's just a beggar more than a hobo, begging kids for you know what. All right, money down. Our lady Holly brought up how the first actually Brendan brought up the market's going up. At any rate, for what it's worth, Jim Cramer has unpacked Wednesday's market action, and that was important because that was today. It's still today, this side of the Pacific, and he says the wrong stocks are going higher. He's expressing concern about the sectors that led the market's gains. Point he's making, to quote his T, this was a market where the winners were consumer packaged good stocks and the oils, the worst possible leadership groups. The consumer packaged good plays are recession stocks. The oils are zero sum. That's the kind of relationship they have with the rest of the economy. So CNBC's Jim Cramer parsed today's session, and he's expressed concern about the sectors that led the market's gains, concluding that the wrong stocks are going higher. To quote his T, this was a market where the winners were the consumer packaged goods stocks and the oils, the worst possible leadership groups. I am reiterating for your benefit. The consumer packaged good plays are recession stocks. The oils are zero sum. That's the kind of relationship they have with the rest of the economy. Any thoughts, Brendan? Feel free to join in, or has he already left the call? He's still on with us, so, dear Brendan, if you have any observations to make. Basically, what Cramer is saying is that in a good market, companies should rally broadly, led by growth stocks, while cyclical names would also go higher, but they would take a back seat. So it's positive for the transport sector to advance because those stocks can represent the health of the economy. But most of all, I believe what Cramer wants is to see banks rally. When banks are doing well, businesses are expanding, companies are coming public, merger activity is strong, and individuals are taking out loans, perhaps to buy houses. But today, the bank stocks went lower, even as many reported decent quarters. So Wall Street is wary because of President Trump's threat to cap credit card rates at 10%. Many investors believing that such a cap could bring down the entire economy, as many people would not qualify for credit cards. So that cap would hurt not only the banks, but sectors like retail, travel, and consumer discretionary.
That's such bullshit from the bankers. I mean, come on. What, they can't make 30%, so they're going to shut down all the credit cards? I mean, come on. What kind of ridiculous shit is that?
It's highly reactionary, Scrooge-like,
Yeah, it's the
scringy.
Scrooge level.
Yeah,
Yeah.
scringy, stingy. Yeah, it's really, really miserly.
I mean, how much would that hit the bottom line, really? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean
Half those people can't pay their 30% interest anyways.
I agree. Kramer's making a bit of a stretch here. It's Kramer himself.
Well, they came out and said it as well. Like those.
Okay. Did they really?
Features.
Okay. Yeah. Well.
Yeah, they said we can't. Trump can't do that because we're gonna lose so much business, and it's like, if you guys already have like a bajillion credit cards out, what is that gonna do to you?
Yeah, well, Trump does anything he wants despite all these people protesting. I'm sure you've noticed that. So just because they say don't do it doesn't mean he won't do it, right?
Right. Yeah, but it's like he has to go through a proper channel as of right now. I don't think it's gonna last much longer.
Yeah, that's true.
Like they're saying, oh yeah, Congress has to do it. You can't just say it over the air. But it's like, yeah, he can apparently.
Yeah,
he will. So
yeah, I mean, even the analyst Kramer himself admits he doesn't think this cap will actually happen. Nevertheless,
well, he forgets whatever that guy, orange guy, says. He forgets within days.
Yeah, so. Yeah. Hopefully. Unfortunately, he remembers some things all too fucking well, and never lets them go. I mean, it's kind of like, remember Peter Moon? Couldn't remember anything I said. But he would remember Brooke GIBSON, even though I wouldn't have anything to do with her in the sense that I wasn't talking to her. I wasn't, I didn't ostracize her, but she pretty much excommunicated herself. She just wasn't in contact. But in his mind's eye, I was sleeping with her every night. And he was insanely jealous of this. And,
yeah, how could you do that?
Yeah. Tom, because he apparently
you
thought
were married to him. You had the purple string was around chugging on his finger.
Yeah, this is what he said on record. Peter Moon on record said that he and I were married. That we were tied together with the red string of Kokoro, the heart thread, through his pinky finger. Into
Which,
my
by
heart.
the way, apparently that's a metaphysical shop thing now. They said buy this red string to protect your front door, or put it on your hand.
Oh my God!
It'll protect you. It's like, when did this come around?
Yeah, only after I talked about it. Remember, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's all the rage now.
Yeah. God damn. We should have copyrighted it. Jesus Christ, the Dietrich red thread. Yeah, or we'll.
Yeah, we missed out on all kinds of shit like that. I mean, come on, imagine $5 a piece for something that costs a penny.
Yeah, yes, seriously.
Could have made a fortune.
Seriously. Oh my God. Woven by people in India, no doubt. If it's even woven, they just sell you a red string and you tie it together yourself, right?
There's just 5 knots. I mean, anyone could do that in a sweatshop.
There you go.
You can pay one tweaker to do it for like a couple days, and you'll have it for a year.
Love it. Yeah, Brooke,
tie 5 knots around the string.
Yeah, I instantly thought of Brooke.
Yeah.
Brooke, you can do this.
Yeah, but she has no attention span.
Yeah. Oh my God. For what it's worth, Kramer indicates that this market dynamic might not persist. However, he does recommend investors need to have some hedges and own stocks that can do well in a weaker economy, including consumer packaged goods names.
I mean, that guy just says the most obvious.
Thank you. Yeah, I won't promote what he recommended.
Bad money isn't that a bad guy?
Yeah. What's that?
Or he's always yelling at the wall.
Yeah, I think
that's his moniker, right? Mad Money.
Yeah,
Mad Money,
guess so.
right?
I guess so.
And he's always yelling, "Oh, you gotta buy now!"
Yeah. For some reason,
he says like the most obvious shit.
For some reason, he's pushing Procter and Gamble, which has like been around forever, and it is a nostalgia company. It's a nostalgia brand. I guess he's just nostalgic. Yeah.
Well, because they pay. It's
they
like
pay him. Yeah.
when it comes to investor stuff, they don't care about what they make. They just pay dividends, and it's comfortable.
Yeah.
Like if you're old and you have $100 grand, you just put it in there and forget about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Well, at any rate,
you don't have to worry about Elon coming in and tweaking out and crashing your retirement. Seriously, that's why they like it, because it's like the new stuff is too unpredictable. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. No, it's true, and appreciate it. That's yeah, excellent point. That having been pointed out, okay, everybody, Holly brought up the techno multi-billionaires having no answer for what'll happen when AI takes all our jobs. And of course, the moguls behind the biggest AI corporations have no unified idea about the world after AI takes everybody's jobs. At this point, techno corporations have made it no secret that their end goal is to replace all jobs with AI, thus cementing themselves as indispensable to the world economy. But what happens when we actually get to that point? Well, either they don't have a clue or they don't want to say. Cue Holly coming in with, Shiv, man! Shiv comes in and wipes it all out, baby! Yeah! Now, speaking at a press conference last month, Geoffrey Hinton, a pioneer in the field of neural networks, the bedrock of modern AI, often lauded as a godfather of AI, has gone on the record many times to warn about the social cost of AI solutionism in an economic system driven by profit. To quote his T, "It's clear that a lot of jobs are going to disappear. It's not clear that it's going to create a lot of jobs to replace that." Well, he continues by saying, "This isn't AI's problem." I like how he, what do we call it? Absolves AI. "This is our political system's problem." That's it. I love it. Blame the victim. "You're the problem, not poor AI. It's you." He goes on to say, if you get a massive increase in productivity, how does that wealth get shared around? Unfortunately, it doesn't. It's a critically important question regardless, as AI spending becomes integral to the American economy, yet one which techno corporations and the moguls heading them have been at a loss to answer. The SpaceX and Tesla CEO Elon Musk, for example, has waxed poetic about a future in which AI and robotics could make us all rich. Currently the world's second wealthiest person after Putin himself, Musk has spent some time over the last few weeks bleating about universal high income, man! A take on universal basic income, where every out-of-work payon would live comfortably off the prosperity of private corporations. Mega corporations like his beleaguered AI venture, XAI, which is struggling just to maintain itself, and yet is going to save us all by doling out some pittance. Of course, as the New Yorker magazine's John Cassidy observes, such material abundance for displaced workers won't be possible unless Musk and his fellow multi-billionaires agree to share their largesse. As Martin Luther King Jr., the Right Reverend Doctor whose holiday is approaching, wrote from Birmingham jail, "It is an historical fact that privileged groups seldom give up their privileges voluntarily." OpenAI's Sam Altman has echoed Musk's ideas, saying he hopes AI can bring about what he calls universal extreme wealth, in which everyone basically has ownership stakes in every AI company. Then how, well, we need money to invest, so maybe if you shared some of that, we'd reciprocate. Mustafa Suleyman, co-founder of DeepMind and CEO of Microsoft AI, has called AI a fundamentally labor-replacing tool, which is evidently worth the mass economic turmoil because, in his words, 15 or 20 years' time, we will be producing new scientific, cultural knowledge at almost zero marginal cost. Overall, it's hard to imagine this scenario coming to pass, and we can probably safely make a market bet it never will. Currently, Goldman Sachs only predicts a 7% increase in global GDP, or gross domestic product, over the next 10 years due to AI, while the Penn-Wharton budget model, or Penn-Wharton, depending on your dialect, budget model, foresees a 3.7% boost to GDP, gross domestic product, by 2075. 2075. Plenty of our listeners will be dead by then. Any AI-driven bump in gross domestic product would undoubtedly be a boost, but far from the one needed to avoid widespread poverty and anguish, sans major concessions from the multi-billionaire class. But hey, if they're serious about it, there's never been a better time for them to put their money where their dirty little mouth is. And for God's sakes, share some of that. Now, it's probably the reason why the 79-year-old Donald Trump is such a man in a hurry. Or a man in such a hurry. The sudden change in a president who has snatched Nicolás Maduro, is threatening Iran, Cuba, and Mexico, and even says he wants to take Greenland the hard way, if necessary. He is likely to find that American military power is not a magic wand he can wave endlessly without negative consequences. According to 3 people familiar with the cost estimate, the United States could have to pay as much as $700 billion if it were to achieve President Donald Trump's objective of purchasing Greenland outright. That estimate, generated by scholars and former United States officials, is part of the planning around the efforts to bring that 800,000 square mile subcontinental super island and its 57,000 residents into the American imperial fold. Of course, in one sense, from the economic perspective, you can fucking forget Venezuela and Greenland. Here's the real trillion-dollar question. As the world fixates on American imperial military misadventurism, trillion-dollar shifts in trade, R&D, and debt are rebalancing the global economy and geopolitique. The monolithic communist Chinese superstate has become the first empire to post a $1 trillion United States dollar annual trade surplus, while the United States of America is adding that much to our national debt every 71 days. In today's chaotic world, we can sum up the shift in the global economy and geopolitique with a single number: 1 trillion. According to the data, well, that's a sum, not a number in and of itself, but more like a sum. And according to the data from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, which I sourced, the year 2024 will be remembered as the first time in history that a national government's interest payments on its debt exceeded 1 trillion United States dollars. Despite United States President Donald Trump's pledge to cut federal spending and his aggressive global trade war, the United States is now adding 1 trillion United States dollars in national debt every 71 fucking days, up from every 150 days in 2024, according to the United States Congress Joint Economic Committee. This pace marks the fastest peacetime accumulation of national debt in history, with no sign of slowing down.
Big numbers, really big numbers.
Yeah, thank you. Your thoughts, by all means.
That's a quote.
Of Trump.
We're making big numbers.
Yeah, we're making big numbers. Yeah, they're making them. Yeah, can't deny him that.
Just because there's a negative in front of it, it's just a big number. You know?
Yeah, he's still proud of it. It's like a big turd. Hey, look, it's a big turd. I laid a big turd. Thank you. Last year, the Trump maladministration unveiled a plan to reach a 1 trillion United States dollar defense budget by the late 2020s, a target later revised upwards to a staggering 1.5 trillion United States dollars by 2027. Now, Trump himself, who has lamented being overlooked by the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, ordered military strikes on 7 countries during the first year of his second midterm. Brendan, help me out here. How is it a man that orders 7 military strikes in less than a year even expects a Nobel Peace Prize? It's like, I'm making peace, man! Well, he's going around kneecapping people, in drive-bys.
I mean, they were strikes for peace, you know? If everyone's dead, it's pretty peaceful.
True enough. True enough. The peace of the grave. I didn't think of that. Beautiful. Yes. You need to be on his cabinet.
Yeah, I mean, I have a resume to submit if they need anyone.
True enough. Now
I would do that gnome lady's job any day. I'd be like, yeah, it's
yeah, true.
Habeas corpus, what's that?
Yeah. That gives us the right to imprison everybody. Just the opposite of its intent.
Right.
Yes. By the way, for those of you who do not know, as someone who instructs the Blood Boys in civics, I am obligated to inform you that habeas corpus is what Abraham Lincoln suspended throughout his lifetime. He was suspended till the point he died. And this was how he imprisoned anyone who stood against him. Hardly a Democratic president, but then again, he was a Republican. So he basically imprisoned people by suspension of habeas corpus in wartime. So Gnome is thinking these.
I guess that's what they're. So I get it. That's why they don't know what it is, because they're assuming that's what they're going to do.
Thank you.
Or perhaps it's already been done. They just won't.
You're giving her too much credit. She doesn't know any of that. She doesn't know any of that.
No, she doesn't. But they told her what it was, and she just doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. She's just standing there saying, yes.
God.
Does that make sense?
Because she remembers the words. She remembers the term, but she doesn't remember the nuance of what they told her. Yeah.
They said, we're getting away. You're getting rid of that stupid habeas corpus, just like Lincoln. And she said, oh, that's good, right? And they said, yes, that's good. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Who was, by the way, another Republican, appointed fact. Yeah. So, thank you.
But that was supposedly when they were different. Like they always say that.
Tell people about the statue. Tell people about the statue. Pimp Lincoln.
Oh, which one?
Pimp Lincoln. Rape and Hope and Faith.
The one in Vermont?
Tell them about that.
Oh, man.
Dude.
I don't even. You have to see it. It's like a statue of Lincoln at some museum in Connecticut that was like commissioned in the 1900s. But it's so perverse. I mean, I don't see how that was ever art. It's like him standing with his top hat and everything. Like not artistic. It's him as normal, and then 2 of these like figures on their knees in front of him, and they're like naked. It's really bizarre. It's a bizarre statue of Lincoln.
Underage kids.
Yeah.
Underage kids.
It was really weird. It's really strange.
The girl is giving him a blowjob, and the black kid is buck naked. This is it. So, therefore, people should be able to find it. I will put it in our text box as well. So let's do that. See if we can fit that in here. And is this the one? Let's see. Here we go. So
I don't really want to look at it again. It was offensive. I just sent it to you.
Yeah, there we are.
I was like, I know a guy that deals with this stuff.
Yeah, the weirdest statue, as this man says. The weirdest statue I've ever fucking seen.
He wasn't joking.
Yeah,
I thought it was gonna be like some kind of grotesque, like what is it called? Like surrealist work, but no, it was weird. A little too real.
Oh man.
And it's in Vermont.
Yeah,
Amy
of course.
can go touch it.
Amy, we need a photograph of you kneeling before Lincoln, preferably with your clothes off. No, keep them on. At any rate, but you'd at least.
Well, it's in front of a museum, so don't get arrested.
Yeah. Tell them how the girl was originally naked. The girl was originally naked, but they left the black kid naked. They left the black boy naked.
Well, no, she still is, but they just like put this little kind of cover
over her nipples. Yeah. Over her nipples.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just on her back. I mean, you can see the front side if you just walk around. It's weird. It's really strange. Why would you keep a statue like that? I don't understand.
Oh man,
yeah,
it's
anyways.
disgusting. Yeah, tell him about the stovepipe hat. It's a pimp hat.
Yeah, I guess he's the OG. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, he's the man. Yeah, Lincoln. All right, enough already. That's I can't come up with a rap for that. That's at any
I'm
rate.
sure it's already out there. I'm sure it's already out there.
Unfortunately, no. I want to hear that. I want to hear people making a rap about Lincoln that, you know, exposes him for what he really is. That'd be delightful. At any rate, yesteryear, the Trump maladministration unveiled a plan to reach a $1 trillion United States dollar defense budget by the late 2020s, a target later revised upwards to a staggering $1.5 trillion by 2027. Here you have a man who, as we've said, he laments being overlooked by the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, ordering military strikes on 7 countries in almost as many months. The United States military spending yesteryear was estimated between $832 billion US dollars and $962 billion United States dollars. Barring a major surprise, the United States is poised to become the first empire ever to spend $1 trillion United States dollars annually on its military, either this year or the next. Now, some observers may shrug off these figures, noting the surprising resilience of the American economy. Annualized GDP, or gross domestic product growth, hit 4.3% in the third quarter of yesteryear, outpacing most other developed economies, which are significantly smaller in absolute terms. But tariffs have only hurt, not helped, the American economy. And, most certainly, Trump's tariffs did not make America's economy great again.
That's why he got mad at the Powell.
Go on. Yeah, tell us. Tell us.
Well, because he came out and he said, hey, everything would be fine. I would be able to give out normal numbers, but the tariffs have pushed up inflation. Because they have to account for tariffs because it's a form of inflation. So he said, look, I have to keep the numbers the way they are because of the tariffs. If we didn't have to deal with them, we'd actually have really good numbers. So that pissed, baby hands off. And so now he's like, now he's pissed.
There you go. Thank you. So it's all personal for him. Everything is personal.
Because it's like the economics aren't lining up with his will to power, as Nietzsche would put it. So now he's crashing out.
Thank you. And I appreciate that profoundly. That's very insightful input. And these tariffs will, by the way, Amy gives us a shout out. She says, loud and proud, she says, about Vermont. Loud and proud. Yeah, why is she proud about Vermont? I don't understand. I've never heard her say anything good about Vermont. Why is she proud? And yet she expresses pride. Like some kind of, they really ought to push Vermont. Like, I don't know, nature scenic scenes for tourism or Vermont products like maple syrup. They must make liquid crack that they inject into that fucking syrup because she constantly
harps. Must be getting a cut.
Yeah.
She's getting a cut.
Yeah, because she harps that she can't live without that maple syrup, which is like bizarre to me. It's like, so she's stuck in Vermont because of her maple addiction, which is really weird. And
is that what they call drugs these days?
I think so. Yeah, I think she's referring to this lab maple. It's this lab maple, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh man. And but yeah, what's there to be proud of with Vermont? It's fucking North Korea of the United States. You're under fucking, who's that guy again? Bernie Sanders, the communist. It's you're ruled by Bernie Sanders, a communist, and shit. Or is he gone yet? Is he gone yet, or is he still in power there?
He's still going.
God damn. Yeah.
He showed up to hang out with that Mamdani freak.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Of course. Oh, that's a prize. Yeah. And tell us about this. The social experiment Mamdani is playing in New York.
Oh, I have no idea, to be honest. I haven't heard of it. They just said he's in and he's a communist and he's a sick bastard. That's all I heard. And they said he swore in over a Quran, and that was all I heard. You know?
Oh,
Which apparently you could choose what you can get sworn into. It's not like you have to choose, you know, the Bible or something. Is that not the case?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's it's
I mean,
one of
Trump used nothing. He
yeah.
used just an empty book. It was just one of those black books that Peter Moon coveted and shit.
Yeah. Oh, and
Am I remembering that meme correctly? Where he just it wasn't a Bible, whatever it was.
No, it's like he was holding it upside down. It was probably his own heretical Trump Bible, which somehow melds it with the Constitution. Not melds it, but you know, it includes the Constitution as this weird, you know, kind of appendix or something. It is probably the weirdest thing in the world. That was something I was going to say. Oh, anyhow, she says. Lincoln Underground Rescues is what she says to be proud of with Vermont. I'm assuming she's saying this is what to be proud of with Vermont, but I'll just give her a kiss. So kisses at you know our dear Maple Maven there, and so. Yeah, if all that was going down, all I can say is they've got a great statue to commemorate it. Apparently, we would consider that in this day and age to be human child sex trafficking, which she calls the Underground Railroad to Freedom, led straight to Lincoln's den.
What was he doing in Vermont?
Yeah, no shit. What the hell was he doing in Vermont? Yeah, I mean, like,
is he from there?
I have
no.
No
He was
idea.
from Illinois.
Yeah, there you go. And isn't that a weird place all on its own? In terms of look, we're gonna get back to this. I'm gonna get back to Iran. I assure you we'll get there tonight. But what the fuck? Any new news on Iran, Brendan, that you can think of for the moment?
Well, no, we're not going to hear it until after it happens. I mean, we can just assume it's happening now.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
and so when it comes to what's happening now, what's your understanding of the situation so far as you know? Obviously, you're a person who's very well aware of what's going on in the Middle East, far more so than most. So,
I mean, to tell you the truth, I haven't been looking as far as this current situation.
Yeah, it's pretty
other than what
depressing.
everyone knows.
Yeah, and
I did see the chart of the you know, the heir to the, you know, what's it called? The heir to that person.
Mm-hmm.
What was his name?
You mean
original
Khomeini or Khomeini?
No, the other guy. The old one.
Khomeini. Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini.
No, not the Ayatollah. The OG guy.
Oh, the Shah?
I'm trying to blank. The Shah.
Oh, okay, yes, the real guy, the real leader, the legitimate leader.
Yeah, so that Reza guy, I saw the chart too, you know, his thing, and it seems pretty promising.
Excellent.
He's going into a moon cycle, so that's becoming more public, more famous. So he could, you know, in the next 10 years gain some recognition.
Good.
If he stays healthy and all that. So that's good.
Excellent. And
so at least they have that.
Yeah.
Backup. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so when with that having been said, yeah, I would I feel much better. I feel much better with that having been articulated. So when it I would say that Trump, of course, does say he's going to help. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but that's like, I mean, imagine someone like that saying, "I'm here to help." You know?
Yeah, it's kind of like you got to be really ambivalent about that. And so far, I'm not seeing any delivery.
I'm not doubting it. But,
yeah, and but we can hope.
That's like his friend coming, you know, BB showing him saying,
"Yeah,
I am here to help you." You're like, oh shit, you know.
Yeah, and
did you hear what he said recently?
What did he say, BB?
Well, actually, I was watching. I don't think it was publicized out here, but I was watching the some like excerpts of the Knesset. You know?
Yeah, the Knesset.
And and these people would come on and they would just like cuss him out in Hebrew, you know, like hush, 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 you know, just cursing him like you piece of shit and all that for whatever internal reasons they have to hate him. And then he would come out and say, you know, he would say, my reign has been good and shit. So I'm trying to find the article. I'll have to find the article to make sense, but it was just absurd.
Well, there's nothing he says that makes sense. But
one of the ladies was blaming him for setting up the October 7th thing.
Yeah. Okay.
And so I thought that was fascinating. That someone in the Knesset actually said that. They said, you set this all up and it killed more Israelis than anyone outside.
It's all true too. So they told the truth.
And he just and he just sat there like, you know, with his goofy Dumbo ears or whatever and just sitting there.
Yeah. Yeah. And that makes perfect sense. Yeah, there's nothing he can say to that to you know, to rejoinder. By the way, thanks. Yeah, thanks to our lovely Sheila Gavin. And so Sheila Gavin says, and let me respond to her. So I'm entering this for dear Sheila. Okay, Sheila Gavin says, she says, greetings, dearest Douglas Dietrich. Sparkling heart and a kiss emoji. Greetings, Brendan. So you're getting a greetings from Sheila Gavin, Brendan. She says, shouting out to Amy Como. She says, I love authentic Vermont maple syrup. I'm also a daily user. Yeah, and she says, thank you to all wonderful
team. User.
Yeah, user.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she says, thank you to all wonderful Team Dietrich. Douglas, dear, your transmissions are superb with very compelling topics. You're so kind. You're more than gracious. Okay, let's take a look at the latest sent from our man Brendan. Let's take a look at this. And so this is a link here. And you know what? I need to close some windows because I have some extra windows open that are eating up the bandwidth. So if we go back here to the center of the bandwidth, and then I have to open the call again, separate window. There we go. So Times of Israel. Here we are. Stormy Knesset. Lapid Spar. So Netanyahu says you're completely wrong as he's sparring with Lapid in Stormy Knesset debate.
It sounds cooler in Hebrew. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it doesn't translate well. I don't know why they're so fucking cheap. I mean, really, they're trying to live up to a stereotype or something, but they use like nothing but like Bing Translate, Microsoft Bing Translate, or Google Hebrew or something. It's serious because it comes out like Pidgin English whenever they translate their shit. I mean,
it's just like they don't feel like it's like those like the
goy outsiders like the goy should know, like
the outsiders should be sorry, not goy, but the outside of Israel people, like people that don't know Hebrew, including their own people.
Yeah,
they would just say like, if you don't know Hebrew, then we don't need to translate it for you.
Basically. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. That's their attitude. Yeah, that's right. Well,
like if you just speak like Yiddish or whatever, it's just like too bad, you know.
Yeah, and there we are. So Sheila Gavin responds, "Love you, Douglas. Love you, honey." Let's respond to that with. Of course, don't forget the, I'm going to try. And...
By the way, I love Israel for the hummus is really good. And they make really good products. Really good olive oil. You know,
and they're kosher. And they're kosher. Yeah.
The best kosher salt you can buy. It's from the Dead Sea. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff.
Yeah. Buy
their products. You know,
No, don't divest from Israel. Jesus Christ. At any rate, Trump tariffs will they will most certainly play an even bigger role this year in 2026, as leaders are increasingly worried about an economic downturn, inflation, and an asset bubble burst. The United States economy, after a tumultuous year of tariffs and trade wars, appears to have performed better than feared earlier in the year, with annual gross domestic product growth through the third quarter of about 2%, including a surprisingly healthy bump in the last reported quarter. But that, contrary to what the United States President Donald Trump claims, is not because of tariffs, but in spite of them. And 2026 is set to be an even rockier year on the trade front, with further negative implications for American economic performance. So back to this from Brendan, two links. One I've already read was, of course, the Stormy Knesset, which I'll just, give an eye roll to. This other one is Greenland and Denmark say Trump is set on conquering territory after the meeting. That's because that's what he said. He said, "I'm coming for you," is pretty much what the fucker said. Brendan, if you could elucidate further.
Yeah, I mean, the lady looks sketched out. I don't know if you saw her.
I don't blame her. Yes. Mette Frederiksen. Yes. The Prime Ministress of Denmark. Yeah. And
no, I think it was the Inuit lady, whoever was with this other person.
Okay.
That did the talks, but she looked concerned. Like, even people online were like, "Yeah, her body language says it all."
Yeah. Yeah. It's like thank you. I think
I mean, what's the point of even invading? Like, it's just like a paper transition. It's just like, this is mine now. There are already so many bases that are external. So it's a whim of a madman, really. There's no logical reason. I mean,
yes, quite so.
Yeah.
Quite so. So the World Economic Forum has published.
Okay, so I guess something happened to where the attacks or that Iran is spared for now because they reopened their airspace. So
okay, we'll find out.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that fucking sucks. We want to see action in Iran, not Greenland. At any rate, so here we are from Al Jazeera. U.S. tension lingers as Tehran reopens airspace. Okay, I'll tell you what the real issue is in Iran soon enough. I'll work my way there. But it's not so much the airspace, it's space itself. I'll get into that. At any rate, the World Economic Forum published its 2026 Global Risks Report this morning. And I mean literally this morning, Wednesday, because it's still Wednesday here on the left coast, ahead of its annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland next week. Now, this annual survey of more than 1,300...
the last survivor of D-Day died this last year.
Okay, yeah, well... yeah, okay. That's like, all I can say is, yeah, all right. That's nice. He was on the wrong side.
RFK commenting on Trump's diet. I don't know how he's alive.
Dude, it's like, I don't know how RFK is alive.
He says he's surprised that he's still alive because of the poison he frequently consumes. Oh, shit. Sorry, I just had to say.
We're all surprised in that regard. Yeah, and he's on a level with Peter Moon, that piece of shit. His diet was shit too. They're all like these kinds. Vinnie Barbaric,
he says he eats McDonald's, candy, Diet Coke. Yeah. Diet Coke at all times.
Yeah, and it's...
And listen to this pandering. He says he has the constitution of a deity. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Oh, that's
pathetic.
Of course, he's got to butter it up, and that is
This
pathetic.
is like shit my grandpa would say. He says he trusts fast food because he doesn't want to get sick when he's on the road, and he trusts it. That's like some 50s mentality.
Yes.
Where it's like, you could trust McDonald's because you won't get food poisoning because, it's always fresh and shit. It's like, that's not how it works anymore.
Yeah, my gang brother Beaver used to think like that. He would say, you know that their food is safe because they can't afford that mad cow shit or everybody'd sue them. So that's the thought processes. Yes, it's like... but
to get it like that, it's so much poison's put into it. It's redundant.
Yeah, no shit. It's like white processed bread. We don't see white bread anymore, or you really have to go looking for it. And there's a reason. They actually took so much out of it, they'd call it fortified because they'd have to pump shit back in. And there was so much shit taken out of it. That was an acquired taste. Everybody liked it because they thought it was pure. White bread, pure. And, so everybody was into it back in the 50s. My dad grew up addicted to that shit because it's addictive. It has this weird sweet taste to it, so...
Yeah, Wonder bread and these things.
Yeah. But at any rate, so understand this much. Once a year, my son's husband joins in this activity. the World Economic Forum, which has published its 2026 Global Risks Report this morning. It's still 9:57 p.m. We got a long way towards midnight here on the Pacific Coast. So this morning they published their 2026 Global Risks Report ahead of their annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland next week. This annual survey of more than 1,300 global leaders and experts betrays a fascinating divide in perceptions of short-term and longer-term risks. Most are anxious about physical conflict in the short term, ranking geoeconomic confrontation as the most pressing global risk over the next 12 years. Misinformation and desinformatia, or Russian disinformation campaigns, came as second, with societal polarization coming third. Collectively, economic risks showed the largest jump, with more concerns about an economic downturn, inflation, and an asset bubble burst. When asked to rank the impact of global risks over the next decade, however, the physical environment came as first, with extreme weather events, biodiversity loss, and a critical change to Earth systems topping the list. The specter of adverse outcomes from AI technologies is seen as a longer-term threat. You can read the full report here, so I will provide that for all of our listeners with a link into the chat. And of course, I will add that to the text of our Infinite Call as well. If this it sparks any rejoinders or thoughts, Brendan, don't be afraid to share them. Why does this matter, you might ask? For one thing, this is not some simple public opinion poll, but rather a survey of the global elites, the political leaders who run your world, the masters of your universe, the CEOs and experts charged with shaping policy in their countries and setting strategy for their companies. Their job, well, theoretically at least, it's what we pay them for, is to identify, prioritize, and deal with the risks of today and tomorrow. It's also a global survey, which illustrates how perceived risks like climate change, what I call climate catastrophe, or rather call out as such, are playing out in different parts of our world. Now, the WEF, the World Economic Forum's main value, in my perspective, is in creating a place for leaders with diverse backgrounds and points of view to learn from each other, to talk about the big problems and partner on the big opportunities. It can also be a place of more talking than listening, with too little focus on those who cannot afford to gather at a Swiss ski resort. But my son's husband has found it to be a place where leaders are often more reflective, relaxed, and ready to debate, excepting for the VIP reception scheduled on January 21st, when President Trump is expected to speak in Davos. And he'll suffer no interruptions. It's all I talk, you listen. That, and the White House is ending funding to sanctuary cities and states on February 1st. 2026 is going to be a wild ride. And of course, this sort of chaos is a dream for domestic politicians with their hands caught in the crotches of Tate and Epstein's meat market children while erasing history. 5 years ago, the outgoing President Donald Trump told a crowd of his supporters to head to the Capitol in protest as Congress was affirming the 2020 electoral victory for the Democrat Joe Biden. A short time later, the world watched as the seat of American imperial power descended into chaos. On the 5th anniversary of January 6th, circa 2021, well, it's the 5th anniversary this year in 2026, but we are commemorating in this month the damage that was inflicted upon us all circa 2021. There was no official event to memorialize what happened this year. We cannot allow tragic events and global headlines to act as cover for a government whose ministers burn our money and turn a blind eye to immeasurable exploitation. As a matter of fact, with that, I can provide yourself a link. Multimillionaires matter more than you. Of course, you already know that, and I'm belaboring the obvious, but it helps to reinforce the point, lest we forget, because believe it or not, we tend to do so. We've got a lot of things going on and a lot of distractions, as Brendan pointed out, which is the very point of the technologies afflicted upon us. The court's wealth gap is immeasurable. Well, it's measurable, but it's measurably immeasurable when you're at the bottom looking up at the Supreme Court of the land. A new study finding that Republican-appointed justices sided with the wealthier party 70% of the time by 2022, up from 45% in the 1950s, with Democratic appointees only siding with the wealthier party 35% of the time. You better go Democrat or fucking die. Jamie Dimon, the CEO of my own bank, JP Chase, cashed in on 2025, his roughly $770 million haul. Salary, bonuses, dividends, and stock awards lands as the post-2008 rule book starts getting peeled back and bank confidence returns. Though constitutionally a lame duck, Trump saw big names on Wall Street and from AI and crypto ply him with millions of dollars over the past 6 months. His SPAC, his Super Political Action Committee, raised $102 million, part of a larger Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent effort involving radical mid-decade redistricting and new state voting laws that political observers concur are aimed at keeping Congress in the Red Party's hands comest November. 3 donors accounted for more than half of the fundraising haul. OpenAI president and co-founder Greg Brockman gave the group $25 million. The operator of the Crypto.com exchange gave $20 million. And private equity investor Konstantin Sokolov gave $11 million. Trump's fund also got $5 million in contributions from Blackstone Chief Executive Officer Steven Schwarzman, venture capitalist Asha Jadeja, and a healthcare investor Benjamin Landa. And even as several Silicon Valley multi-billionaires have spraketh out about California's proposed tax on billionaires, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang said he's perfectly fine with it, though he could face a tax bill of more than $8 billion. Palantir's Peter Thiel and Google co-founder Larry Page are reportedly considering leaving our Golden State, as the proposal would levy a one-time 5% tax on individuals with a net worth greater than $1 billion. Some multi-billionaires are already fleeing California. A proposed one-time 5% wealth tax, To reiterate, this proposed one-time 5% wealth tax on billionaires is threatening to drive wealth out of our state. The tax proposal would cost our state's richest residents about $100 billion in the cause of Californian healthcare. A proposed one-time tax on billionaires in California is already sending some of the wealthiest in our state elsewhere. Proponents of the 5% tax say it's one of the few ways our state can provide health care for our most vulnerable. Opponents argue that it squashes the innovation that has made California rich. Earlier this month, the Los Angeles Times reported that our Golden State's richest residents say their success has created unimaginable wealth. Yes, it's so unimaginable, I myself see none of it. But also jobs and better lives for Californians. Why, just ask Brendan. Brendan, the rich say this tax is bullshit because their wealth is providing you great job opportunities. Tell them, Brendan, how much of a job opportunity list you've got because of these guys. They're tired of feeling targeted. Yeah, it just makes you want to cry. Yeah, on X, Jesse Powell, co-founder of the Bay Area-based crypto exchange platform Kraken, wrote, "I promise you this'll be the final straw. Billionaires will take with them all of their spending, their hobbies, their philanthropy, and the jobs. What jobs? Brendan, help me
So
out
they're
here.
cool. They're cool with, they're cool with like what, giving away money on philanthropy, but not tax. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't. Well, the philanthropy is apparently a lot less expensive. I mean, it's like
Well, you would think the one-time tax is less expensive because if you do business for 20 years, one time means you never pay tax again.
Thank you.
In theory.
Thank you.
Right?
At that level, at least. At that level.
Like they should put in a stipulation that if they pay and stay, then they're exempt, which is what the idea would be. But I guess they just, it's like a pathological anti-tax kind of.
Yeah, they're truly insane. It's they don't want to give any money away. It's all
but those other like Florida still taxes you. I mean, Texas, you still get taxed.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So
it's strange
that California is being progressive here in the most positive sense for the wealthy. It's just one time. Yeah. It's just one time, dude. Anyhow, and these jobs
in normal times that would be like they would love that. They would love one time.
Yeah.
One and done.
Yeah, but nobody's normal anymore. I don't get it. But what about this shit they say? Oh, billionaires are going to take all their spending, their hobbies, their philanthropy, and their jobs. That's
just basic economics. I mean, they buy just as much soda as the next person.
Thank
they're
you.
Not stimulating the economy or anything.
Thank you.
And luxury goods are almost always based outside of the United States.
Thank you. Thank you for their hobbies. What are their hobbies? This is how are their hobbies contributing?
Guns.
Yeah, guns. A lot of guns. Yeah. And what about these jobs?
Not even that. Like, I mean, even if it's like polo and stuff, it's all European stuff.
Yeah,
that's what their hobbies are.
Thank you. And when they say, "Oh, we're going to take our jobs with us," where are these jobs that they're taking? Where are these? I
mean, California's their biggest market. They can't just divest.
Thank you. We're the only people who can afford their shit. And at any rate, I guess our jobs are serving the Mai Tais. That's the jobs they're providing us. How much does that fucking pay? Unless one of them grabs your ass. Anyhow, some of them have already decided to take their companies to other states with lower taxes and less regulation. PayPal co-founder Peter Thiel announcing on December 31st that his firm has now opened a new office in Miami. Tell us, Brendan, what's so advantageous about Miami? I mean, like you said, he's still being taxed, you know. Oh, I guess he's going to go to Disneyland. I'll open it in Disneyland. Then I won't pay taxes because I'm part of a sovereign state. Didn't they end that? Didn't that idiot in charge of Florida end all that shit? At any rate, the same day, December 31st, the venture capitalist David Sachs said he was opening an office in Austin, Texas. The gay part of Texas, of course. California multi-billionaires who are residents of our state as of January 1st will be affected if this ballot measure passes. The tax proposal will cost our state's wealthiest residents about $100 billion if a majority of voters support it on the November ballot. In the meantime, the initiative's backers must gather the signatures of nearly 875,000 registered voters by June 24th. Now, as to what the billionaire's tax calls for, initiated, as it is, by my own union, very large healthcare workers union, the SEIU-UHW, Service Employees International Union United Healthcare Workers West, the very union I was a part of when I was a care provider for over a decade, initiated by us. The tax measure calls on California's multi-billionaires to save our state's healthcare system from total collapse and help fund our California public K through 14 or kindergarten through 14th grade, or does that mean 14 years of age, Brendan? Education and state food assistance programs, like my Meals on Wheels. Brendan, what does K through 14 education mean? I don't even remember that term. That didn't exist when I was growing up. What is K through 14? 14 years of age? Anyhow, massive federal funding cuts to healthcare as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act put our state in a vulnerable position.
I think that's a typo, unless there's some kind of new terminology.
Okay, thank you. I think it's new.
It was K through 12.
K through 12 is what it used to be. Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully that's a typo then. I
Like
thought,
if it's taking 2 extra grades to get through high school, then something's gone terribly wrong.
yeah, there you go. They probably send them to a trade school these days just so they can learn some skill or something and
Yeah,
get employed.
maybe it does factor in like the first 2 years of community college or something.
Yeah,
like,
weird
because
shit. Yeah,
it's partially state funded,
yeah, yeah.
so
That
something like that.
Thank you. That would make sense if it's not a typo that I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyhow, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act fucked us all up. The California
So I
budget.
think we're one of the only places where you can get free community college, or at least as close to free as you can get.
True. That's true.
Yeah.
Thank you for that point. Excellent point. And we need it. Believe me, people aren't ready to go out on the job market after high school. You need more after that. I remember that idiot, George Norrie, once saying, yeah, I was there with him. I was there with him when a high school prom was ongoing. And then he brought that up on the radio. Yeah, those kids, hope they had a good time, because the very next day they had to start hitting the bricks. Like, what a piece of shit. And I'm like, no, they didn't. They all went to community college, or the closest to it, because you don't get employed after high school. You don't get employed after high school. There's nowhere to get employed after high school. It shows you how ignorant that fucker was of the economy, and that's how old people are.
I mean, that's the fantasy. Is like, oh, you're 18, go work. I don't think I've ever met anyone that's done that.
Yeah.
Like, you have to be really like, outgoing. What is it called? Like, forward thinking.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna work exactly when I'm 18. I mean, it's rare.
Yeah, no, that's definitely.
Most of them are just forced to go to college because the parents saved up for it. They just say you have to go and shit.
Yeah. It's true. It's true, because the parents know. The parents know you're not going to get employed with a high school diploma. At any rate, the California Budget and Policy Center estimates that as many as 3.4 million Californians are going to lose Medi-Cal coverage due to the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, and rural hospitals are going to shutter, and other healthcare services will be slashed unless a new funding source is found. Now, the multi-billionaires could pay this levy over 5 years. They're not just taxing them only once, they're taxing them basically 1% for every year. So the 5% tax is over half a decade. And 90% of that would fund healthcare programs, and the remaining 10% would be spent on food assistance and education programs. Now, the chances of the ballot measure passing in November are uncertain, given the potential for enormous spending on campaigns to stop the effort. And unlike statewide and other candidate races, there is no limit on the amount of money donors can contribute to support or oppose a ballot measure. As to where our Governor Gruesome Newsom stands, Governor Gavin Newsom has denounced the tax proposal, which does not have unanimous support among the Democrats, because, of course, they're sponsored by big money as well as any Republican. Newsom has consistently opposed state-based wealth taxes throughout his tenure.
Yeah, I'm sure him being a multimillionaire has nothing to do with it. Yeah.
Thank you.
He's totally neutral party.
Yeah, thank you. Talk about conflict of interest. Yeah, that piece of shit. Anyhow, he predictably, based on Brendan's own observation, what Brendan's just articulated, Newsom reiterated his own opposition when asked about the proposed billionaires' tax in December. Now, at the New York Times...
It would hit him and his aunt or whatever?
Oh, yeah. Tell us about that.
Is it his aunt or his... What?
Yeah, I forget.
Pelosi. There's this...
Oh, yeah.
Online, they say it's Pelosi's cousin or something.
Oh, that figures.
Or he's like the grandson, or...
He may as well be. I don't think that's the case, but he may as well be, honestly.
Yeah, I think he married into her family or something.
Did he really? Why am I not surprised?
I thought you knew this. Oh, you knew it.
No, I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that at all. I mean, look, I spoke to the man once, and so did V, of all people. He came into an art gallery that was displaying V's art.
Okay, they have a family connection through marriage. His aunt, Barbara Newsom, was married to Ron Pelosi at one point in the past. And he has a brother-in-law and he has a brother. Her brother also somehow is a distant cousin, so they're all related.
Yeah, money marries money. Well, they may as well be related.
So they're connected through marriage. They're not like blood relatives, but
no,
like you said, it doesn't matter to them. They just money. They'll shield each other just for the money.
Yeah, of course. Their blood is green. Now, Now at the New York Times, when V actually met him physically, person and once, her art was being displayed at this gallery, and he walked in, and she told me, when I met him, I knew someday this man is going to be president, because she felt he was acting so presidential. Obviously, he exudes that vibe, because that's what he wants. He wants to be president.
Well,
let's pray that
would debate that, but yeah.
Well, let's pray that never happens, regardless. Whether he can swing it or not, in terms of power projection through force of personality, let's hope he's denied. At the New York Times Deal Book Summit, Newsom said, "You can't isolate yourself from the 49 others. We're in a competitive environment. People have this simple luxury, particularly people of that status. They already have 2 or 3 homes outside the state. It's a simple issue. You've got to be pragmatic about it." What a piece of shit. This is
so then why don't they just let them leave then? It's a free market.
Yeah. Why are they here? I'll tell you why. Because
to make money.
Yeah, we're not part of the 49 other states, motherfucker. We support all 49 of the other states in union. Without us, America's economy goes down to the level of Morocco. You dumb shit. We are the 4th largest economy in the world. We are tied with Germany, which just got ahead of us again, thank God. So it's we're the 5th after Germany, Japan, China, and the United States, with us included. But take us away, and the United States falls all the way down to fucking, El Salvador and shit. That's, so we're not part of the other 49 states in union, motherfucker. Other than strictly by geography. We're certainly not represented, considering our economic engine is what it drives, powers, navigates the ship of state. At any rate, our governor opposed previous ballot measures in 2022 and 2023 that would have raised taxes on our wealthiest Californians. He wasn't potentially eyeing a presidential bid during those years, however. Lorena Gonzalez, presidentess of the California Federation of Labor Unions, called Newsom's position an Achilles heel that could irk primary voters in places including the Midwest, who are focused on economic inequality, inflation, affordability, and the growing wealth gap. Gonzalez herself, whose labor umbrella group will consider whether to endorse the proposed tax next year, has gone on record to attest, "I think it's going to be really hard for him to take a position that we shouldn't tax the billionaires." Well, he's taking it, and he'll pay. Yeah, in the elections. He's not going to get many Californians voting for him. Now, nationally, as articulated by Brendan Zogid earlier, the candor of Jerome Powell betrays that Trump and the Fed are now at war over interest rates. The White House risks gutting the independence of our world's most important central bank in its quest for cheap money. The Justice Department, having opened a criminal investigation into one of President Trump's perennial rivals, Jerome Powell. Now the typically stoic Federal Reserve Chair is taking a stand. The skirmishing between U.S. President Donald Trump and the United States Federal Reserve has broken into outright war, with potentially enormous implications for the independence of the world's most important central bank, the United States dollar itself, and America's financial credibility into the future. On Friday into this weekend, the United States Justice Department issued subpoenas to Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, a Trump appointee who has spent much of his term under fire for not acquiescing to our president's desire to turbocharge the economy through loose monetary policy. So Powell's striking back. Jerome Powell isn't known for his expressiveness. The chair of the Federal Reserve has kept quiet over the past year as President Trump has repeatedly attacked him, often with the crudest language. Think moron, numbskull, dumb, and loser. That changed into the weekend when Powell announced that he is under criminal investigation by Trump's Justice Department, grossly misnomered as it is. In a video statement, Jerome Powell responded to the threat of indictment with remarkable...
That reminds me of the
go on.
One Piece parallel. It's like their police force in that world, the One Piece world, are the Marines.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because they're like a bunch of islands, so they're like Navy-based power.
Yeah.
And they don't know how corrupt the world government is, but they on their jackets they wear the kanji for justice. So they're going around like murking civilians and shit in the name of the world government, and they say justice. We're here for justice and shit.
Oh man,
that's what it is.
They're ice troopers. Yeah, they're ice troopers. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, there's good ones, in that series, but I'm just saying, like, in general.
Understood.
It's it's not true justice. It's just they're under the guise of justice.
It's simply enforcement. Obviously, it's not enforcement of justice. It's simply enforcement. And so thank you. I appreciate that. So in this video statement, Jerome Powell responded to the threat of indictment with what I consider to be remarkable clarity. To quote his T, "This unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president." Understated as hell, but for the first time, Powell plainly articulated the Fed's fight to retain independence from a president seeking to sway it. The investigation itself has to do with whether Powell misled Congress last year about the Fed's renovation project, now estimated to be about $700 million over budget. The White House Office of Management and Budget
But
began...
it was their own money.
Thank you!
Their own money. It was their own money.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why don't we audit that ballroom that he?
Yeah,
did you
thank
hear
you.
about when he pointed it out?
Touche. Yes.
Did you hear when he pointed it out? Like they were talking about something completely different, and he goes to the window and he says, "Look at that beautiful ballroom," and they're like, "Sir, there's nothing there," and like this is literally like his mind is melting in front of us.
Thank you. Yeah, it's.
I don't know if you saw that. Yeah.
No, you pointed it out to me, but I haven't had a chance to review it personally. But it's along the lines of maybe people could say he's just really good at visualizing. And of course, the real crazies, his cultists would say he sees into the future. He sees what it'll look like. Dude, it won't even be completed before he's dead. That thing will not be completed in his lifetime. At any rate, he sees it on the other side. It's what he sees because he's looking across the veil. Now, as we said, the White House Office of Management and Budget began looking into those statements about the Fed's renovation project last July. And Powell has said that under his leadership, the Fed has made every effort to keep Congress informed about the project. It's really hard to ignore the irony here based on what Brendan has just articulated. The maladministration that demolished the White House's East Wing without congressional approval, sans congressional oversight, even today, is now cracking down on construction oversight.
Yeah, what were you saying?
Bizarre.
I missed your whole...
Just reiterating what you said, that, you've got Trump who demolished the White House's East Wing without congressional approval, is now cracking down on construction oversight on the part of Jerome Powell's Fed. The hypocrisy is staggering. It smells so bad.
It's like, yeah, it's bad. And it's obvious. And yeah, so there's only one, you can't like deny it anymore, pretty much.
Thank you. Now, asked by NBC about the investigation into Powell, Trump said, "I don't know anything about it, but he's certainly not very good at the Fed, and he's not very good at building buildings." Yet, as Powell himself so notes, evidence suggests... Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on, Brendan. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he has his reasons, but what exactly would lowering interest rates do exactly for him personally? I mean, it wouldn't do anything. He's thinking it might stimulate the economy. Is that what is like? Trump, like, what does he want it for?
That's like, his thought. That's his thought. Yes. Here's the closest parallel I can come up with.
He wants to be like the Japanese, where they had it at 0 for like 20 years or something.
Yeah, good fucking luck. Yeah, and yeah, but the closest parallel I can think of is he wants to pull an FDR, though he doesn't have the same foundation on which to work with. FDR, of course, came in at a time where money was anything but liquid. In the days before FDR, money was based on solid currency, which was founded on, gold-backed. It was backed by reserves.
Yeah.
And what he did was he basically created a liquid dollar that was a fiat currency. So when he grabbed everybody's gold, FDR then said, okay, I've got everybody's gold, and effectively he had all that mattered. He conducted the greatest heist in human history, and once he robbed the till of the American people, having them turn all their gold in, which remarkably, in the most negative sense, they were incredibly insane enough to do, he then had all the backing for a new currency, which was a fiat currency based on a kind of speculation that since we've got all the gold, we can print all the money. And at that point forward, he printed his way out of the Depression. So a lot more money could be printed, and nobody was hoarding their private stash, which was kind of stifling the economy through a kind of fossilization, a kind of ossification, a fossilization of the economy, because everybody said, I've got my gold and I'm not giving it away because it's the only thing I got. Yeah, well, once he took it all, nobody had anything. So then he could print money saying, we've got all the gold, and now the feds are going to print all the money for you. And so having done that...
And they established the petrodollar.
Yes!
Petrobuck. Yeah.
Then he hitched the gold onto the release of oil from Saudi Arabia, which he essentially jacked out from under Churchill. He stole it from the British Empire. He went to visit the House of Saud, subverted the British Empire, and stole what little it had left, or the only foundation it had left for the 20th century. He stole their empire, essentially. He stole that part which still counted, the petroleum-producing House of Saud and surrounding environs. And when he did that, he hooked the dollar to the release of oil in what became known as the petrobuck, which lasted until the era of Richard Nixon. Now, all of this meant that the dollar is essentially a petrobuck now, and that was slave circuited to the output of Saudi oil, which meant they had total control of our economy, which was how they crashed it when Nixon, under Kissinger, through the influence of Kissinger, sided with Israel during the 7-Day War. Now, all of that was when everybody started to realize, fuck, OPEC's got us by the balls, and it hurts, and everybody was screaming, and lines were literally miles long to gas stations, and gas station owners were told, hey, if you open on this certain holiday, you'll make an endless amount of money, and gas station owners were saying no because they feared for their very lives and the lives of their families, because they knew people would literally shoot them to take that oil at that point. That's how bad it was. Kids, you don't remember. You have no idea. But all that being said, Trump...
Yeah, where they were... It depended on what your license plate number was and shit. You could, like, if it ended in an odd number, you could get it that day or some shit.
Yes!
Yeah,
yes! It turned
crazy.
Into a lottery. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
You remember! Because your dad was dealing with that shit. The car collector. Tell him about that. Tell him about what your dad's...
Yeah, I mean, there was like various like historical things, from that era. Like those cars had to become more fuel efficient just by you know, just because
Necessity.
there was no, that was when they started getting away from those really big gas guzzlers.
Yeah.
And they started releasing like the Opals and the little Gremlins and all those things.
Yeah.
The ones that we would consider subcompact. That was like the first couple of years for them, was late 70s.
Oh man, it was hard times. I mean, that was hard because that was a real bite in American pride. Everybody loved their big Land Cruisers, their Land Cruisers. Right. You know, they at any rate, yeah, that was a total change in American consciousness. Now, nowadays, of course, kids are getting adapted to a world without cars. Your personality was defined by your car that you drove in the day, and people would judge you by your ride. But those times are over.
No one my age or below cares anymore.
Yeah, thank you.
Except, I mean, there's like niche car people, but it's not as much as it used to be. You know?
Oh, no way. Yeah. At any rate.
It's like, why would you want to sink like $80,000 into it? You know, unless you have like really fuck you money. Yeah. $80,000 for a car is just meaningless to most people.
Thank you. Well, you wind up living in it if you're that stupid. That's
yeah. Well, but those kind of cars you can't live in because someone will just kill you and take.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. Yeah, that's for people who are truly wealthy. But a lot of people are living in their cars who, you know, that's all they can afford.
Right.
Yeah. So as Jerome Powell himself has noted, evidence suggests that this maneuver is the culmination of Trump's months-long campaign to pressure him into lowering interest rates. Lowering rates would boost the economy in the near term, but risk a bust in the longer term. It is the job of the Fed's Board of Governors, with Powell at the helm, not to accede to any pressure here. The governors are meant to carefully raise and lower the cost of borrowing over time, according to jobs and inflation data. The Fed makes these decisions based on what it thinks is best for the American money supply, not what the president wants, which is immediate gratification. See, Trump wants to win the midterms. If he gets Jerome out, he raises the pressure on the remainder of the board to lower interest rates, and then money's cheap and everybody has a lot more to spend all of a sudden, then he wins the midterms. That's the logic. But after that, the economy crashes.
Hey, I mean, it's not a bad technique, but there has to be money floating around first. It's like, just because of the interest rate zero doesn't mean I can go and get a loan, or most people can go and get a loan.
Thank you.
Because we're already paying back shitty loans from before.
Thank you. And we've got no free money, so.
Yeah, you got to have income to do that, to make business, right? Like,
yeah. That's
what's so stupid about their whole concept. It's like, you need money to make money, but they don't want to give the money back into the system. So it's just
this is exactly what
to use a car, car analogy.
Yeah.
It's like, if your carburetor has a bunch of fuel and no air, it's not going to start the car. It's going to flood out.
Thank you.
So
thank you. Perfect.
There you go.
No, it's perfect. And just so people understand, this is the mentality of my gang brother Beaver, who was the prize of the family. Beaver was, the one who took over the gangster operations while his brother became the big man in a CE. What do you call that? With the accountants, top of the line accountants have that degree. CPA. He became a certified public accountant. And when I called him and said, hey man, they're charging me all these taxes they claim I didn't pay when I got no money. My checks are 0.00. For 11 years, I was taking care of my parents. Now they want back taxes on all that, or I'm facing federal prison. You're a CPA. Help me out here. And he said, easy. What I tell all my clients, just give them the money. And after that, I'll get it all back for you. And he was serious. He said, just give him all the money. No, but he does this with all his clients because he deals with multi-billionaires.
Because they have money.
Yeah, and he says, just give them all the money, and I'll get it all back for you. In the what I'm good.
Remember that lady I was telling you about that was with my uncle? Yeah. She was a CPA as well.
Yeah,
and that was always their answer. How come you don't? Why do you need the money? Why don't you have the money to do this? And it's like, What do you mean? What kind of like? Because they're used to dealing with clients like that, or she is.
There you go.
You know,
and they have no comprehension. So this is the problem these
like,
people have.
basically what happens is they hide money,
yes,
just in case shit happens, and then that's why they say just pay it,
yeah,
and then we'll get it back. You know, shit
Yeah.
like that, because
Yeah.
they know all the schemes.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
when you start with 0, it's still a 0 times 0 is 0.
Thank you. That's what Troy Bellamy would say as a math teacher. Yes, 0
Yeah.
plus 0 is
Yeah,
0.
like-
Yeah. And I told him, I don't have that. I don't have money. And
Yeah.
he just couldn't get it. He really couldn't get it. How can you not have money? You know, and I like, what do you think? I mean, do you think that people just like shit it out or swear? Where? Well, but anyhow, I had to break off communication with him because we weren't getting anywhere. But still, it was, it's just obviously he and Trump are in a different world. That's why in August, Trump made the unprecedented and incidentally illegal decision to fire one of the Fed's governoresses, Lisa Cook, for purely racist reasons. But nonetheless, the argument could be made she was truly unqualified, but that's a whole different subject. The stated reason for Cook's firing was mortgage fraud, although she has never been charged with any crime and has denied the allegation. The Supreme Court will hear arguments in her case, well,
Yeah,
next week.
because I'm sure Deutsche Bank is totally legit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No shit. Anyhow, Trump also elevated a new governor, the MAGA loyalist, Stephen Miran, who has been pushing for more dramatic rate cuts than even his peers. He wants zero interest on anything for, to give everybody free money instantly. Well, those who have money. The rest of us are still starving. Anyhow, Cook's firing was Trump's most significant attempt to exert control over the Fed until into this weekend. Even if Powell survives this investigation and serves his full term as chair, which is up in just 4 months, Trump may still gain access by way of a handpicked successor. The smart money is now on Kevin Hassett, whom the Atlantic magazine staff writer Roger Karma has called out as a Trump propagandist. This is what... Think about this, Brendan. Jerome Powell's retiring in 4 months. Trump's pressing these charges now to get him out before 4 months so that they can get the free money rolling now before the midterms. This is how desperate Trump is. At 79 years of age, he's a man in a hurry. Your thoughts?
Well, that's obvious. Like, yeah, he's running. Because the astrologers told him he's running out of time.
Thank you. It's true.
You could see it in his chart.
Thank you.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's palpable. It's palpable. He feels death around.
He can feel it. I mean, he can feel it.
Or as my father used to say.
Remember when he was on the plane a couple months ago?
Yeah,
tell us. He said, he was like, they were like, do you think you're going to heaven? And he said, I ain't going to heaven.
Yeah.
Like that. So he's thinking about it daily, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, shit he's thinking.
Yeah. As my sire used to say, George Dietrich, the man who raised and guided me, he can hear the wild horses coming. Yeah. But the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party, including some members of Congress whose votes could one day confirm Trump's pick, has been expressing alarm over the investigation into Powell. Senator Tom Tillis said he would oppose the confirmation of any nominee until this legal matter is fully resolved. And the markets were mostly calm on Monday, opening our work week and suggesting that traders think Powell and the central bank independence will ultimately win out. Powell's future is uncertain, and the broader erosion of the Department of Justice has made it hard to trust the idea of any objective investigation. But the probe itself is a clear threat to the long-standing independence of the Fed. The past 3 Fed chairs, Janet Yellen, Ben Bernanke, and Alan Greenspan, alongside a bipartisan coalition of top economic officials, the top economic officials as released in a statement on Monday, they all got together. They all aggregated to sign a petition decrying the maneuver against Powell, reading, This is how monetary policy is made in emerging markets with weak institutions, with highly negative consequences for inflation and the functioning of their economies more broadly. Now, to better understand their concern, look to Zimbabwe or Turkey or any other country where central bank credibility has been undermined. When faith in central banks fails, so dost faith in the value of money itself, leading to hyperinflation. But unlike the Turkish lira and the now defunct Zimbabwean dollar, which of course they don't have dollars anymore, Zimbabwe does barter. I mean, literal fucking barter. The United States dollar, unlike those examples I'm providing, anchors the global economy. Any sense from the international community that the Fed no longer pulls the strings will be catastrophic. Trump's going to crash the world economy just to win the midterms, because he knows he'll be impeached if the Democrats win. He said so himself. Now, the Columbia law professor and former New York Fed economist, Lev Minand, has emphasized that the central bank is critical to the functioning of the entire financial system, the Fed's powers being essential tools in moments of instability, but in the wrong hands, they'll do far more than just weaken our goddamn dollar. All major banks hold accounts at the Fed, and those accounts can be cut off at its discretion. Anyone who abuses an American bank and who finds themselves on the president's bad side will be affected. Now, Powell's pre-recorded video statement distills our current moment in less than 12 minutes. The Fed's freedom from partisanship is at the core of its mission. It was created in service of our country's long-term interests. Now under siege by a sitting president, it has become an unlikely site of resistance. But they're fighting for us all. And indeed, in this war, this existential war, this war of the gods and anti-gods. By the way, thank you to the Real Tech Geek for Jerome Powell's letter to the senators in July. The Fed sent a letter to the Senate Banking Committee in July that extensively responded to their inquiries on the Fed building renovation. So he's been keeping everyone informed with a policy of transparency. By the way, Realtek says, Powell will be fine. He didn't do anything wrong. Even the Congress committee last year that the Federal Reserve renovations was going over budget. Yes, he informed them of such. He kept them up to date. Bless you. So that's our man, T-Tank. And okay, let's give him some acknowledgement there. Actually, Realtek, I mean to say, Realtek. Let's give him some acknowledgement there. And appreciate your participation by all means. Now, indeed, in this, Trump has said the quiet part out loud, admitting that he's waging war against the American people. In his own Oval Office remarks, it's sort of like war. You see, Donald Trump signed executive orders from the Oval Office several months ago in September, and during Q&A, question and answer session with the press, Trump said the quiet part out loud and stated that he's waging a war against the American people with his deployments of federal agencies and the National Guard to various cities across our country. Currently, the Trump maladministration is trying to escalate tensions between ICE and the American people in Minnesota. With that, we're going to provide you a link to his statements in chat, and I will link it into the text of our infinite call. And there we are. Big Ugly himself laying it down. Now, how many Americans actually won a race war? Well, let's look at the numbers. During the 2024 campaign, Donald Trump promised to deport every illegal immigrant who was a rapist, murderer, or thief. He also promised to deport 20 million immigrants. Some voters believed the first promise, other voters believed the second. And because the American people are just plain butt-fucking stupid, the first group of voters believed that there were 20 million undocumented immigrants who have committed felonies. This is simply not possible. The total number of people in prison in America today, and I'm including federal, state, local, and even Native American tribal land prisons, is just under 2 million. The number of undocumented immigrants who have committed serious crimes cannot be 10 times the entire prison population of these United States. If it were, then daily life in America would look like Escape from New York. So some Trump voters were duped owing to their general ignorance and our numerical illiteracy, but others were not. Others signed up for Trump because of his second promise, the 20 million deportations, and viewed the first promise, about deporting only criminals, as the crap necessary to get the suckers aboard. There are trois crucial questions about these trois groups of idiots. The first is, what is their relative size? What percentage of red Republican voters were tricked into voting for Trump's immigration policies versus what percentage are getting exactly what they wanted? Would you like to guess? Go ahead. I promise that whatever you're thinking, it isn't dark enough. Because sourced poll proves that 8 in 10 Republicans want a total race war. The conservative editor of the Bulwark magazine, Jonathan Last, argued that there are 12 groups of President Donald Trump's voters. Those who signed on to deport 20 million immigrants regardless of whether they committed any crime, and those who signed on with Trump's plan to remove only immigrants who were criminals. The question John Last wants to answer is how many dupes voted for Trump versus the avowed racists who simply want all brown people gone. To get his answer, John Last reviewed an AP/NORC poll showing consistent 80% support for Trump's immigration policies among Republicans. Then he compared that to a more recent YouGov poll showing 80% of Republicans still approve of United States immigration and customs enforcement even after they shot and killed the 37-year-old United States citizen, Renee Good, in footage that patently reveals no threat to agents whatsoever. That's a lot of racists in one party. But what's worse is the tally of avowed racists occupying high federal positions, including Vice President J.D. Vance, Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, as indicated by a recent Homeland Security post claiming to seek the mass deportation, of 100 million. 100 million deportations. Couple that with a volley of Euro-Caucasoid propaganda posts from Trump's Department of Labor, and you've got even more insight, most especially after the Trump maladministration provoked horror this week last with the suggestion that the United States could be turned into a paradise if only over a quarter of the people in our country were mass deported. On Wednesday, midweek last, the official social media account for the Department of Homeland Security posted a piece of artwork depicting a pink late 1960s Cadillac Eldorado parked on a bright, idyllic beach. And over the clear blue sky are the words, "America after 100 million deportations." Said post was captioned by the agency, "The peace of a nation no longer besieged by the third world." Social media users later discovered that the Department of Homeland Security had ironically stolen the image from the Japanese pop artist Hiroshi Nagai, sans legally acknowledging any credit. Imagine that, Brendan. They stole the art of a Japanese illustrator.
Surprise, not. They probably didn't even know where it came from. They just saw, oh, Americana, it's Americana.
Yeah. Oh my god. Only a manga or anime artist would even put that out these days.
Of course.
Yes. Oh my god.
Certainly no one here. There's not enough, people leisurely, anyone with enough money to do art here is just on drugs or something.
Thank you.
They're wasting their time. Yeah.
It's so true. It's so true. Yeah. Well, this is hardly the first time the maladministration has abused edgy and inflammatory social media posts to promote its ill agenda, but DHS has come under particular scrutiny for its style of miscommunication, which often evokes white ethno-nationalist rhetoric and symbolism. Posts by the agency have cheered remigration, a term that far-right parties in Europe have oft abused to describe the forced repatriation of non-white populations, including citizens. Other posts have referred to President Donald Trump's mass deportation campaign as part of an effort to defend American heritage and culture, whatever that may be, as they can never define it themselves. The agency frequently evokes images of the American frontier and references manifest destiny, at times explicitly posting artwork glorifying the forced displacement, the mass displacement of Native American populations. That was, ultimately, an exercise in genocide. An image by the said agency, featuring a chiseled Uncle Sam calling on Americans to report all foreign invaders, all in the uppercase, Trump style, was even directly sourced from an overt neo-Nazi account. The agency has only continued to double down in the face of criticism this week last, or I should say at this point, this last week. On Friday, it posted that 2026 will be the year of American supremacy over an image of then General George Washington crossing the Delaware River before he was president, which was emblazoned with the phrase, "Return this land," a known reference to a recently founded whites-only town in rural Arkansas known as Return to the Land.
Which, by the way, he fought the Brits because they were taxing without representation. Yeah.
Thank you.
They taxed his like whatever he had.
His slave plantation. Plantation. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, supposedly he was doing mercantile stuff too, allegedly. Right.
Oh, I'm sure he was.
That's where all the tea came from and shit.
Yeah, of course. Well, he had the money to do anything he fucking wanted. He was just like, but like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, it just wasn't enough. Yeah, he had to have power too. Yeah. There you go. Thank you. At any rate, last Wednesday's post, 1 week ago tonight, calling for 100 million deportations, was specifically perhaps the most direct nod yet to those who believe the United States must be reconstituted, and I mean that in the literal sense, as a white nation. As the United States Census Bureau is quick to point out, only about 47 million people living in America, inclusive myself, are foreign-born. So getting rid of 100 million includes a lot more. It means that even if the maladministration kicks out every single immigrant, including legal residents and naturalized citizens as myself, meeting such an objective would mean mass deporting 53 million people who were born in these United States and are legally entitled.
Forget about 6 million. How are you gonna what are the logistics? It's not even logistically possible to do that.
Thank you.
Like, that doesn't even add up.
Thank you. Well, maybe he thinks that'll be the economy of the future. Everybody will be employed pushing other people out. At any rate.
I mean, but it takes planes and trains and boats. I mean, easier. Even killing them wouldn't be possible to kill 50 million.
Yeah, well, that they could do easier. That would ultimately, that's what they would resort to. And understand, they'd be exterminating because you can't move that many people. You can't feed that many people. All you can do at those numbers is kill them. It means that they would be annihilated.
So he's basically just another Mao.
Yes.
Whoever.
Thank you.
Good God.
Excellent analogy.
He's just going to starve out 50 million and just say, oh, it was their fault. They were, whatever.
They're not real Americans anyway. But, all kinds of whites will starve right along with them. I guess it's collateral damage.
Well, they are. Apparently they are. Allegedly.
Yeah.
I've heard.
Well, tell all the people about that. All the people you see crying. Oh!
Well, there was some guy that was on the news, and he said he was talking about not being able to sell his soybeans anymore because China's not buying. And he said, I don't think I'm ever going to get my profits back like they were, years ago.
Yeah,
like
of course.
Obama era, when we had that trade agreement with China and all that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, and you can bet your ass he voted for Donald Trump.
Well, he didn't say, but he definitely wasn't happy with him.
Yeah. Anyhow, contending with 53 million people, either in deportation or extermination, who were born in these United States and are legally entitled to citizenship under the 14th Amendment, that is what is called democide, the annihilation of a people by their own government. If the abuse of the phrase third world did not make it obvious enough, the specific number, 100 million, overtly betrays the racial motivation behind the message. Citing 2020 census data for demographics of the United States, I can point out that approximately 100 million people in these United States identified as non-white. So that just means they're non-white, they gotta go! Now, the DHS post irresistibly draws comparisons to one made earlier this year by the close Trump ally and unofficial White House operative, Laura Loomer, who suggested that, thanks to Alligator Alcatraz, the massive internment camp in Florida for those mass arrested by immigration agents, the alligators are guaranteed at least 65 million meals. And she really believes they're going to feed them all to the alligators, which references the total number of Hispanic people in these United States. 65 million. While it's almost certainly not possible for the maladministration to conduct a mass deportation campaign of such a staggering scale within Trump's term of office, the maladministration's latest post is frightening to any observer, even as they acknowledge that it's a troll post meant to rile people up. It is still reflective of the Trump maladministration's ideology with respect to immigration. Leaders of Trump's mass deportation effort have acknowledged that they target people based on their appearance, and many non-white United States citizens have been caught in the dragnet. Meanwhile, its refugee policy has welcomed only white Zuid-Afrikaners, as Trump has enacted what he says is a permanent pause on migration from all third world countries. Now, during 2026, the maladministration has said it plans to target hundreds of United States citizens each month for denaturalization. And Trump has called for it to be used rather abused, against his most prominent critics, including the Somali-born, the Somali-American representativist, Ilhan Omar, who was actually born in these United States. The Democrat from Minnesota, you might remember. And New York's first Muslim mayor, Zohran Mamdani. And in response to the DHS's call for 100 million deportations, Ben Norton, the editor of the Geopolitical Economy Report, has gone on record to state, "This is absolutely insane propaganda posted by the U.S. government. It makes it clear that the Trump administration's mass deportation drive is not actually about illegal immigration. There are estimated to be 14 million undocumented immigrants in the U.S., but the DHS wants to deport 100 million people. This is a call by the U.S. regime for ethnic cleansing of racial minorities, to create a white supremacist regime without anyone with third world heritage." Before sharing a recent United States Department of Labor ex-post ordering Americans to remember who you are, the aforecited Jonathan Last asked, and here I quote his T, at length and verbatim, "Want to guess who those other 57 million Americans might be? It seems pretty clear that at best, 1 in 5 Trump voters were duped. The majority of them are getting exactly what they wanted. Now, if Trump were to lose the support of 20% of Republican voters, or even 14%, it would be meaningful for Republican electoral prospects, which is nice. The problem is that having 80% of Republican voters actively supporting a Russiist race war is meaningful for our societal prospects. There are 43 million foreign-born Americans. Most of them are legal immigrants. In order to perform 100 million deportations, DHS would have to round up every immigrant of any status, even naturalized citizens, and then also snatch 57 million Americans who are citizens by birth and deport them too. On the one hand, it feels weird to say that the U.S. government is attempting some low-key ethnic cleansing. On the other hand, the reality is that we have a masked secret police force going door to door, attempting to kidnap brown people. One government agency publicly daydreaming about deporting 100 million people, and another government agency saying that the ideal worker is a 20-year-old white guy. Oh, Brendan, help me there. Really? Really? Tell them about your average 20-year-old white guy, Brendan.
Yeah, not much is gonna get done. Yeah. I wasn't doing much. I'll tell you that.
Oh, shit. Delightful. Yes. And all too true. At any rate, and remember, this guy's a conservative. He's the editor of The Bulwark. And John Last concludes that this information mingles horribly with the White House's obsession with white Americans' falling fertility rate and its constant citation of stuff white people like, including egregiously false claims that white men who did extremely well in high school are not getting invited to college, despite white men having a significant advantage during the application process. But tell us a bit about that, Brendan. Basically, so these white guys go to college to become managers generally, so they can tell everybody else what to do.
How about make it affordable or help assist in the affordability?
Yes.
Then maybe people will go.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's not rocket science.
Thank you.
Like, why? No one. It's starting to fatigue people. It's like you can't go $100,000 in debt for no job.
Thank you.
It's not logical. Yeah.
Yeah, and they want to start garnishing wages. Tell people what that would do. When they start garnishing wages, there's no point in even going to work.
Yeah, we're about to see it. It's going to start happening, you know? Yeah. Why even work when your shit's good?
Yeah. Thank you. They better start getting that AI mobilized to take over every fucking job because nobody's going to show up. Brendan, help me out here.
The only explanation is that they're going to wipe out the population. There's no other logical route.
Thank you.
You can't have all these randos.
Thank you. Very much appreciated. Yeah, that's exactly what they're gonna try, and it'll be by starvation. At any rate, it's
that one's the old school one. That's the old one.
It's the go-to. It's the go-to. Yeah. Stalinist famine. Thank you. And if this is race war, then it's also a sex war. And Rene Good is now the face of opposition. But none of this should ever even have happened. During the 2024 campaign, Donald Trump promised to end wokeness. Since reaching office, he's instead mounted an assault on the most basic and long-standing civil rights protections. Rene Good, the Minneapolis woman killed by an ICE agent last week, is the latest person to lose her life and become a political symbol in the Trump era. Sleuths, both amateur and professional, have pored over videos of Rene Good's shooting to figure out what really transpired, but at the core of the tragedy is a larger truth. None of this needed to happen. And with that, I give you a video, or rather an article, on how parents should talk to kids about Rene Good's killing. This should help you all process, well, the unprocessable. And I will enter this as well into the text of our infinite call. And hopefully that will provide those of you who have children who ask you why, when they hear about Rene's 3 children who came home from school to receive the worst news they will ever receive in their lives. Well, protests are a cacophony of signs, slogans, and chants, but at the anti-ICE demonstrations that took place around Boston and across the country over the weekend, one name and face has risen above the rest. In the days since an ICE trooper fatally murdered her, Rene Good, a 37-year-old Minneapolis woman, has become the rallying cry for Americans' opposition to the Trump maladministration's mass deportation policies. Now, luce is spelled L-U-C-E. It's the Italian word for light. It's the network of pro-immigrant groups that organized a mass demonstration outside Boston City Hall on Saturday. They gave out signs with a drawing of Goods' face, framed by pastel-colored flowers. James Adams, a substance abuse counselor from Townsend, who carried a placard that read, "Say her name!" told the press that she's another martyr. Martyr comest from the Greek word for witness. According to Pietra Adame, a luce organizer, again the Italiano word for light, that's exactly what Good was doing. She saw injustice happening in her neighborhood. She died trying to protect the community. So let's go into the making of a martyr. The United States has had political martyrs since before it was a country, and some of Saturday's protesters sought to summon that history. One held a sign featuring 6 coffins. 5 reproduced a 1770 Paul Revere engraving memorializing the colonists killed in the Boston Massacre. The 6th was labeled with Good's name. Comparing British troops occupying Boston to the thousands of immigration agents the Trump maladministration has dispatched to Minneapolis, a local high school history teacher participating in protestation, who identified herself as Michelle, told the Fourth Estate, "In my mind, these 2 events are linked." Now, people who become symbols often fit a sympathetic mold. Activists who challenging segregation in Montgomery, Alabama. They deliberately elevated Rosa Parks, a seamstress who nonviolently refused to give up her bus seat in 1955, as a living embodiment of the civil rights movement. On Saturday, protesters similarly drew on aspects of Good's biography. Her citizenship status was one of them. At least 32 people died in anti-immigration mass detention yesteryear, a decade high. And an ICE trooper fatally shot a Mexicano man named Silvario Villegas Gonzalez during a September traffic stop near Chicago. But one Cambridge protester who declined to give his name iterated that Good was an American citizen. Any one of us could have been in that situation. He carried a sign featuring a still from a cell phone video of Good in her car, speaking kindly to an ICE trooper seconds before he killed her. Now, many have noted that Good leaves behind her 3 children. Alana Floyd, a 28-year-old speech-language pathologist, held up a cardboard sign that read, "Then they came for a mom of 3." Now, Trump, vice president... Yeah.
Which, by the way, allegedly, according to the internet, the guy, the executioner, he had some Filipino wife that he brought over from the Philippines that he's trying to get citizenship through
guaranteed
marriage.
Guaranteed.
Well, that's apparently what it was.
Yeah. No, guaranteed. You know why that's so? That is not even.
Well, the first thing I thought, because of the Dietrich pollution, is he picked her up when she was 12 or something from the Philippines.
Yeah. But beyond that,
I was like, I assume that.
Yeah. Well, okay, you can bet on that too. But that's almost secondary. I tell you all that these white racists, they always have some Filipino chick, and this is because they are basically, there are so many factors at work here. It is, even if they marry her at legal age, the Americans have yellow fever. The white guys love Asian chicks because it's frustrated pedophilia. It's like, to an Asian guy, like the Japanese who do anime. Help me out here, Brendan. All the Japanese who do anime, they show women as fully formed blow-up dolls. They're all blow-up dolls, big tits.
I mean, there's some like other ones, but 90% is like big tits, huge ass.
Exaggerated proportionality. Bouncing with weight. Like real women have. Because Americans, I don't know why, but Americans, when they draw female superheroes in latex, their tits are like helium balloons, and their tits float. I never understood that. Like, is it an uplift bra you're trying to portray, or are her tits somehow filled with helium? I never got that, but you may have noticed that with American superheroines. They're
well, I sent you what I prefer. It's in the chat.
Oh yeah,
it's in your chat.
I'm loving it. I hearted it. Yeah. If they had an erect penis emoji, I would have used that. But at any rate.
Oh yeah, we'll refrain from that.
Yeah. At any rate,
we don't want any what is it? What's that shit? Cucumbers and shit.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Well, let's put it this way. Cucumbers are preferable to Vinnie Barbaric, or Peter Moon as he calls himself.
Oh yeah, well let's not go there.
Any day of the week. But
I don't want to ruin it. Ruined it for me for a while, so let's not. We don't want to repeat like ruining foods for me.
I mean, I love cucumbers.
I still haven't had peanut butter, just so everyone knows. It's off my list permanently.
I love fresh cucumber to eat. I can't. But I try not to think of Vinnie Barbaric when I'm eating it now. Yeah, that's right. You gotta have to. You push that out of your mind. His fetish with it. Yeah, son of a bitch. Yeah. At any rate, when it comes to the illustrations that Japanese make of white women and other women who look white in anime, and Asian women too, they're always fully proportioned. And they particularly like the white chicks because they're like blow-up dolls. They're like a dream come true. When white guys go after Asian chicks, it's all based on the fact that they're generally speaking flat-chested. So flat-chested you could land a glider on their chest. And they really go because they have no asses, and they look like, well, basically children that will never get any bigger. Their boobs and asses are not going to grow out. And the white guys love it, because they can fantasize they're fucking a child. It's frustrated pedophilia. This is the case with a lot of them. Not all of them. but a lot of them. And no one can accuse my father of that, the man who raised and guided me, my legal father, because Diana Dietrich, the woman he married, was often mistaken for white because she had a boob job and was well developed enough where her nickname in Asia was B29 because of her bomber boobs. So she was extremely large-breasted for an Asian, a lot of this having to do with, of course, silicone injections. In those days, they didn't have implants. They just injected the silicone directly into the breasts. At any rate, such having been qualified, however, with most white guys, they're bringing home these, what they call, the term, not mine, flip chicks. And they're doing it because they're docile. They want someone who's helpless because they can deport them anytime they want. And they have them literally by a string because they can always threaten to take action against their citizenship, etc. So the woman's stuck, literally stuck with this slave master for at least a decade, however long it takes till she gets her citizenship. And but we saw what happened once that day arrives. They're usually out of the house. Well, just think Paula. What was her last name again? She never took Peter's last name, which should have been a warning sign to him in the first. Paula. What the hell was her last name again? One of these days I'll remember. It's escaping me right now. Masson. That was it. Yeah. Paula
Masson.
Mason.
Paul Mason. He should have known. Maybe.
At any rate.
And why would you want to take Barbarian as a last name? It's like, I wouldn't do it.
Thank you. You don't blame her for not taking Barbaric. And Moon wasn't his real name, so she couldn't take that. Who the hell would want it anyway? Yeah, of course she kept her last name. And that never served as a warning sign. That's incredible to me. He was so, well, he's so full of himself. He was so full of himself. Dumbass motherfucker.
Yeah, he thought,
Yeah. Well,
who would divorce me?
Yeah. He really did. Yeah. Even though I never take
don't worry,
mine.
you're married to him. You got the purple string tugging at him every day.
Oh shit. We'll talk about that privately. That'll be our gimmick. We'll talk about that privately for sale. Tchotchkes. Some kind of tchotchke will develop. At any rate, Trump, Vice President.
Well, yeah, let's definitely not say it on air because it just gets stolen and then we end up losing money.
Yeah, it's all true.
People just take it. Yeah.
That's why I didn't say it on air. Everything we say gets stolen. Tell people. Tell them what's the latest shit you saw about, the idiot kid burning the synagogue. Tell people about that.
Oh, well, some internet shit. Yeah, allegedly some kid went berserk and burnt down a synagogue somewhere. And
they cut you off. Oh, they cut him off. He could. Maybe it's for the best. It's probably best people don't hear this story. At any rate, the president.
Okay, they totally cut me off. Hey, okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to do anything to a synagogue. We were talking about a totally separate person.
Thank you.
Just to be clear. Yeah. Like, this was a internet article that we saw.
We do not advocate this behavior. We do not advocate.
Yeah, we do not advocate. I'm going to pull the Troy Bellamy. I do not condone or advocate what this kid did.
Yeah.
But he burned down a synagogue, and then when they finally caught him, he was like babbling and saying, "It's the synagogue of Satan. They're all Satanists and stuff." And so, so it was just like a psyop because you say it all the time.
Thank you. Of
They're
course,
going to say that evil son of Hitler guy's to blame.
Yeah. Good fucking luck. Yeah, that's
Yeah, imagine going to court and saying, it wasn't Doug, it was Michael Aquino in my dream, and then they have to that.
Actually, I'd do him one better. The first person to use that term biblically was Jesus Christ. So I do want people to understand that Christ, he spoke against the synagogue.
So it's some kind of Christian trip then.
Yeah.
That kid was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, but God knows everybody steals my ideas anyway. It's like nobody talked about piracy till you and I brought it up. and said letters of marque and reprisal, and then everyone went ballistic, and every world leader. Yeah.
Then everyone's saying piracy,
Yeah.
it's pirate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty absurd. Yeah. Undeniable.
Thank
Even
you.
Putin.
Thank you. Pirate Putin. Yeah, but he's really one of the Celestials. Tell people about the Celestial trip and why these leaders are not pirates. They're Celestials in the most negative sense. If you tell them about the...
Yeah, so there's like this strata in the One Piece world. There's like all the commoners on the islands. Then there's the Marines that police the world. And then there's the beings that call themselves gods, and they're called the Celestial Dragons. They consider themselves like above everyone else. And when they come down, they live on like another continent that's like above everybody, literally higher than everyone else. They live on this, like, it's called the Red Line. But when they come down to the regular world, they wear these like bubbles on their heads, so they don't breathe the air like as the non-gods, the commoners. And they like they're like dressed like Elvis and shit. They have like these goofy haircuts and fucking, like they're basically stylized as like in between Elvis and like these Confucian aristocrats from like the Warring States period, and they're always saying, give me slaves, and they're like playing with their slaves and shit, whipping them, like, and they're totally detached. And they go on these hunting trips where it's like kill as many civilians as you can when they do these extermination runs on an island. So like they're like just pure rotten decadence and evil and disgusting, just goofballery.
Degenerates. Yes, go on.
Yeah, total degenerate. Yeah. So that's those are the group that runs the world. And then behind them are all the smart people, like the 5 celestial ruling. They're called like the holy knights and the holy saints. They're like these people that run the shit.
Yeah.
But they just use those people as pawns, basically. So that's where we're at.
Yes.
And then on top of them is a demonic ruler that's ruling from the shadow. He's like a shadow king, basically, that's ruling everyone with demonic contracts. So Oda must know a lot to bring that out.
Yes, it's profound and quite parallel. So thank you for that. And in this, shall we say, shadowverse in which we subsist, Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and others have cast Renee Good as a far-left agitator who tried to run over an ICE trooper, but video self-evidently shows her trying to drive away. And according to loved ones, Good was a Christian, a poet, and no activist. Her wife, so telling local media, "We stopped to support our neighbors." Now, I'm going to read this from Heather. She sent a, cricket, probably one of her dogs, I believe. A chihuahua, apparently. Panda. Oh, she found the pet cemetery. Sorry. She says,
yeah. The celestial. There you go.
Yeah, she says, not to share. And I said, Jesus Christ, I read it going up. I scroll up, honey, when I read.
I don't know what was not to share about that. No offense, Heather, but.
Yeah, thank you, Heather. It's no point keeping that secret. It's pretty harmless. Anyhow, so villains fandom. There we are. So tell us about this, Brendan. This is cool. Let me click on here. The Celestial Dragons. Content's marked as mature. Yeah.
Yeah. So here it is. It says they're the highest social class in the world of One Piece, and they act as the living embodiment of the corruption and hypocrisy the government possesses. Because of their untouchable status and wealth, they are effectively above any and all laws that govern the world, allowing them to commit egregious crimes in broad daylight without retribution or fear thereof. Due to this, they are among the most feared and hated groups in the world, even more so than pirates. They are the natural sworn enemies of those who hold the D initial.
Thank you. The D initial being, of course, I always think of it very personally. Of course, the D initial is a big deal in the One Piece world. Tell them about that.
Yeah, so anytime like the shadow ruler hears D, they like freak out. They say, D, we have to kill all of the D.
Yeah, so that's what they say about Dietrich on this world. Yes, go on.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. It hasn't been revealed. The people with the D initial, it's a mystery. Like Oda hasn't said it yet.
Cool.
Anyways.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, we know where he got it from, but go on.
Yeah, they are extremely obnoxious, scornful, rotten to the core, and corrupt, who shoot anyone that cross their ways, talk back, or even look at them without enough deference. They can take anyone they please as slaves and send back to their pleasant lives where they have no more need of them. When they have no more need of them, they spend ludicrous amounts of money to satisfy whims, and they all wear bubbles around their heads to avoid breathing the same air as lowly commoners.
There we are.
A lowly commoner in the presence of a celestial dragon is out of fear that they respect them, not admiration. For there's nothing but absolute hatred and contempt for them because of their arrogance and cruelty towards humanity. However, they dare not attack them to fear of becoming targets of an admiral, which is like a very strong character. It's like they're like the people with the strongest powers. So you like if you would just die basically if you touch them, you know.
Wow, cool.
They are pretty extreme examples of eugenism and stereotype of old money. Whenever celestial dragons renounce their status, they revert to being ordinary quote unquote humans, and they are branded as renegades, never to return. There you go.
Thank you. Yeah, deeply appreciated. And
so this is the world we're looking at. This is the world we're going into.
Yes.
Where they demand celestial tribute, et cetera, right?
Yeah, well, I think that's going on right now, and they're taking it from us. At their.
Well, here's the thing. Oda knows a lot, but this is a parallel. It's at some point in the past of the One Piece world, the entire world was flooded by like a deluge.
Yeah.
Like through the use of ancient weapons and these kind of like Atlantean type weapons.
Yes.
So they're living in a post-diluvian kind of world.
Yes.
So that's where we're headed. It's the whole world's gonna flood. There's gonna be catastrophe, and then all that's left are these fucking crazies at the top, with money. So there you go.
Well, yes,
bubbles.
That's what they want. That's what they want. With the encounter suits, they would be called encounter suits, so that way they don't exchange any viruses with the common folk. What's this that Heather said? Could you respond to what Heather said in the text of our infinite call, Brendan? Don't be afraid to read it out loud. You can read it out loud.
But why? I heard that when a cobra turns 1,000 years old, it becomes a dragon. That's great. Yeah. That's
okay.
Great.
Thank you, Heather. That was cute. That's
cool concept.
Yeah. And here we talk about, at this point, a force for good amidst all this, because martyrdom can be cynical. The Soviets, Maoist China, and other autocratic regimes have sanctified the dead to buttress their causes. Trump's allies have misbestowed the label on Ashley Babbitt, a 35-year-old QAnon conspiracy theorist who was fatally shot by a police officer while storming our Capitol in violation of her oath to defend our republic on January 6th. A traitoress who deserved her death was given full military honors when buried. She should be disinterred as soon as I get secular power and reinterred in a potter's grave, if not incinerated. But even before Rene Good's death, a growing share of Americans saw the maladministration's immigration policies as too extreme. According to a poll released on the very same day that Good was murdered in hot blood, most disapproved of ICE and said the agency is being too forceful. Abolishing ICE remains unpopular, but support has spiked since yesteryear. Still, until now, that opposition has lacked a galvanizing face. Does it help that Good was young, white, female, and blonde? Obviously. But George Floyd, a homely black man, cold-bloodedly murdered in 2020 by a police officer just blocks from where Good was slain last week, also became immortalized, as Miguel Gomez Ibanez of Weston has observed. It doesn't have to be a white woman. Maybe she's a first. 'Cause you need a face. You gotta personalize it. And that brings us to the real purpose of ICE, which is to accelerate opportunities to escalate. Ipso facto, ICE isn't just an agency that detains immigrants, or rather mass detains them. For much of Donald Trump's base, it's become a symbol, of dominance, punishment, and cultural revenge. The Marine Corps of One Piece world. After an ICE trooper shot and killed Renee Good in Minneapolis last week, forensic examinations of videos of the incident emerged within hours. These meticulous reconstructions were useful for deconstructing the lies told by the Trump maladministration officials in the immediate aftermath of her murder, and they show the power of technology in an age when nearly everyone has a camera in their pocket to convey a complicated moment. Sleuths, amateur and professional, have pored over each frame to try to guess what Jonathan Ross, the ICE trooper who fatally shot Renee Good, might have believed or known in the moment about what she was doing or where her car was heading. But at the core of the tragedy is a larger truth. None of this needed to happen. A series of choices by the maladministration led to this point. The abuse of ICE and Border Patrol to menace Democratic-led states and cities. White House pressure on the Department of Homeland Security to make high quotas, which has resulted in shortened training and rushed missions. And the president's inclination to inflame tensions, all of which created the conditions for the moment that's now been replayed millions of times. What's striking about the fatal shooting of Renee Good by a federal immigration agent is not just that criminal charges now appear unlikely. Under Supreme Court precedent, an officer may shoot at someone fleeing if he reasonably believes that his life or the lives of others are in danger. Prosecutors are often slow to charge officers because they or their juries are hesitant to second-guess officers' determinations. Ross was also reportedly dragged by a car in June during an attempted arrest, which presumably has made him more likely to assume the worst about a driver. With all this in context, I can declare that the shooting will ultimately be legally justified. More properly, simply rationalized. But Ross also placed himself in front of Good's car. Any policing expert would concur that this was not tactically justified. How about moral justification? Nothing indicated that Good was trying to hurt anyone before officers began running at her. Moments before being shot, Good had said that she wasn't mad at Ross. In the videos, after Ross fires, a man is heard spitting, "Fucking bitch!" With all the information that we have, including the ICE trooper spitting on her dead body, a moral defense for the killing is nowhere to be found. There was no need for the enormous deployment of federal agents, including a reported 1,500 mass deportation officers to Minnesota in the first place. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem dispatched ICE troopers to the Minneapolis area after the White House, inspired by MAGA media, grabbed onto a sprawling fraud investigation involving Somali immigrants and government aid. By all accounts, this is a real scandal, not a partisan invention. Charges were first brought by Joe Biden's Justice Department. But the scandal also presented an opportunity for political grandstanding, especially because the Minnesota governor, Tim Walz, was on the ticket against Donald Trump and J.D. Vance in the previous election. The president is abusing the fraud case as an opportunity to demonize immigrants. Referring to immigration enforcement in Minnesota, Trump posted just the morning before last on Truth Social, "The day of reckoning and retribution is coming!" All in the uppercase. Although DHS does conduct investigations, less obvious is why tactical experts such as Ross were needed on the scene at all. Before and after Good's death, the Trump DHS has sought opportunities to escalate. When citizens called attention to ICE's presence by making noise and spreading word via social media, DHS falsely claimed that those people were violent rioters. After Good's murder, DHS surged more officers into the area, alleging that the fraud situation merited more ICE troopers. Officers are now conducting traffic stops and door-to-door operations. But Good's murder has no obvious connection to fraud, and it does not suggest any elevated threat to officers whatsoever. Instead, the presence of more officers elevates the threat to civilians, as a Wall Street Journal investigation into ICE traffic stops has demonstrated. And as a matter of fact, we have Brendan with another link. And by all means, Brendan, let me take a look at this. And here we are with the link provided. And it is, okay, unlikely bromance blossoms. Sources breaking. Exclusive details. Mayor Zoran Mamdani and President Trump have been texting at least twice a week as an unlikely bromance is blossoming. They're butt buddies now, as Brendan says, a paid-off hoe. Oh my fucking god, Brendan, what's your own impression of this? By all means. And with that, we're hoping Brendan's able to come on at all.
The voters got scammed. Whoever thought they were getting something in, they got scammed at that.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, why do people even vote for politicians? Jesus Christ.
Especially career ones like these clowns when it's like,
thank you. Thank you. By the way,
gonna make your life better, you know?
Yeah, sure as shit. Well, their lives get better. That's the only thing.
This is like celestial dragon shit.
Yes, truly, and it's so offensive. There's no words. Okay, so with that, I am entering into the text box of Infinite Call as well as into the chat room the Wall Street Journal investigation proving the more ICE troopers you have, the more risk there is to civilians. I don't think that it needs much belaboring. It's kind of like
that needed a whole article. Come on.
Yeah, that's kind of like self-evident. It's rather self-evident. Yes. Okay, we're gonna put
more military. Like stuff is supposed to go well when there's a bunch of armed testosterone guys around.
Thank you. Yeah, well, that even worse. Tell people about Fatty. You know, our donut. The man with the fishing pole with the donut at the end. Yeah.
Oh well, I don't think that guy could even pull his gun. He's so bad. You're safe from that guy.
Thank you. Oh, so
his gut was so big, his vest was popping off. You know,
it's like the bulletproof vest won't do anything because it's like his bubble gut is in the way. Just
oh my god! Like I told you, imagine the horror of being shot by that son of a bitch, and the last thing you see as he turns away and walks away from you is his butt cheeks looking like two boys fighting under bed sheets, jowling each other while he ambles away to grab another donut. So Heather Holman, please, Brendan, ask us what Heather Holman has said in the text box. Your own input to that, please.
What is it?
Oh,
glitched out.
It's in the text box of the Infinite Call. Heather Holman's made another entry. Please review that for us and give us your insight, whatever that brings to mind.
One account in a southern dynasty, assuming China here,
yes,
circa 5th to 6th century, specifies a timeline. After 500 years, a venomous hui evolves into a water serpent, jiao, which itself evolves after 1,000 years and becomes a true dragon. Yes, very nice.
Thank you. Yeah. So she finds incredible things. Yes, it's she's really something else. And thank you, dearest Heather.
That's true. True in a cryptid sense.
Yes. Yeah.
Like we don't see dragons anymore because they can hide in the clouds and different things like that.
Yes, I love it. Yeah, and So all of that having been articulated, yeah, let's put it this way. Pressure from the White House to meet mass deportation quotas has meant that ICE troopers at best are working hastily and at worst feel unshackled to act with brutality, aware that they are unlikely to ever face any discipline. 6 federal prosecutors in Minnesota resigned over the past few days. In fact, they all resigned within a single day, including the leader of the Sumeli fraud investigation, because of the Justice Department's direction to investigate not Ross, the murderer, but Good's widow, Renee Good's widow. And this, too, increases the likelihood of mistakes and abuses of power. In other words, the people they kill investigate their families. I do have to admit, Brendan, that I'm really envious of Good's widow getting $1 million just for egging her wife on to take the bullet. That pisses me off, but it's that, you know, yeah, damn.
Well, don't feel too bad. The guy that called Trump a pedophile, whatever, supporter, got like 500K or something. People gave him a GoFundMe.
Oh, damn. We got to do something like that. Walk in front of Trump
and he got laid off, so the union is going to bail him out and give him a bunch of money too, I'm sure.
Cool. Oh, man. That's his golden fuck you finger to Trump. Man, he was like, Trump gave him the golden finger. Trump's got the Midas touch.
Right. Yeah, he's got the Midas touch. There you go.
God damn. We got to annoy Trump. We got to walk in front of Trump and do cartwheels and shit. Yeah, and at any rate, these Minnesota misactions are, of course, only the latest in a string of similar Trump maladministration misactions targeting cities that vote Democratic. Los Angeles, Washington, the District of Columbia itself, Chicago, Portland, Oregon, Memphis, Charlotte, North Carolina, and New Orleans. The maladministration having abused DHS personnel, the National Guard, and in Los Angeles, United States Marines.
Okay,
Marines.
According to this guy has internal bleeding of the torso. Is he on his period or something?
Yeah, how the fuck? Is that the guy who called Trump a pedo? A pedo protector?
No. This is the guy that shot that lady in the car. The infamous.
Yeah. Well, he's on the rag, all right. Yeah, that's Ross.
It says he has internal bleed. I didn't see him get hit in any of those videos. He was filming.
Yeah, Jonathan Ross. Yeah, ICE agent struck by Renee Good's video. Oh, it's Fox News. It's a joke. It's a fucking.
Did he get hit? Because I didn't see it.
He never got hit. He never got hit. Of course not. Jesus Christ.
So where's the bleeding come from? He's trans now.
Well, that's why you can't see it, dude. It's. Dude, look at that photo.
Like,
look at that photo.
You can call it bruise.
Look at that photo. Look at that photo. What do you see?
Yeah.
What do you see?
I see. You're talking about the one where it says breaking news, yeah?
The one about Mr. Internal Bleed, Mr. I'm on my rag. Okay, I'm doing a screen share. Can you see my screen share?
Yeah.
Can you see?
Yeah.
Cursor. What do you see in this picture?
I see the guy standing back there.
This. Look at that. What is that?
What are you pointing at? FBI?
Look at the cursor. What is that?
Oh, it's a T-Rex. Yeah.
What?
You didn't see that in the original video?
No. What the fuck?
Yeah,
what?
if you see I'm surprised you didn't see that. Yeah, and if you see the original video that's fully zoomed out, the neighbor across the street has like a full T-Rex diorama in his front yard.
I do remember that now. I was so concentrating on the forensics, I blotted that out.
Yeah, that's why people thought it was fake,
No wonder. It's like, well, I guess he got bitten by the dinosaur. That's why the poor guy has internal bleeding. The dinosaur bit him. That's it. You don't see that in the footage because the dinosaur bit him first. It's there's a fucking T-Rex on site where she was murdered. It's like what the fuck? what an environment to die in. What? Yeah, why?
I mean, I still think it's a psyop, but you know, it still sucks.
It's like weird shit. It's like but as I said, with references to the One Piece world, in the Los Angeles area, Trump deployed Marines. So it brings us directly to the Celestials, does it not? We're living it. And anyhow, Trump and his aides have argued that these raids are essential for controlling crime and illegal immigration, but sometimes enforcement seems incidental to performative brutality, as we've seen here. In one midnight raid at a Chicago building, for example, the federal government flew a Black Hawk helicopter and turned people out of bed with flashbang grenades. Yet ProPublica found that not a single one of these people arrested was ever charged with any crime thereafter. So, what was the point of that? No one was charged with a crime afterwards, but they flew in with a Black Hawk helicopter, threw flashbang grenades onto people in their beds, got them out of this Chicago building en masse. And it was all just to show that they could do it? Anyhow, Trump ended National Guard deployments in Los Angeles, Chicago, and Portland late last year, bowing to repeated federal court rulings in lawsuits brought by cities and states that established that he had exceeded his powers. The first 14 night, the Alden English for fortnight or 14 nights, it is 12 weeks of January, suggests that the maladministration will simply abuse DHS to serve the same function of punishing and intimidating cities and states that diverge from Trump politically. Minnesota and Illinois officials sued to block some immigration enforcement the day before yesterday, but because immigration enforcement is a standard federal power, these suits may face longer odds. Even unfettered, however, the White House is unlikely to achieve its objectives of mass deporting all unauthorized immigrants, in part because they are based on wild overestimates of how many people are in these United States illegally. But Trump and the top aide Stephen Miller's obsession with the issue means more incidents like Rene Good's execution. A one-off tragedy is horrifying. What's worse is when policy choices render it inevitable to happen again. ICE's explosive growth threatens every American. Traveling through the Central African Republic, some 30-odd years ago by now, I kept seeing military barracks and checkpoints on the outskirts of nearly every town. It felt excessive, so I asked our liaison why they were everywhere. Said Hassan, "We hate the Sudanese. It's for the Sudanese." That answer didn't make sense. The Sudan was hundreds of miles away in terms of any practical logistical reach. And then it clicked. The military wasn't there for the Sudanese at all. It was there for the Central Africans. President General Andre Diodon Kolimba had no intention of letting any Arab insurgency spiral out of control. The show of force was aimed inward. That same logic, or mislogic, helps explain immigration and customs enforcement in these United States. ICE isn't just an agency. Oh, continue. Brendan. Yes, Bone.
See.
Say it again. Say it again. Oh, Sikh.
Saeed.
Saeed. Yeah, there you are. Justice.
Saeed.
Yeah. Thank you. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, well, ICE isn't just an agency that mass detains immigrants. For much of Donald Trump's base, it's become a symbol of dominance, punishment, and cultural revenge. Scroll through ICE social media accounts and you'll see the pattern. Videos of heavily armed ICE troopers taking down unarmed, mostly non-white men, edited into slick montages set to pounding music. One widely shared clip highlighted by David Frum of The Atlantic magazine pairs aggressive arrests with the song Cold as Ice, the refrain promising, "Someday you'll pay the price." None of these scenes involve situations that couldn't be handled by ordinary police officers. That's the point. The goal is not enforcement. It's theater. A mass demonstration that the power of the American state is being unleashed against people MAGA views as enemies. That's why the reaction to the recent ICE murder in Minneapolis is so revealing. Even as videos circulated proving what actually happened, the president, the vice president, and the Homeland Security Secretary immediately closed ranks behind the murderous ICE trooper involved, with internal bleeding on the rag, no less. Rather than express the footage we could all plainly see with our own eyes.
Trump chickened out on Iran, by the way.
Yeah, I figured that piece of
It's
shit.
official now. He came out and said he chickened out. Yeah.
Goddamn piece of shit. What?
He's, I thought he said, "Oh, we'll be really strong," and then they kill like 1,000 more civilians.
And then he backs out, like, they're doing God's work or something. They're feeding the anti-gods. Yeah, I got to back off that. Yeah. So here we are. Sigi. Okay, or Sigi. That's the Japanese word for justice. Oh, that's on the Marines' uniforms in the show.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
It means correct, correct justice in the Confucian sense.
Yes.
The right way.
Yeah. So, U.S. President Donald Trump says Iran has halted killings and executions, citing assurances he received. Tehran denies plans for hangings as tensions remain high and the airspace closures disrupt flights. There's another thing going on here that I'll tell everybody about.
Like less than 10 hours ago, they said we're going to hang all the people responsible.
That's right. That's correct. Mass hang them. That's correct.
Yeah.
I'll get there. I want people to know before midnight strikes. It's 11:54 right now. I want people to know what happened. The Iranians, with some outrageously creative hacking and radical hackers that beat the Russians all to shame, shut down Starlink, something the Russians could never achieve. And without Starlink, Trump can't operate a military operation. So he's unable to do anything to Iran. Iran rendered itself, in that sense, invulnerable. American military operations are completely dependent on civilian infrastructure at this point in history that enables all of their command, control, and communications. Without that, there's no Maduro. You can't grab anything. You can't do anything if you're an American. Because an American, without all that, ain't shit. There's no special forces going in without 150 aircraft behind them. There's no special forces going in without instant communications to call for help so their little bitch pussies can get medevaced out for their internal bleeding. Because they're all on the rag, like Jonathan Ross. There's nothing they can do because they're pieces of shit. I know because I worked with them all my life. Men like Michael Aquino. Men like Master Sergeant Michael Ramirez. The uncle of the Night Stalker serial killer, Richard Ramirez. There's your special forces. Not John Wayne. So, all that being said, when it comes to MAGA and the reaction that happened with the closing of the ranks, rather than explain the footage we could all plainly see with our own eyes, our insurgent, our Russo collaborationist fifth column, our Russian fifth column, our insurgency in power, denied the basic facts. That isn't confusion. That's their instinct. They understand exactly what ICE represents to Donald Trump's base, just as the Central African Republic's President General understood what his checkpoint signaled to his people. So here's what to do if ICE invades your neighborhood. With federal agents storming the streets of American communities, there's no single right way to approach this dangerous moment, but there are steps you can take to stay safe and have an impact. If federal immigration agents are coming to your area or have already arrived, you may be frantically making plans to lay low at home, or perhaps grabbing your whistle and lacing up your sneakers to join a neighborhood watch. It's a terrifying situation for undocumented residents and all American immigrants, and the climate has even become fraught for United States citizens too. There are no simple answers for how to protect yourself and others in every scenario, but there are frameworks you can use for weighing your options. The presence of, or should I say the mass presence of immigration agents in cities and towns around our country has starkly increased in recent months, and tensions have escalated in step. On Wednesday midweek last, a federal agent shot and killed the 37-year-old Minneapolis resident and United States citizen Renee Nicole Good in her car during an ICE and Immigration and Customs Enforcement operation. Having already deployed 2,000 agents to Minnesota, DHS plans this week to dispatch 1,000 more. On Friday into the weekend, the Minnesota senatorist Amy Klobuchar, she went on record to testify, "There are now more ICE agents in Minnesota than there are combined police personnel combined in the Minneapolis police force and St. Paul police force. So they are outnumbering our own local police officers out on the streets." Now, Minnesota and Illinois have since filed lawsuits in federal court to end the ICE invasion in those states. Elsewhere, Customs and Border Patrol, or Border Protection as they call themselves, their agents shot 12 people in a car in Portland, Oregon on Thursday, hospitalizing both. These tragedies are just the latest in a series of violent incidents involving immigration agents that have escalated since United States President Donald Trump mistook office a year ago with a sweeping anti-immigration agenda. In addition to intense activity in Minneapolis and Portland, ICE and CBP have carried out mass deportation operations across these United States. Now punch that pause button for a second. Problems have persisted for years with ICE and CBP misactions, including mass arrests and mass detentions, that accidentally ensnare United States citizens and other documented residents. Additionally, the agency's operations have a history of aggression and mistreatment in dealing with suspects. Immigration infractions are typically civil, not criminal offenses. Over the last year, however, the Department of Homeland Security's budget for immigration enforcement has expanded substantially at the same time that public unrest about the activity has grown. The result is a charged climate in which standard interactions can quickly and dangerously escalate. In a press conference on Wednesday, the Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said, "We're surging operations because of the dangerous situation we see in this country. We should all work together to protect our citizens," by killing them. Now, many see immigration enforcement's track record and current activity very differently, of course. As immigration officers have been involved in more and more violent incidents in recent months, it has become harder than ever to offer simple, definitive advice to people about assessing risk in interactions with federal agents. Numerous sources have informed myself that their trainings and materials about interacting with federal immigration agents are actively evolving to reflect the current moment. For example, or as I would say in my legalese, exempli gratiae, one core point has long been to explain the difference between a judicial warrant signed by a judge that gives law enforcement the right to, say, enter a person's home versus the maladministrative warrants that ICE troopers often carry that do not give them that right. Don't open the door for ICE is a common refrain. But this type of information, while still accurate, does not fully account for the chaotic intensity of current United States immigration enforcement. In short, there is some risk inherent in any interaction with federal immigration officials, whether you're a United States citizen or not. Even if you are not willing to expose yourself in that way, however, you can still take action to meaningfully and concretely help people in your community affected by the Trump maladministration's ethnic cleansing policy. So plan ahead. Now, were you going to say something, Brendan? Any thoughts? If not,
No.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, so
No, I'm just watching this so-called riot that's happening in Minneapolis.
tell us.
Just some footage. It's like they're wearing it's like, yeah, it's nighttime, but they're in a city, but they're all wearing like these goggles with like, you know, the visor,
Yeah.
the helmet with the goggles, like
Yeah.
night vision and shit. It's like, why? I don't think that works when there's street lights around. I don't understand why they're wearing that. It's like they're
hide.
just given shit
Yeah.
they don't even know what to do with.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
They're just putting it on.
Because
I
it
don't think
looks
they're
mean.
trained.
They're
Yeah.
hiding their identity and it looks mean. They're really afraid
Yeah.
to show their identities. They're really ashamed. Yeah, and they're
Well,
scared.
they're all. I noticed. Did you notice this? But they're all brown.
Yeah,
Like,
there
pretty
you go.
much, except the one dude that shot, you know, someone.
Yeah, no, it's true. They're all brownies. Yeah,
Yeah, it was like that's
They're-
strange. I thought that was kind of goofy.
yeah, they're all coconuts. They're all coconuts. They're brown on the inside, they're brown on the outside and white on the inside. They're all acculturated, Hispanics. They're culturally white Hispanics that are turning in their own. By the way, that's a plus.
It's like what happens when, yeah, like what happens
know
when
what
their
happens.
plan is full.
Yeah, when
like-
when they're done deporting everyone else, it's going to be their
And
turn.
they kill them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
There
yeah,
you
that's
have
why
it.
you can't trust those people. Yeah.
Thank you. And they'll hire white guys to do it at that point because one thing white guys can do is run around with guns and kill people. They're almost
Yeah,
good.
and I mean, you can't trust like the, you know, getting a job with those kind of people. You know?
Yeah. There you go.
Like, oh, we'll spare your family. We'll get your Filipino wife citizenship, and then they freaking turn on you at the last second.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah. That'll happen.
Because that's probably the deal they made with these people. That's my assumption, right? They'll say,
Yes.
oh, your kids can stay here, your wife can stay here, and then
Yeah.
you find out you made the deal with a fucking
Yeah.
bad deal.
Yeah. Well,
At the end.
Hispanic ethnicity is preferred for the ICE hires because they speak Espanol. That's the assumption. The assumption is, oh, you're brown, you speak Espanol. So, and then they hire them hoping they can give orders in Espanol. But yeah, they're hiding their ethnicity with their goggles. That's what they're hiding. Their brown coloration, their melanin. And thank you for that input. And to everyone else listening, plan ahead. Depending on your situation, you should make a plan in case you end up interacting with immigration enforcement while out and about. In its online guidance, the nonprofit National Immigration Justice Center, or Immigrant Justice Center, says individuals and communities can create a safety plan to help be best prepared in case ICE operatives arrive in area. Such a plan could involve identifying trusted family members, friends, or colleagues who can act as emergency contacts for people who could be the target of federal immigration misactions, or anyone who could come into contact with agents. Memorize their phone numbers and also make sure that your child's school or daycare has emergency contacts on file. If you know you are at specific risk of deportation, you may consider additional steps as well related to establishing an emergency guardian for children and a power of attorney for yourself. Given that United States citizens are not safe from violence or arrest at the hands of federal immigration agents, immigrants with an established status, visa, or permanent residency are potentially at even higher risk if they participate in community safety efforts or other activities that put them anywhere near immigration agents. In December, multiple sources emphasized to the Fourth Estate that non-white Americans should consider being extra cautious about proximity to immigration agents. This is particularly true in light of a September 2025 United States Supreme Court decision in which Justice Brett Kavanaugh concluded that someone's apparent ethnicity is a relevant factor that justifies detaining someone during an immigration enforcement misaction, something now derisively known as a Kavanaugh stop. You should consider taking precautions to protect yourself against potential digital surveillance if you know you are going to be proximal to immigration authorities at all. CBP and ICE both have digital surveillance capabilities that are increasing all the time. You can't always anticipate when you might encounter federal agents, of course, but people who could specifically be the target of an immigration enforcement misaction should consider taking extra digital precautions if they can. Looking broadly, political polarization and rising tensions across these United States are key contexts. They're detraconic, the Deutschsprecher, or the German speak for Meisterschlüssel, the master key context, in assessing potential risks. Jennifer Whitlock, the senior policy counsel at the National Immigration Law Center, attests, and here I quote as she at length and verbatim, "The number of ICE agents has dramatically increased. The sheer presence in people's communities is larger, and this means that the risk of encountering an ICE officer has really increased for people, even if you're not in any way attached to immigration. In the past, we would encourage people to exercise your right to protest or record video to document. We always talked about risk assessment and how people are more vulnerable. Some people are more vulnerable than others. But now it's not just risk of arrest at a protest, it's risk of physical harm. I don't think we fully anticipated how ICE and CBP would ignore and violate people's constitutional rights. It's no longer officer-friendly out there. This is not to give any excuse, but I can imagine there is a mindset within the field ICE agents and CBP where they really do think they're under attack and being threatened, and no one is above the law, but I think it's important for people to understand that there are going to be limited forms of trying to hold these officers accountable in practice. Essentially, she's saying that they have full immunity and can kill you on sight. So, if you're on the scene, if you find yourself witnessing an immigration enforcement misaction, there are some things to bear in mind if you decide to stick around. Training materials from MEMÊ, North Carolina, a North Carolina-based grassroots organization working to defend its local communities from exploitation, advise that the very priority, the priority when ICE is present, is letting agents know they are being observed and reminding people of their right to remain silent while de-escalating whenever possible and promoting safety. This group advises that if ICE operatives are conducting a mass arrest or traffic stop, responders should try to approach within their line of sight and identify themselves in the process. You can also report immigration enforcement sightings in many areas without getting involved at all by calling a local ICE watch tip line. They do exist. ICE watch tip lines. Look them up. There'll be a different number for your area. Many immigration advocacy and human rights groups suggest using the SALUTE acronym to guide the information you give in these reports. SALUTE, all in the uppercase, SALUTE. S for size, how many agents or officers you see. A for activity, what are they doing? Has anyone been mass detained? Location. Where exactly did you see them, and what direction are they heading in with their abducted women and children, or working men who support their families? U for units. What type of officers are they, or what words and markings can you see on their uniforms? Generally, they cover this themselves by making certain you see nothing. There will be no indication of what they are or who they are. And the T for time. What time was the sighting? Make reports as quickly as possible. Remember, these are kidnappers. They're getting away with meat for the market. If you don't have a response to their kidnapping in time, it's like Megan's Law. If that child isn't found right away, you're only going to find them dead. And finally, the E for equipment. What do the agents have with them, such as types of weapons, vehicles, crowd control methods, and other details? Remember, there's literally tens of thousands of lunatic white men running around in these uniforms without any identification, no insignia, just so they can rape women and children. They're not officers. They are guilty of impersonating an officer. Many of these men running around in camo right now with their masks and balaclavas on are simply serial rapists and pedophiles on the loose, operating with full legal protection from Donald Trump himself. Kidnapping and raping children, kidnapping and selling women, no insignia, no departmental affiliation, just given a 007 license to human traffic, pretending, impersonating themselves as officers. When you use the SALUTE acronym to report them, you may very well save a child, a woman, or a breadwinner's life. Now, filming ICE misbehavior can let agents know they are being watched, potentially creating some accountability for their actions, as well as a digital evidence trail for any legal cases or proceedings that will occur at a later date. When interacting with federal agents as part of a group effort responding to ICE, MEMန့, North Carolina recommends identifying yourself as a volunteer and asking agents who they are, what they're doing, and what agency they work for. Then you can state that you will remain present to observe, while also recording any models of vehicles, license plates, and operatives at the scene. Now, Nithya Pinyu, she's a police attorney and strategist at the Immigrant Legal Resource Center, has gone on record to bear witness that for its entire existence, ICE has been a very violent agency and a very unaccountable agency, without a lot of oversight or transparency. The goal is to be an observer and to document what is happening. The goal is not to go and try to intervene in the law enforcement action. We always advise people that if the law enforcement officer that you are filming tells you to step back, you should step back, and you should say it out loud. I'm stepping back. I'm stepping back. That way you're recording that you're complying with their order. Because when they kill you, without that evidence, they'll simply say you didn't step back. Now, multiple sources reiterated that recording federal agents has a dual purpose, because if your own behavior and that of the people around you is appropriate to the situation, this will be captured in your documentation as well as any officer misconduct. The fact remains, however, that peacefully filming interactions will be interpreted as aggressive and escalatory precisely because it is an accountability mechanism. Now, emphasizing that proximity is one of the most important risks to assess when on scene. Xavier de Genon, the director of mass defense at the NLG, the National Lawyers Guild, bears witness to the fact that the closer people have been to federal agents or property, the more likely they've been charged, tackled, arrested, or killed. More and more federal prosecutors are seeking criminal charges against people for allegedly assaulting federal officers, even if the cases ultimately don't succeed and later get dropped. The NLG recently published a guide on how protesters and observers can assess risks related to the federal assault law. That's the National Lawyers Guild. Look up their guide. And feel free to work from home, because even if you can't risk hitting the streets, there are other important ways to contribute to community safety efforts. Civil liberties groups have been campaigning nationwide to ban real-time surveillance platforms and end all the lucrative contracts that feed information to ICE, like Peter Thiel's Palantir. You can contact the offices of your local officials and tell them to cancel surveillance contracts and stop information sharing and other law enforcement cooperation that fuels ICE operations. To quote Evan Greer, she's the directress of the digital rights activist organization Fight for the Future, and she says, "It's good that local officials in cities targeted by ICE are speaking out and condemning their brutal tactics, but talk is cheap. ICE violence is enabled by ICE surveillance, often with help from local police and city-run surveillance systems. If local leaders want to protect their residents from ICE's KGB tactics, one of the most immediate things they can do is roll back and limit surveillance by canceling contracts with surveillance vendors like Flock and banning the use of facial recognition and other forms of biometric surveillance, either through executive action or city ordinance." For those who are not direct targets of the federal immigration crackdown, Kathy O'Leary, a member of the Catholic peace organization New Jersey Pax Christi, or the Peace of Christ, recommends listening to neighbors who are directly affected and figuring out what they need. Every week, she and other volunteers go to Delaney Hall Detention Facility, the mass detention facility in New Jersey, to support families who are visiting their loved ones in mass detention. The volunteers bring chairs and water for the visitors who are forced to wait outside and help visitors navigate the rules of the facility. Exempla Gratiae. She related that when her group started bringing extra clothing because they realized that visitors were being turned away because of dress code violations. She said it started when a woman who had traveled all the way from Boston to visit her father in detention was turned away because she was wearing ripped jeans. A volunteer realized she was the same size and offered to switch pants. To quote O'Leary, "That was a serious act of resistance. The system was creating a hurdle to see her father. The system tries to limit contact with families. It's about stealing people's hope and trying to break people." O'Leary and other volunteers also give out gift cards to grocery stores to visitors, since many families' breadwinners are the ones in mass detention. O'Leary says that people who want to figure out how to get involved in their communities can see if they live near a local member of the Detention Watch Network. If there isn't a member in their state, sometimes groups in neighboring states will know who's active in their area. We're back to the days of the Underground Railroad. Working with local mutual aid organizations, food pantries, other humanitarian support groups contributes to overall community strength and safety, and simply contributing to digital ICE watch trackers as you go about your regular activities. And by this I mean contribute information. You can give your money to me. All this can give others valuable information. Matt Mitchell, the CEO of the risk mitigation firm Safety Sync Group, concludes, "It's about what lever matches your risk tolerance, matches the resources that are available to you. Not everyone has the same privileges. Some people want to donate money, Some people want to write letters. Some people want to read up on what law enforcement and CBP and ICE can and cannot do. Some people want to put their bodies in the space and assemble because that is our right. Some people want to document. There are many different levels. But in the end, it's really all about the fact that they're drilling into bedrock. The most notable and perhaps most effective ad of the 2024 presidential campaign featured footage of the Democratic nominee, Kamala Harris, voicing her support for gender-affirming treatment for inmates in federal prisons that were perennially being raped as the bitches. And it said, Kamala is for they/them. President Trump is for you. The narrator so concluded, and half the population of Americans who are idiots bit and sucked. That spot was a crisp 30-second encapsulation of one of the Dietrichonic, one of the Meisterschlüssel or Master Key Republican talking points of the cycle. That wokeness was sweeping our nation and upending established ways of life, and that Donald Trump would fight against it. Trump has since made clear that he wasn't interested in just reining in what some people saw as excesses. He was interested in a wholesale rollback of bedrock civil rights protections. During his recent interview with the New York Times, the president harshly criticized the legislation of the 1960s, which included the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which bans employment discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin, and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which bans racial discrimination in voting. To quote as Trump himself, "White people were very badly treated, where they did extremely well, and they were not invited to go into a university or a college. So I would say, in that way, I think it was unfair in certain cases. It accomplished some very wonderful things, but it's also hurt a lot of people. People that deserve to go to a college or deserve to get a job were unable to get a job." Well, they are unable to get a job, Trump, because your Republicans offshored all the industry to foreign countries, motherfucker, not the Democrats. And Trump went on to say that the laws caused reverse discrimination. The idea that white Americans are suffering from a widespread bias is a core belief of the revanchist right. In a Pew Research Center poll last year, 62% of white Republicans said that white people face some or a lot of discrimination. It's not a mainstream view, of course. Overall, fewer than 40% of Americans believe that white people face some or a lot of discrimination. Roughly 3/4 say the same about Black and Hispanic people, and 2/3 about Asian people. The idea that early 2020's wokeness went too far is more mainstream. Trump's anti-woke campaign appealed not only to the MAGA base, but also to independents and even some voters who viewed themselves as left of center, but felt that Democrats had overreached. The word woke was a useful tool because it has no clear definition. In one infamous moment in 2023, the author of a paleo-reactionary book about woke ideology struggled to offer even a simple explanation for what it even fucking was. This meant that people could interpret Trump's rhetoric however they wanted. Perhaps they were just looking for permission to not have to worry about anyone's preferred pronouns. The anti-wokeness language helped Trump win back independents who had abandoned him in 2020, even as observers, including Adam Server of the New York Times, or was it the Atlantic magazine? I believe Atlantic. He warned that this vagueness was a Trojan horse for attacking more popular equal rights protections. And after taking office, Trump did move to push back on DEI initiatives in the federal government and in private universities, and transgender athlete participation in sports. Because, of course, you know, a transgender male winning a medal. For God's sakes, we're all going to die. And a veteran FBI employee claims that he was fired for displaying a pride flag. But Trump has gone much further than that, working to undermine structures that were in place long before DEI or woke even became familiar terms. This broader project is one that keen observers of the plans laid out in Project 2025 would have known to expect, but that many voters may not have intended and may not endorse. In April, Trump issued an executive order that throws out the theory of disparate impact, an approach that allows policies to be assessed not just on whether their intent is to discriminate, but also on whether their effect is discriminatory. Disparate impact has been a core tool for civil rights enforcement for decades. The Justice Department's Civil Rights Division has been hollowed out and has continued to bleed talent even this week, and has been reoriented around chimerical right-wing causes such as claims of voter fraud in the 2020 election. Last month, the chair of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission posted on X to solicit complaints. Are you a white male who has experienced discrimination at work based on your race or sex? You may have a claim to recover money under federal civil rights laws. That brings in Brendan. Follow up on that, Bren. You might get something. The maladministration is even trying to erode the foundational post-Civil War constitutional amendments. Better watch out there, Troy. You better watch out. You better not shout. Because you black, and you're not what it's about. Now, Brendan, let's see you beat that. Okay. Thank you for this. Read this to our listeners, by all means, please. Yes. Give people the real meaning of woke. And you love my song. Say it. He went mute on that.
That was absolutely hideous. Whatever the hell that was. And racist. But there's no such word. It's the real past tense is awoke or awoken.
Thank you. Yes.
Or awakened, or the transitive of where. Yes. So none of this means awareness.
Thank you.
That's what they're trying to distract people from. These crafty. These people know psychology. Whoever's using it.
Beyond that, it goes to the entities.
In a negative sense.
It's going to the entities. It's ultimately attributable to the entities trying to suppress consciousness.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Because there's no such, you're either awakened or you're not. There's no past tense of you were awakened previously and put right back to sleep. That's what they're saying. You know, they woke up too quick in 2020, because of various things that were happening astrologically, and they had to knock everyone on the head and say, go back to sleep, basically.
There you go. That's what they're doing to us now. Thank you. Very astute.
They don't want people to, evolve or become awakened.
Yeah. Thank you. That's so important. Meanwhile, the paleo-reactionary wing of the Supreme Court, strengthened by 3 Trump-appointed injustices, appears poised to demolish yet another pillar of the Voting Rights Act when it rules in Louisiana versus Calais. The case could allow states to eliminate majority-minority congressional districts, which some retro-conservatives have argued is another instance of reverse discrimination against white Americans. Alongside these policies,
what does that even mean?
It means that Whitey doesn't get to do whatever he wants, I guess. I mean,
I'm sure there's legitimate qualms with it, but for them to say it's disenfranchising people is kind of silly.
Yeah, well, let's put it this way. I mean, it's going to come down to a lot of segregation happening in the near future. We're going to be resegregating, if nothing else. That's for fucking sure. Yeah, you're going to have less and less blacks moving into your neighborhood unless they're Michael Jordan level economics or some shit. But anyhow, alongside these policy machinations to undermine civil rights protections, the maladministration has also resorted to old-fashioned racist rhetoric. The Department of Homeland Security having consistently published winking nods to core racist texts in its own advertising materials, including the white nationalists' screed, "Which way, Western man?" The Atlantic Magazine's David Froome reporting earlier this week on a DHS post that alludes to a popular song on the far right. Quoting the song, that post reads, "We'll have our home again." Now, the maladministration makes
What?
no... Yeah, say that again.
I just said what? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, what does
This
all that
seems
mean?
goofy.
Yeah, well, it is goofy. It's just...
They're just playing because America's the most anti-psychological place on earth.
Yes.
Outside of places in the East.
Yeah.
They are just playing upon people's weakness mentally. That's just what it is, ultimately.
Thank you. And they're really fucking weak here mentally. That's for sure.
Yeah, psychologically speaking, let's say. Let's put it that way.
Yes. I mean, I have no qualms about claiming their IQs are low too, but yeah. At any rate.
Well, that's kind of just like self-evident.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Like anyone who says woke all the time and then falls for all this shit is that's pretty bad.
Thank you.
And I'm not saying I'm smart. I'm just saying that's pretty bad.
Well, one thing we can say, we don't need to be intellectually elitists to recognize stupid when we see it. Okay.
Yeah. Of course.
Oh man. Well, the maladministration maketh no pretenses about its demonization of immigrants. Vice President J.D. Vance admitting yesteryear that he was happy to make up lies about migrants in Ohio. But Trump's new frankness about the most basic civil rights laws shows another way in which he hopes to restore MAGA's sense of home. His maladministration is going to reclaim the pride of white people who believe that their country has left them behind, no matter who gets treated badly in the process. All of this,
including themselves.
Yeah, no shit. But first of all, they're going to suffer first of all. I mean, they won't realize it because, frog in the pond, but they're going to boil really quick. Frog in the, not the pond, what is it? Frog in the pot, right? What is it? Frog in the cooking pot.
Yeah, frog in the pot.
Yeah, thank you. Well, all of this being ever more emergent after United States President Donald Trump made an alarming statement on the memoriam of his abortive coup d'etat, or that's Francais for stroke of state, hinting that the forthcoming midterm election ought to be scrapped. The remark came during an address to House Republicans gathered at a closed-door retreat at the Trump Kennedy Center.
Yeah, he even said, I should have been allowed to get rid of those voting machines, because he tried to snatch them up or something.
Thank you.
And they wouldn't let him.
Yeah. By the way, I'm still choking out that name, the new name, the Trump Kennedy Center. I don't know why we're all running with it, but it's kind of like that's what's on the facade now.
What did he do? Get married with them? I mean,
yeah. Thank you. It's like a hyphenated name, like he got into a gay
bizarre.
Marriage. You know what? That's what we'll tell our grandchildren when our grandchildren say, "What's this Trump Kennedy Center?" Which hopefully we will have scrubbed off the facade at that point in history. But if it's still up there, we'll tell our grandchildren it's because Trump got into a gay marriage with Kennedy. They were gay lovers. Oh, let's see Trump ride.
Well, it's almost self-fulfilling because he was talking about his diet today. He said he eats so badly. It's like his wife now.
That's right. Yeah, RFK. Yeah, RFK Jr. Yeah, Mr. Brainworm. Mr. Brainworm. Yeah, said Trump was, yeah, he's like a god-level constitution, he said. You mean he's like a trash compactor? Yeah, but, at any rate.
He has the constitution of a deity.
Of a trash compactor. Yeah, that's...
Talk about pander.
Yeah, suck up. What a suck up. At any rate, his nose is so far up Trump's ass. It's a wonder he doesn't suffocate when he breaks wind. At any rate, during this closed-door retreat, on the anniversary of January 6th, his attempted overthrow of your government at the Trump Kennedy Center, which he renamed as if he were in a gay marriage with the historical figure, Donald Trump celebrated his first year back in the White House by predicting sweeping victories for his party in the 2026 midterm elections, contrary to what all political experts and polls are indicating. Now, this follows the substantial 2025 electoral blue wave, which analysts cite as a warning sign for the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party's future prospects. And it cometh after Trump's chilling three-word whisper to Putin before their meeting was exposed. I love you. Now, during his speech, Trump's speech, which fell on the 5th anniversary of the January 6th of 2021 Capitol insurrection, Trump declared that Democrats shouldn't even be allowed to participate in any election.
Did he actually say that?
He did say that. Did say that. The I love you, or that Democrats shouldn't be allowed to participate in any election.
The I love you.
Yeah, from what I understand, yes. It certainly sounds, according to lip-reading experts, they all concur that's what he said. It's like, what else can you get out in 3 words? I'm your son.
I don't even want to know. Let's just
yeah, thank you. After
what that email, he has the email,
yeah,
right? He has the images.
Yeah.
They were saying Putin has the images of him blowing Bobby, or what was his name?
Oh,
what
fuck. Yeah, I can't remember now. Bubba. Epstein? Jeff or Jeff
No, there was.
Yeah.
No, they were talking. Someone was talking about Trump, and they said Putin has the video of him blowing Bubba, and everyone just assumed it was the Clintons.
Right. Bill Clinton. Right. Bubba. Yeah. I always think of him as Willie the Clit. All the women who were raped by Billy Clinton claim he's got the word Little Rock tattooed on his penis, but you can't read it until it's erect. His penis simply looks like it's got black scribble on it or some kind of disease. Then when he gets it erect, then it's big enough to read Little Rock. Which I guess Trump wanted to read it. So yeah, there you go. That's all. Trump just wanted to read it. He didn't believe the woman. So there, he had to find out for himself. And
That's just nauseating. It's just nauseating.
By the way, at this closed-door retreat at the Trump Kennedy Center on January 6th, just a little over a week ago, Trump made a startling admission about his health and launched into an unusual tirade against his own staff. Referring to the Democratic Party, Trump said, "They had the worst president, did the worst job, they have the worst policy. We have to even run against these people?" Now, the Mirror US reports that he went on to float the idea that the election should be scrapped to prevent Democrats from even competing. Now, speaking sarcastically, Trump indicated the sole reason he wouldn't explicitly demand the election's cancellation is because the fake news would brand him a dictator if he didn't permit democracy to proceed as outlined in, the Constitution and federal law. Verbatim, Trump said, "I won't cancel the election. They should cancel the election." Explaining his reasoning for the mocking tone, he qualified, "Because the fake news will say he wants the elections canceled. He's a dictator." And Trump also hinted at potential success if permitted to pursue a 3rd term.
It's like these people are so fragile. What happens when they get complete power? It's like, who's he going to complain about?
Yeah, no kidding. It's like, well, he has effectively complete power, and he's still bitching up a storm. Like he said, he's never happy. Tell him about the Trump chibi Trump. He wears that because he himself.
Yeah, happy Trump.
Yeah,
happy Trump.
That's like his Dorian
Gray.
Gray.
He called it.
Yeah, tell people that's like his Dorian Gray. That's what he said, right? I'm never happy.
Yeah. Yeah, he said, even though I'm never happy, I call it Happy Trump because everyone says I'm always, not happy.
There you go. I mean, yeah.
Or some shit like that.
So that's like the painting of Dorian Gray and shit. It's like,
I'd rather have that than whatever he's got.
Yeah, no shit. Thank you. Yeah. At any
Dorian
rate.
Gray was like, a socialite or some shit.
Oh,
right?
that's true. Dorian Gray was hot shit, man. He was a socialite. He was like, what do you call that? What's that Gilded Age novel? Of course, with they all made us read in school. Great Gatsby.
Gatsby.
He was like a Gatsby. And anyhow, so Trump has
an aristocratic Victorian man. There you go.
There we go.
Nothing like this guy.
Yeah, nothing like Trump. No, that's for fucking sure. No way. Anyhow, Trump has hinted at what he believes will be inevitable success if permitted to pursue a third term, like he could ever survive that long. Though Trump recognizes constitutional amendments will be necessary.
It's like, why does he need more time?
Thank you.
I don't understand.
Thank you. I mean, seriously. And he recognizes that constitution.
By the end of 4 years, it's like, you've already stole all the money. What on earth could they be after?
It's everything. He wants it all. He wants your fucking soul. He wants your fucking psyche, your mind, your soul, the breath from your firstborn baby's body. He'll take it all.
Holy shit.
Oh, anyhow, Trump recognizes constitutional amendments will be necessary before another campaign can proceed. Because we know this because Trump has said, and here I quote his Trump verbatim, there's going to be a constitutional movement. They always call me a dictator. Nobody is worse than Obama and the people around Biden. I don't think it was Biden. I don't think he even knew what was going on, okay? And appearing to reference Biden's age-related cognitive concerns that eventually contributed to his withdrawal from the 2024 presidential race, while persisting with his 2020 electoral denial claims, which saw him defeated by then-President Joe Biden. Despite the man's cognitive concerns, Trump declared, the election was rigged. Biden had no idea what happened. He still doesn't. And Trump then proceeded at this behind closed doors in the Trump Kennedy Center revivalist meeting, this tent meeting, so to speak. What do they call it?
Shit, if I knew this was gonna happen, I would have asked them just to let him in.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, look, I'm from the future. Just let him start early.
Oh God, yeah.
He'll never stop bitching.
Yeah. What do they call it when all the holy rollers get together under a tent? The revivalist meeting, I guess. Anyhow, in this Republican revivalist tent meeting at the Trump Kennedy Center behind closed doors, Trump proceeded to make additional troubling statements about constitutional electoral processes, suggesting he will seek a pathway to run for a third term, which will violate federal law. And strangely questioning the House Republicans in attendance, Trump said, I could have the most unbelievable 4 years, and I guess I'm not allowed to run. I'm not sure. Is there a little something out there that I'm not allowed to run? But let's assume I was allowed to run. There's going to be a constitutional movement. Now, it's like, goddamn. Trump
Why does he need more time?
Thank you. Again, the question is valid. It's what on earth? Oh, he's got to finish the ballroom. That's it, Brendan. He's got to finish the ballroom. I mean, he'll never get it done in this term. So it'll take till
on his lifetime.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Anyhow, Trump has previously made comparable commentary about seeking another term.
How did FDR die on the job?
He died on the job. Yeah, FDR. Yeah.
Trump was keeled over, or they tried to resuscitate him.
He was assassinated. Basically, a young German girl who was underage, because he had a thing about young girls, was allowed in to feed him his bowls of oatmeal and shit. He was eating this porridge and shit. She gave him poison porridge. Everybody knew she was there to kill him, that she'd been sent by Hitler. And they just let her in and let her out because everybody wanted him dead. Because the fucker was going to go anyway, and he had a card-carrying Stalinist stooge, an actual card-carrying member of the American Communist Party, Henry Wallace, as his successor. And they had to kill him to bring in Truman or anybody to replace Henry Wallace. because if he died, naturally, and they didn't get, he had to be dead for them to get Wallace in. So that's why they had to kill him. And so, but they didn't dare to do it, but the Germans did. And they just let her go, and she escaped.
How did they get Wallace out then?
They got Wallace out because Roosevelt was no longer there to protect him. So they could just say, fuck you, get out of here, or we're going to kill you. It was that simple. Right. And we're putting in Truman. And, Roosevelt, Big Daddy Roosevelt wasn't there to save Wallace's ass anymore. So he had to, run away with his tail between his legs and run for president on his own. But of course, when you run on a communist ticket in America, that ain't a win-in ticket to start with. So he never got anywhere. But he tried.
Right.
It's like, I'm a Stalinist. Vote for me. Yeah, don't pay attention to what they did in Ukraine. 15 million dead of starvation. Well, it'll be different when we collectivize here. Nobody wanted to, try. They didn't want to experiment with that. They, nah, thanks, but no thanks.
Okay, this is the official scene. He was in a cottage in Georgia. He had a severe headache. And and then he died.
Wait, he died at Camp David. Didn't he die on site Camp David?
Okay, this is the internet we're talking about.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's true or what.
My understanding was he was at Camp David. Yeah, who knows? I mean, we'll look it up. We'll look it up again, people. But honest to God, I swear to God, all the documents I dealt with said he was at Camp David, if I remember correctly. He might have been at this house in Georgia, may have just returned from Camp David. I'm pretty sure it was Camp David. Because he was,
It says, in 45, FDR returned to Warm Springs, Georgia, a destination.
Oh, Warm Springs, Georgia. That's it. He was at the Springs. Yeah. That's right. He left Camp David to go to the Springs because it was kind of like a spa. He was doing the spa thing, right? Get it?
Okay. That makes sense.
Because he felt like shit.
While sitting up for a portrait, he collapsed and died of a cerebral hemorrhage.
He wasn't doing no portrait. Yeah, he wasn't doing no portrait. No, it was... The girl had brought
like how many portraits do they need? Didn't they have cameras? Like what the fuck?
Yeah, no shit. How many portraits? They already had portraits. Yeah, that's weird.
Of course.
Yeah, I think that line doesn't make sense. Now, what are they gonna say? Oh, then an underage girl brought him, porridge, and then he died. Of course not. But that's the documents I worked with said that. At any rate, as we all know, Trump has previously made comparable commentary about seeking another term, but he's walked them back following strong criticism of his obvious disregard for constitutional constraints. But earlier that day of January 6th this year, Trump's former Vice President Mike Pence took an indirect swipe at Trump, charging him with abandoning the peaceful transition of power following their maladministration's conclusion and his 2020 electoral defeat, which Trump continues to dispute. Pence barely escaped death on that tragic day when one person was killed. 5 others subsequently died, including some by suicide, who were present at the violent insurrection. In fact, that number's gone well up beyond 6 at this point. Trump granted clemency to all of the nigh 1,600 convicted insurrectionists. He launched multiple legal challenges, almost all of which were rejected or thrown out for insufficient evidence or lack of legal standing to reverse the 2020 electoral outcome, and faced lawsuits himself over his persistent electoral denial. According to the Associated Press, those suits have also been thrown out as of November in 2025 because, well, Trump. Well, during the address that I'm citing at the Trump Kennedy Center just about a week ago, Trump also made an unusual admission about lacking support on one critical policy matter, questioning, "What the hell is going on?" Now, many leaders try to influence how voters understand their past, but none has tried as hard to erase historical truth as Donald Trump has about what happened 5 years ago last Tuesday. The violent attack on Congress by a pro-Trump mob seeking to overturn his 2020 electoral defeat. By the way, Brendan, any other thoughts before I dive into that subject that comes up with FDR, perhaps? Something else that you might have found that
no,
related?
It's just hideous. It's just hideous.
There you go. And, well, as I say, Trump has done his best to revise history, and no modern politician has had so much success in doing so as he. Trump's efforts have turned J6, which began as something close to a collective horror, into just one more political issue on which Americans are divided. At 1:42 a.m. on the 19th day in December of 2020, Donald Trump, disturbed, humiliated, livid, posted the following message on Twitter. Statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election. Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there. We'll be wild. In California, David Nicholas Dempsey, a 33-year-old man-child with multiple felony convictions and a profound adulation for the president, answered the call. On January 6th, wearing a tactical vest and an American flag gaiter, Dempsey came to the Capitol. Shortly before he assaulted several police officers, he shared his perspectives in an interview given while standing near a gallows. That gallows had been erected as a reminder to then Vice President Mike Pence to do, in Trump's words, the right thing. Dempsey said, quote, them worthless fucking shitholes like fucking Jerry Nadler, fucking Pelosi, Clapper Comey, fucking all those pieces of garbage, you know? Obama, all these dudes, Clinton, fuck all these pieces of shit. They don't need a jail cell. They need to hang from these motherfuckers while everybody videotapes it and fucking spreads it on YouTube. Unquote. Dempsey was not an organizer of the siege, but he was one of its most energetic participants. He assaulted Metropolitan Police Detective Fusan Nguyen with pepper spray. Nguyen later testified that he was certain in that moment he was going to die. Dempsey assaulted another police officer with a metal crutch, cracking his protective shield and cutting his head open. Dempsey, who was recorded yelling, "Fuck you, bitch-ass cops!" assaulted other officers with broken pieces of furniture, crutches, and a flagpole. Prosecutors would later prove that Dempsey's violence reached such extremes that at one point he attacked a fellow rioter who was trying to disarm him. All told, more than 140 police officers were critically injured in that attempted overthrow of our legitimate government, all of them seriously enough to be hospitalized. I video-tended that January 6th rally by reviewing the video of the cameras on the ellipse live, at which Trump told his supporters, "If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore." Cameras followed the crowd to the Capitol. One woman, a QAnon adherent dressed in a pussycat costume, said for the record, "We're going to stop the steal. If Pence isn't going to stop it, we have to." Granted, her cosplay made her the most memorable, but it wasn't because she was attractive. It was that someone that homely dared to wear a pussycat outfit and think that, well, I don't know what was going on. What I remember very well about that day was a failure of imagination on the part of law enforcement. I myself did not, to my knowledge, see Dempsey on camera based on what was being televised at the time. He had positioned himself at the vanguard of the assault, and camera personnel stayed near the White House to listen to Trump. But videographers did come across at least a dozen or more protesters dressed in similar tactical gear or wearing body armor, many of them carrying flex cuffs. We all particularly remember those plastic cuffs, but most misunderstood them only as a performance of zealous commitment. Later, we would learn that these men, some of whom were Proud Boys, believed that they would actually be arresting members of Congress in defense of the Constitution. When interviewed, one of them exhorted, "It's all in the Bible! Everything is predicted! Donald Trump is in the Bible!" Yeah, he's called the Antichrist. Grifters could not exist, of course, without a population primed to be grifted. After the insurrection, Dempsey returned to California, where he was eventually arrested. In early 2024, he pleaded guilty to 12 felony counts of assaulting an officer with a dangerous weapon. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison. 6 months later, in the summer of 2024, Trump, who would come to describe the January 6th insurrection as a day of love, said that, if reelected, he would mass pardon rioters, but only if they're innocent. Dempsey was most certainly not innocent. But on the 20th day of January in 2025, shortly after being inaugurated, Trump mass pardoned him and roughly 1,600 others charged with or convicted of offenses related to the Capitol insurrection. 14 people, mainly senior figures in the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys movements, saw their sentences commuted but did not receive pardons. That's because their sentences were commuted to something so light that they were out of prison within days. They didn't need the pardons, they were effectively freed. So, of the 1,600 or so offenders who received mass pardons, roughly 600, over half 1,000, plus 100, had been charged with assaulting or obstructing police officers, and 170 of those had been recorded abusing deadly weapons in the siege. Among those mass pardoned were Peter Schwartz, who had received a 14-year sentence for throwing a chair at police officers and repeatedly attacking them with pepper spray. Daniel Joseph Rodriguez, who was sentenced to 12.5 years for conspiracy and assaulting an officer with a stun gun. He sent a text message to a friend reading, "Tased the fuck out of the blue." And Andrew Takey, that's Taake, he calls himself Andrew Take, who received a 6-year sentence for attacking officers with bear spray and a metal whip. A day after the mass pardons were announced, Trump said in a press conference, "I am a friend of police more than any president who's been in office," before barreling on to praise the conspirators. "These were people that actually love our country, unlike police, so we thought a mass pardon would be appropriate." Now, Trump had something else to say during that first press conference of his new midterm. "I think we're going to do things that people will be shocked at." That would turn out to be true, but unfortunately, shock does not last. Here is the emblematic inner struggle of our age, to preserve the ability to even be shocked. Dostoevsky so wrote before the communists provided so many shocks that people numbed. "Man grows used to everything, the scoundrel." A blessing that is also a curse. It all comes down to revising history. Trump's bid to rewrite memories of 1/6 started that very day, hours after rioters breached the Capitol and threatened lawmakers meeting to certify Joe Biden's win. He tweeted, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long." But Trump's revisionist campaign intensified after he retook the presidency yesteryear. Since then, he has mass pardoned people convicted of committing crimes at the Capitol, including violent ones, whom he called patriots and hostages of the justice system, something echoed by his parrot Peter Moon, Vinnie Barbaric, who called them political prisoners. He's emphasized that he told his supporters to march to the Capitol peacefully and patriotically, while downplaying having also told them to fight like hell, and continued to falsely claim that the 2020 election was stolen and pushed the Justice Department to investigate it, fueling conspiracy theories. Trump's Justice Department has also fired prosecutors who worked on his and other January 6th related cases. And amid White House pressure, the Smithsonian removed all references to Trump's impeachments, one of which was over January 6th. This is a lobotomy of the American mind. A memory lapse does no justice. It's a lobotomy. Trump's campaign having largely succeeded. The first polls conducted after the riot found that most Democrats, independents, and Republicans disapproved of his mob's actions. But as Trump kept calling the election rigged, opinions changed. The share of Americans who held Trump responsible for the violence fell. By mid-2021, 75% of Republicans agreed that too much is being made of the attempt to overthrow their own government, saying it was time to move on. Most Trump voters described the attack as patriotism and defending freedom. And while most Americans still agree that threats of violence endangered democracy, many simply blame the other side. But Trump had help. His congressional allies, some of whom fled the mob, have parodied his false claims, declined to mount a plaque honoring police officers who defended the Capitol, and blamed the attack on security failures by Democrats. The Supreme Court ruled that presidents enjoy complete and total immunity from prosecution, effectively blocking the federal electoral interference case against Trump from going to trial before the 2024 election. And ordinary Americans helped too. Having closely followed congressional hearings into the abortive overthrow and having called out the muted public reaction to their findings profoundly disturbing, Susan Neiman, a Harvard-educated philosopheress who directs the Einstein Forum in United Germany and has studied how nations reckon with difficult moments in their history, grew up in Georgia during the Civil Rights Movement and calls herself congenitally hopeful, thinking that America will eventually reach a shared understanding of January 6th, just as most of us now recognize segregation as wrong, albeit she qualifies, but it won't happen as long as these guys control the government. That could change as soon as November's midterm elections, and as more Americans express opposition to Trump's presidency through polls and protests. In that context, know that Democrats held a hearing with witnesses to the violence and later gathered on the Capitol steps to mark the memory of what factually happened, whereas Trump met privately with White House Republicans at the Kennedy Center, which the president has rebranded to carry his own name, for a policy forum wherein Trump threatened to cancel midterms amid the realization he'll be impeached again when the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party is defeated. The political parties refuse to agree to a shared history of events. Which brings us to MAGA's foundational lie. Military injustice and Hegseth's appalling vengeance campaign, the Pentagon's maneuver to demote Senator Mark Kelly for accurately saying that troops should refuse illegal orders after a Trump maladmin post, projected intent to kick out non-white citizens, being naught but a pernicious form of political bullying. Now, I understand that a review, even a short and partial review of the past year, last year, might seem dismally repetitive. But repetition ensures that we remember, and perhaps even experience, shock anew. So in brief, Trump has dismantled America's foreign aid infrastructure and gutted a program built by an earlier Republican president that saved the lives of millions of Black Africans infected with HIV. He has encouraged the United States military to commit war crimes. He has instituted radical cuts to American science and medical funding and abetted a crusade against vaccines. He has appointed conspiracists, alcoholics, and outright idiots to key positions in his maladministration. He has destroyed the independence of the Justice Department. He has waged pitiless war on prosecutors, FBI agents, and others who previously investigated himself, his family, and his friends. he has cast near-fatal doubt on America's willingness to fulfill its treaty obligations to its democratic allies. He has applauded Vladimir Putin for his barbarism and castigated Ukraine for its unwillingness to commit mass suicide. He has led racist attacks on various groups of immigrants. He has employed unusually cruel tactics in pursuit of undocumented immigrants, most of whom have committed only one singular crime, illegally seeking refuge in a country that they believed represented the dream of a better life. Those are but some of the misactions Trump has taken. Here are a few of the things he has said since returning to office. He has referred to immigrants as garbage. He has called a female reporter piggy and other reporters ugly, stupid, terrible, and nasty. He has suggested that the murder of a Saudi journalist by his country's government was justified. He has labeled one sitting governor seriously retarded. And he has blamed the murder of Rob Rayner on the director's anti-Trump politics. He has called the Democrats the party of evil. Yet even when weighed against this stunning record of degeneracy, the mass pardoning by Trump of his cop-beating foot soldiers represents the lowest moment of this presidency thus far, because it was an act not only of naked despotism, but also of outlandish hypocrisy. By pardoning, mass pardoning, these violent criminals, these treasonous conspirators against our constitutional republic, he exposed the foundational lie of MAGA ideology, that it stands with the police and as a guarantor of law and order. The truth being the very opposite. The power to pardon being a vestige of America's pre-independence past. It is an unchecked monarchical power, an awesome power, the power of kings, and therefore it should be bestowed only on leaders blessed with self-restraint, civic-mindedness, and most important, basic decency. We have been watching indecency triumphant in the public sphere, on and off, for more than 10 years now, since the moment Trump insulted all Mexicans as rapists, for reasons that are quite possibly too unbearable to contemplate. A large group of American voters was not repulsed by such mass slander. They were actually aroused thereby. And our politics have never been the same. Much has been said, including by me, about Trump's narcissism, his autocratic inclinations, his disconnection from reality, but not nearly enough has been said about his fundamental indecency, the characteristic that undergirds everything he says and does. In an important essay, Andrew Sullivan noted this past fall that Trump's indecency is comprehensive in style and substance. Writing, and here I read therefrom, "It is one thing to be a realist in foreign policy, to accept the morally ambiguous in an immoral world. It is simply indecent to treat a country, Ukraine, invaded by another, Russia, as the actual aggressor, and force it to accept a settlement on the invader's terms. It is one thing to find and arrest illegal immigrants. It is indecent to mock and ridicule them, and send them, with no due process, to a foreign gulag where torture is routine. It is one thing to enforce immigration laws. It is another to abuse masked, anonymous men to do it. It is one thing to cut foreign aid. It is simply indecent to do so abruptly and irrationally so that millions of children will needlessly die. We have slowly adjusted to this entirely new culture from the top, perhaps in the hope that it will somehow be sated soon. But then new indecencies happen. Every minute." The subject of Trump's indecency came up in a conversation that Jeffrey Goldberg, editor-in-chief of The Atlantic magazine, had with Barack Obama in 2017. Goldberg asked Obama, to name the most norm-defying act of his successor to date. Somewhat to the editor's surprise, Obama mentioned Trump's speech at the Boy Scouts National Jamboree earlier that year. This appearance has been largely forgotten, but it was a festival of indecency. At one point, Trump told the Scouts about a wealthy friend of his, whom he described did unmentionable things on his yacht. Telling the Boy Scouts, then he sucked dick, and then he kissed ass. I mean, licked it, ribbed it, stuck his tongue up so far up that man's sphincter, his tongue came out brown. To a bunch of Boy Scouts. Now, Obama, a model of dignified presidential behavior, if nothing else, just like nearly all his predecessors, Democratic and Republican, they at least assumed the role, understood viscerally the importance of self-restraint and adherence to long-established norms, which is why he was so troubled by Trump's decadent performance. Obama said, you can stand in front of tens of thousands of teenage boys and encourage them to be good citizens and be helpful to their mothers, or you can go Lord of the Flies. He went Lord of the Flies. Yes, Trump told them all. And on that yacht, you don't spit it out, you swallow. We are all in one long, unending Lord of the Flies moment, misled by a madman who, to borrow from Psalm 10, possesses a mouth full of cursing and deceit and fraud. For many people, government scientists seeking cures for diseases, FBI agents investigating corruption and terrorism, military leaders trying to preserve respect for the rules of warfare, and in particular, police officers who were brutalized by Trump's army of deluded chaos cultists. These days can seem infernal. Trump's term being but only a quarter over. A piece of advice, oft attributed to my biological sire Adolf Hitler, has it best. When you're going through hell, keep going. Now, I'll probably turn to geopolitics, having covered the home front. But yes, any thoughts at all, Brendan, by all means, feel free to share. This is something, of course, that needs other perspectives as well. And obviously, you've lived through the same horror I have, and life becomes harder every goddamn day. And, well, this year, geez, so what do you see for this year? Aside from a lot of upheaval, I mean, with his Trump reading...
I mean,
Trump,
in what sense?
Well, his horoscope reading, he may not survive the year. Is that possible, that Trump may not survive the year? Or the fall might come this year? Overreach?
Well, it was, the gist of it was he would attain his desire, but there will be afflictions in his longevity, in his health. So we're already seeing that. It's just a matter of how long it's going to play out. It will take to play out.
Thank you.
So,
yeah. No.
But that's that's why he's obsessed with getting that technology from Unterland, because he just needs, the
time.
surface doctors told him, you don't have that much time, no matter what we do. So he needs like this Svartalheim technology to actually maintain himself.
Thank you.
So someone has told him that, or whoever's ruling this place, like the real rulers, they told him, look, we don't even have it. They won't even give it to us. Yeah. So that's why he's obsessed with it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He wants to reestablish that connection to Unterland via the Grunland, which was their traditional trading point. So thank you, Brendan. Brendan has summarized it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Yeah. But it's even if you get Greenland back, they're not going to come back to that stupid ice base thing
Thank
to
you.
trade after like 50, 60 years. Come on.
Thank you. Well, it was only since 1997. So how many years has that been? I'd have to get my calculator out.
Might as well be 60 years. It's 30, almost 30 years. Yeah.
God damn, yeah, it was a long time. 2026 minus 1997.
29 years.
Yeah, 29 years. God damn. Yeah, been a while. It's yeah, but it's really 28 years because the year's just begun, but still, might as well be 30. We would say, rounding it off, it's about 30 years. Yeah, it's been a long while, and like you said, how would they coax them back? What are they gonna do? Light a flare? How would they let them go?
What exactly do they need to trade with us? Like what?
Yeah,
Nothing,
that's
probably.
the question. That's the question. What would they want from us? What could we possibly have that they would even need at this point? So, well, he probably feels he can offer them the world. You can have the world. It would be like the last thing they would want. I mean, if you think the Celestials have to come here in an encounter suit, it's like the Unterlanders, they really want no part of it. They're not here to grab anybody, slaves or otherwise.
Right.
Yeah, their society has reached a new peak of economics that is beyond what we can offer. So, yeah, thank you for that. To wit, it's long past time to treat Trump's Greenland threats as a very real likelihood regardless. President Donald Trump issued an early morning warning to NATO today. Talking to Truth Social, Trump wrote, well, I should say yesterday at this point, it's after midnight.
Which is like basically talking to himself. I can't imagine there's that many people on there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Excellent point. Excellent point. Anyhow, and it really
the only people that give him airtime are from those posts are just the news for like reposting it.
Seriously, you're right. You're absolutely right. It's like, who the fuck would be up at night? Oh, I'm staying up to wait for whatever shit Trump texts out next. It's kind of like, oh my fucking God. Oh, and but I wonder if I should even go there tonight. I mean, obviously it's a big topic, and once I start in on it, it's going to take a while to do it justice. I'm not quite sure if I should, dive into it tonight. Maybe I should wait for Sunday to do it. What's your impression? What's your impression? What do you think? You think I should go on a bit longer? I mean, because it does lead eventually to Iran. Let me get started on it at least, and then I could at least cover a little bit about Iran. Because it, I'll work my way towards that. So, yeah, at any rate, talking to Truth Social, Trump wrote, "The United States needs Greenland for the purpose of national security. It is vital for the Golden Dome that we are building. NATO should be leading the way for us to get it." Then, all uppercase, shout warning here, "If we don't, Russia or China will, and that is not going to happen. Militarily, without the vast power of the United States, much of which I built during my first term, and am now bringing to a new and even higher level, NATO would not be an effective force or deterrent. Not even close. They know that, and so do I. NATO becomes far more formidable and effective with Greenland in the hands of the," shout warning here, "United States. Anything less than that is unacceptable. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President DJT." Now, the Russian and Communist Chinese...
Who the fuck writes like that?
A madman.
Why does he do that? Yeah.
Yes.
Like, he ends it all to whom it may concern or some shit. It's like, what?
You know what it reminds me of? It's like George Knight with his public essay. It's like George Knight with his public essay. There's a certain madness here where they write public essays. It's something to do with their MK Ultra. That you notice that they do
some
this
kind of fucked up psychology or something.
Yeah. They want everyone to know.
Attention, everybody.
Yeah.
And then it's like we got to find a Freudian to explain what the fuck that is.
Oh God, I told you about that lady that I thought might be helpful in writing, and she was like, I just want to bring the whole family together and tell them all off. And it's like, I don't understand, why does it have to? Why not just one at a time? Just approach them. I understand nobody really pays attention. But when you bring them all together, it does grab everyone's attention, admittedly, but it automatically presents yourself as a kook who is now on the outs because you are confronting everybody all at once, making you immediately the alien in the group. You have just united everyone against you because you're confronting them all at once. People just don't get psychology, I guess. And well, Trumpy does that to the world.
Or they're just fucked up.
Yeah, they're just fucked up. And for those of you who, well, anyhow, let's just put it this way. In the simplest terms, the Russian and Communist Chinese empires are closer to the United States land through Alaska than they are anywhere near to Greenland. And the United States, as Brendan has pointed out, already has a Space Force base on Greenland. The subcontinental super island.
Multiple bases.
Thank you. Many of them abandoned, even. That's how many bases they've got. They've abandoned a number of them under the ice, including former nuclear-powered bases. Now, the subcontinental super island is also part of NATO, since it is part of Denmark. So if Greenland is attacked by Russia and Red China, NATO is attacked, and all member states will fight back. The Trump maladministration's ongoing threats against Greenland and Denmark are an appalling example.
Yeah, but it's like a paradox, because, or like a do not compute, because if the U.S. is part of NATO and that it can't like defend from an attack against it, but from itself.
Like, you mean NATO? Yeah, that's right. I get it.
Like if a NATO member attacks another NATO, takes over, then it triggers, then it's what they, it just avoids it. I mean, it's just like if you were to put it into a computer, it would say it can't be computed. It's just the variables don't work that way.
Which is what happened.
It's a short circuit.
Which is what happened when NATO member Turkey invaded NATO member Greece in attempting to conquer the island of Cyprus, or Kypros as it's pronounced in the Greek. And
so what happened then? I know you explained it, but
they
just split the island.
They just split the island. Everybody just stepped back and watched. The most important NATO member in that case was inescapably Great Britain, because Great Britain held territory on the island and it did fucking nothing. So everybody just waited till all the gunfire cleared and the smoke settled, and then they just said, oh, well, here's the new development, divided capital, Nicosia, and a divided island. Okay, sucks to be you. Let's move on, people. And that was how they responded. This, however, is apparently different, because let's put it this way, more likely it would dissolve NATO, as opposed to everybody just stepping back and watching while Trump, marches into Greenland. At that point, right now the Europeans are at least putting up a front in terms of vocalization. So it would result in at least protestation through dissolution of NATO, or expulsion of the American member state. That would be interesting. I don't know if they have any capacity to contend with that, but we'll find out. Probably just disillusion. Obviously, the Trump maladministration's ongoing threats against Greenland and Denmark are an appalling example of postmodern colonialism, but they're also a strategic catastrophe for Europe, Canada, and even the American empire itself. In a report after the invasion of the Crimea circa 2014, Business Insider explained that the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has long sought to eliminate NATO, wherein a self-described intelligence worker named John Burden, as in I carry the burden, commented, "Trump declares war on Greenland, Denmark, and NATO. Will someone remove this man from office before he has the armed forces killing and dying all over the world? Well, we do now. This is much worse. Putin over NATO? I take NATO. National health care. But I was born into the big lie. Now, the man's point being that annexing Greenland would be a strategic catastrophe. Trump's Greenland takeover would be a suicidal maneuver. Consider the immediate fallout of the United States announcing in the not-too-distant future that it was annexing Greenland. Domestically, little would change. As an American territory, Greenland would only receive non-voting representation in Congress, which is no representation at all, and little more than that. Internationally, however, the reactions would be swift, destabilizing, and wildly detrimental to American interests and influence. The quickest response would come out of Denmark and out of Europe more broadly. Danish officials have been unequivocal in their opposition to Trump's threats. But if and when an American flag rises over Nuuk, the capital of Greenland, Dane-American relations, that is, America's links with one of its closest European allies and the supplier of its Ozempic, would immediately shatter. While Denmark would hardly offer an armed response, European nations would close ranks in support of Danish partners. More importantly, NATO would be, for all intents and purposes, dead. Any attempt to try and seize Greenland would be a massive catastrophe and ultimately spiral out of control. The inevitable arc of narrative on all the knock-on effects of an American seizure of Greenland would start from a shattered NATO to a nuclear-armed Canada to imperial overreach and, eventually, imperial collapse. Trump has long talked about how important Greenland is to the American empire, but after Trump invaded Venezuela and seized its leader, fears abound among those in the European Union who are unsure if Trump is willing to go to war with NATO. Such an attack would be not only a morally reprehensible crime, but a national security crisis of a sort the American empire has not seen in decades. There's good reason to think it would be the greatest foreign policy blunder since at least the Vietnam War. In the immediate fallout, little would change for Americans, while Greenland would suddenly add to the non-voting representative in Congress. However, the rest of the world would be quickly destabilized to the detriment of American interests. Denmark would react first, followed by a broader response from Europe. But the most important of the problems would be that NATO is effectively dead. Given how many European nations still have territory in the Western Hemisphere, from the Azores to French Guiana to the British Virgin Islands, which of America's allies could be assured that they wouldn't be next? For Trumpist unilateralists, this may matter little, but for those who view America's allies as our greatest asset in an era of rising geopolitical tension, spiking that alliance system, all for a subcontinental super-island in which American military power is already assured, would be a suicidal maneuver, without modern compare. Europe wouldn't be alone. Canada would immediately get involved, as taking Greenland would become a bulwark against Canadian maneuverability or power projection into the North Atlantic, a gargantuan doorstop on Canada's eastern border, isolating Canada that much more from Ottawa's remaining allies in Europe. Trump has also talked about seizing Canada itself, so these threats to other areas have become quickly problematic for the neighbors to the north. It will also mean something that no one in the maladministration has apparently considered: Canada going nuclear. Nuclear discourse in Canada has already accelerated thanks, well, unanimously to Trump's rhetoric. Watching Trump suddenly encircle Canada would effectively guarantee a nuclear arms program in Canada itself, with all of the threats, uncertainty, and destabilizing factors attendant. A Greenland seizure, coming alongside the misactions of other nuclear-armed imperialists expanding their borders, all but assures a new nuclear arms race among non-nuclear powers, realizing that these weapons will be the only guarantee of safety and sovereignty. Meanwhile, the more engaged the American empire is with Venezuela, Canada, and Greenland, the easier it is for the Russian empire to seize ever more territory in Ukraine and perhaps even more. It also keeps eyes off the road for the communist Chinese empire of the East, which has long wanted to invade my Taiwan. A suddenly destabilized world in which colliding spheres of influence reign, with subalterns and trampled nations chafing against neo-colonial overlords, will ripple across the globe, presenting a national security disaster, the likes of which the United States has not seen since the 1930s, when a similarly Hobbesian world birthed totalitarianism, authoritarian empires, and the most devastating war the globe has ever seen. It's all possible. However, imperialism almost always leads to imperial overreach and eventual collapse. The ingredients are all there for a thrust into Greenland to be a debacle of era-defining proportions, and a national security crisis whose ramifications are only just beginning. In the fall of 2021, the New Yorker magazine columnist Susan B. Glaser flew down to Mar-a-Lago with her husband, Peter Baker, the chief White House correspondent at the New York Times, to interview Donald Trump for a book they were writing on his first midterm in office. After an hour and a half, the well-and-aid moved to end their conversation, but they threw in one last question. Why had Trump pursued the purchase of the Danish territory of Greenland, to the shock of European allies and the general bemusement of much of the American public? Trump presented his interest as the musings of a canny businessman. I said, why don't we have that? You take a look at a map. So I'm in real estate. I look at a corner, I say, I gotta have that store for the building that I'm building, etc. You know, it's not that different. I love maps. And I always said, look at the size of this. It's massive, and that should be part of the United States. It's not different from a real estate deal. It's just a little bit bigger, to put it mildly. Well, Greenland was hardly headline news at that point. They had asked Trump about it because, in conducting interviews for the book, they had been surprised to learn that his pursuit thereof had not been the transitory whim that it had initially appeared to be, when in the summer of 2019 it was first made public, but a persistent demand over several years of his presidency. Several former officials had told them that Trump's insistence had prompted serious internal study. They were told that Trump's college friend, the cosmetics magnate and philanthropist Ronald Lauder, had planted the idea with the president, and even presented himself to Trump's national security advisor, John Bolton, as a possible secret envoy to Denmark. So you see, his cosmetics industry, which helps fat people look thin, visually was threatened by Ozempic, which actually made them thin. And in the summer of 2018, according to Bolton himself, Trump mused about trading Puerto Rico for Greenland. You know, he said, give away all them dirt skins so we can get the white skins. Apparently not knowing that, well, the Inuit of Greenland are not white. After an early Oval Office meeting during which Trump expounded on buying Greenland, another mystified cabinet member was struck by how delusional the president sounded. Sourced secretary later attesting, you just sit there and be like, well, this isn't real. But then you're like, oh well, maybe this is real in his mind. At the time, the couple's interest in the episode was more historical than geopolitical. Trump was himself exiled in Florida, a political outcast. Joe Biden's foreign policy was all about reinforcing America's commitments to its allies in Europe, such as Denmark, and repudiating Trump's undermining of the United States-led international order. But just a few years later, we all now know that Trump's pursuit of Greenland will not end up as it should have, an obscure footnote to the story of a failed one-term president. On Tuesday, of last week, giddy after the success of a daring weekend raid to capture the Venezuelan dictator Nicolás Maduro, Trump's White House put out a statement threatening Denmark, a NATO ally, with military action if it did not hand over Greenland, a threat so reminiscent of Vladimir Putin's bold demands in the run-up to his invasion of Ukraine that it had Russian officials openly cheering. In the days since, Trump has insisted that the United States simply must have the vast, sparsely populated, and resource-rich territory. His ethnic American Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, was set to meet with Denmark's leaders this week to present terms, which Brendan can describe. Freak them all out. Brendan, you said the reaction of Mette Frederiksen was one of, she was pale white, just bloodless, with shock. Let's see if Brendan is still there. If he's not, I understand. We'll find out in a moment. You're off.
I mean, I'm not here for much longer, but
understood. Yeah.
But yeah, the lady that was with her just looked, I mean, like her body language said it all. Like she looked scared or something.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that profoundly. And at any rate, yes, thank you. In the days since, with this meeting, well, since that meeting, 7 European nations put out a joint statement condemning the threats, leading to yet another Trump misstatement claiming that it was the Europeans who could not be trusted to defend their fellow alliance members. What some of Trump's own senior officials once viewed as the delusional musings of a dilettante have now become a genuine international crisis, one that could lead, or maybe it already has led, to the effective end of NATO. After this week, is there anyone who can credibly claim to be sure that the United States, under Trump, would honor the commitment to mutual defense that is the foundation of our alliance? Greenland, as it turns out, is not a punchline, but a template that explains much about Trump's foreign policy. It's about a power-grabbing president who looks at a territory on a map and says he wants to own it. In telling the Baker Glazers that, in his own words, from a strategic standpoint, from a locational standpoint, from a geography standpoint, it's something that we should have, Trump could not articulate any rationale for acquiring Greenland any more than he can elaborate on what his plan is for Venezuela now that he's toppled the country's leader and seized some of its oil. When asked by reporters from The Times on Wednesday why he couldn't just settle for the terms of the existing 1951 treaty with Denmark, which grants our United States military nearly unlimited use of Greenland's territory, Trump replied, "Ownership is very important because that's what I feel is psychologically needed for success." Trump then declaring that there be no limits to his global powers except one thing: my own morality, my own mind. It's the only thing that can stop me.
He said it would make him feel better, basically, or something.
Yeah. It's basically biggest dickus. What's this? Witkoff, Kushner seek meeting with Putin. Oh, God. We've got more trouble ahead. They want to have an alliance against Europe. This is the new
I mean, they're the ones pulling the strings. He's like the real Zio.
Yes, that's true. That's true. That's right. Kushner's the real Zio. And he's transgender too, which seriously, it's not a cut. At any rate, it's
you can't, come on, out of all the things you can hate on him for.
Yeah, seriously. And
that's almost a moot point.
If anything, I say that as an embarrassment to the transgender community.
Yeah.
That's seriously
true.
Yeah, my son is transgender, so obviously I'm not hating on him for that, but yeah, but at any rate, by the way, do need to speak with me privately? I can end transmission and speak with you privately for a few minutes. Is there something you'd like to speak about privately, or can that wait till tomorrow?
No, what gave you that impression?
Oh, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Because I know you got to go to sleep eventually. Because unlike myself, you've got, a much more conventional, lifestyle. And,
Yeah.
but,
Yeah, no, I mean everything's good. Yeah.
okay, good. Well, just let me know when you leave, but hang on as long as you feel like it. I want people to understand in the listenership that Trump's approach to the world is not the isolationism that many of his supporters celebrated when he returned to the White House, vowing an America First shift away from the liberal internationalism of his predecessors, but instead a narcissistic form of unilateralism that sayest loudly, I can do whatever I want, whenever and however I want to do it. Unrestrained power welded for its own sake is the theme. And along with Trump himself, his deputy chief of
it's like some
staff.
Ayn Rand shit.
Thank you. Yeah.
Do whatever you want.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck everyone else.
Yeah. 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 LaVeyan. Yeah. Satanist. And his deputy chief of staff, Stephen Miller, is its muse. Miller's snarling enunciation of this doctrine in an interview with CNN's Jake Tapper on Monday opening last work week, during which he asserted America's right to do as it wished with Greenland.
Yeah, here's Ayn Rand.
Yeah.
The question is, who isn't going to let me? It's who is going to stop me. That's what she said.
What a cunt. What a fucking cunt. Thank you. I appreciate that. And that's the spirit carried by Stephen Miller when he was on with CNN's Jake Tapper on Monday opening last work week, when he asserted America's right to do it as it wished with Greenland, which has since been justifiably taken as an important statement of the Weltanschauung. Did I get that right? The worldview? Weltanschauung? Weltanschauung, correct? The worldview. Weltanschauung. The worldview underpinning this maladministration, with Miller spewing, we live in a real world. The real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world since the beginning of time. Now, counting last weekend's qualifiedly daring commando raid on Maduro's compound, Trump has now ordered United States military attacks on 7 different nations since returning to the White House: Iran, Iraq, Nigeria, Somalia, Syria, Venezuela, and Yemen. As Raphael Glucksmann, a French member of the European Parliament, put it to the Wall Street Journal, Trump is tough with the weak, but weak with the tough. Does it make it better or worse that, in most cases, Trump's attention has come and gone as quickly as the missiles he's unleashed? That he has lingered on his military triumphs only long enough to make sweeping claims about the transformative, brilliant, incredible results he has achieved before quickly moving on to some other preoccupation? In the days since the Venezuela attack, Trump has explicitly threatened not only Greenland, but also Colombia, Iran, and Mexico. Why? Because he can. A decade into Trump's political career and nearly a year into his second midterm, we can now say definitively that the president's signature geopolitical maneuver is not withdrawing the United States from the world, but performative displays of force to impose his will upon it. For a man who's also spent the past year proclaiming himself the president of peace, this seems like an almost inconceivable twist. It's not. Trump views these dramatic military actions as standalone accomplishments in their own right.
He's ended 8 wars.
That he started, yeah. Yeah. I guess you start them, you can end them, right? I mean, it's yeah.
It's just a number. He's got a bigger number, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
It's that simple.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, Oh my God. It's oh, yes, the abuse of force for this president, not so much as a means of achieving national security goals as an end in itself. Trump's reaction to observing the Venezuela attack unfold in real time is worth remembering in the context of an operation that, according to the latest United States military estimates, immediately killed some 75 people, including both Maduro's security detail and local residents. In an interview with Fox News last Saturday, Trump marveled, "I mean, I watched it, literally, like I was watching a television show. And if you would have seen the speed, the violence." The situation we now find ourselves in, of an unrestrained Trump, obviously intoxicated with the abuse of military force and determined to swaddle his presidency in its reflected glory, is exactly why Europe is right to fear for Greenland. There are few who think it would take more than a few minutes and a few helicopters for Trump to take possession thereof, thus writing himself into history as a leader who remade the map of North America and the world. Those who oppose such a maneuver are left to take comfort in the minor signs of institutional resistance that have emerged in recent days, those sternly worded European statements, their award of sorts, the mumblings of dismay about the president's Greenland threats from 9 Republican senators, and a vote by 5 of them on Thursday to demand that Trump consult Congress before any further military action in Venezuela, albeit he turned the lot of them in no time, as if that would matter. I can remember a time when all 53 Republican senators would have said that the mere hint of an American military attack on Greenland was crazy, outrageous, and in and of itself an impeachable offense. When was this? Long time ago, you might ask? Children round the campfire? I can give a very specific answer.
With a country with like 60,000 people, I mean, do you even really need to throw a bomb? I mean, like,
Thank you.
Just send a, what is it called? Not a platoon, like a brigade.
Yo,
like,
dude.
what's the biggest division?
Oh, Jesus.
Division. You just send a division, and it's more than the country.
You wouldn't need that, dude. It's like, it's like I said, you'd send in like a battalion.
You just walk in.
Yeah, a brigade or a battalion. Dude, all you just do is invade it with tourists. You would just line up on pleasure cruisers and line up all the fat men in Mai Tai. What do you call those stupid Hawaiian shirts? There's a special name for them, isn't it? All the men in Hawaiian shirts, you just line them up on pleasure cruisers and you disembark them at Greenland. That alone.
They already do that, practically.
Actually, very few people go to Greenland. There's more people who tour Antarctica.
There.
Yeah, well, there you go.
There.
Yeah, no shit. Thank you. But more people
like it's just like puffins.
Yeah, yeah. But for some weird reason, more people tour Antarctica than they tour Greenland. What do you think that is?
Oh, because they want to see the ice wall and shit.
I guess. Yeah, the ice wall. Yeah, that's right, stupid fuckers. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, man, I saw the ice wall. Yeah.
Well, that's what it is, man.
Yeah. Thank you. It's true.
I saw some people commenting saying, if we take over Greenland, I'm gonna go there with no passport needed because it's the 51st day. I'm like thinking to myself, like, why would you need an excuse to go there? Just
Thank you.
Like, it's like going to Alaska.
Thank you. No, it's worse.
Nothing's gonna happen. Like,
no, it's worse. Yeah, it's worse. The terrain is more exciting in Alaska than in Greenland.
Yeah, of course.
You remember what what's her name? Our favorite, Holly Kiefer, said they do, what'd she call it? Glacier walking or something? She's called it glacier, people step off the votes and they go glacier walk. What the fuck? Anyhow.
So boring.
Yeah, no shit. It's like for all the kids around the campfire who are asking me, when was this, golden age, where I'm referring to when Republicans would have considered the mere suggestion of invading Greenland an impeachable offense, I can give you a very specific answer. 11:59 a.m. on January 19th of last year. So welcome to 2026. Trump's apologists may be right when they say that the martial bluster is no more than a bargaining tactic. It appears that's what Maduro thought too, right up until the moment Trump sent the entire fucking Delta Force into his bedroom in the middle of the night. And by saying the entire fucking Delta Force, I'm not exaggerating. That was the entire Delta Force was dispatched. Talk about overkill. And they did overkill. Did they really need to kill everyone they killed? No, but they did it. Now, after the American imperial assault on Venezuela, the president is turning his attention to the rest of the Western Hemisphere. Oh, Brendan, tell them about...
They even killed the dead guy.
Yeah, they even killed the dead guy. Chavez. You go, Chavez. Tell the people about technocracy. That this is the Western Hemisphere. That Trump wants to realize the red map. The red map of technocracy. Tell them about that.
Yeah, that's what he wants.
Well, people don't know what that is. Tell them what this is. This crazy idea that, came up in the night.
I'm still not sure what it is exactly. Some kind of crackpot shit from the 30s.
Yeah. But bunch of crackheads. Yeah.
Yeah. That happened to be related to Musk somehow.
Yeah. 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 They
But these are the people in power, and they want all of North America, Greenland, and that little northern part of South America for some reason.
Yeah.
To create the technate of America.
Yeah. Yeah, which is Musk's idea. And so, as for Trump, his former butt buddy, in the first week of the new year, his maladministration has made threats against Mexico, Colombia, and Greenland. Trump's rhetoric in 2026 seems to hover between fuzzily belligerent and crudely provocative. A few years ago, I reviewed firsthand footage.
The technocracy.
Thank you. Tell him.
Movement. The technate of America, a proposed technocratic superstate, including Canada, U.S., Mexico, Caribbean, into a single entity managed by scientists and engineers, not politicians. Well, maybe they got some work to do on that.
Yeah.
To solve economic problems such as the Great Depression. It envisioned this is the original concept. It envisioned replacing the price system with energy-based accounting. So this is the real situation, why he keeps talking about energy and shit. Well,
also it's a calorie economy. It's an ergonomic economy that everybody gets fed what they need to work. Like robots, like bio-robots. Go on. Yeah.
Exactly. Energy-based accounting, providing for citizens' needs through efficient scientific resource management, and operating as an anti-democratic, authoritarian, yet utopian, which I would qualify as bullshit, but society focused on abundance and productivity. So it's like techno-communism or something.
Yeah. Basically. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Replaced by money is replaced by energy vouchers, where basic needs are met by everybody.
Food stamps.
A commitment that you must work 20 years for 20 hours a week with extensive vacation time, all managed for efficiency.
Wow.
A central system, conscription of resources, continental goods, and prioritizing collective over individual politics. Well, let's dig up Ayn Rand. She wouldn't like this.
Yeah.
She would hate this shit. Okay. She would definitely not like it. Yeah. So there you go.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. There. Hopefully people realize now these are the technocrats that are advising Donald Trump, but, he's taken the wheel and it's out of their hands now. And now it's all just he's taking them where they want to go, but at his speed. And we're all going to crash. So that's...
Yeah, I think they've got some things mixed up. A lot of it mixed up, yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. I mean, there's always things lost in translation, and these guys are playing telephone tag with the dead. So, a few years ago, I reviewed first-hand footage from Caracas of National Guardsmen outside a supermarket checking people's identity before they were allowed in. The logic was that, courtesy of the revolutionary government, the state-owned shop sold essential groceries at below-market prices. So you needed men with truncheons and tear gas to make sure shoppers only came in on their state-appointed shopping days. Isn't this technocracy?
Wait, say that again? What was it?
Like I said, everything you described about technocracy, bear it in mind. And I said a few years ago, I reviewed first-hand footage from Caracas of National Guardsmen outside a supermarket checking people's identity before they were allowed in. The logic being that, courtesy of the revolutionary government, the state-owned shop sold essential groceries at below-market prices. But you needed men with truncheons and tear gas to make sure shoppers only came in on their state-appointed shopping days. I mean, this is technocracy, right?
Pretty much.
So if you want to know what technocracy is going to look like
I said, it's basically communism with like some computers attached to it or something.
Yeah, it's Chavismo. Fucking, that's why Trump took Nicolás Maduro. He wants a consultant on how he's going to run America. Now, Nicolás Maduro's dictatorship was one of the most thuggish in the world. It was also one of the most economically incompetent. When a gang brother of mine walked into that shop, half the shelves were bare, and none of the groceries that were supposed to be on sale for less than they cost to make were, in fact, ever available. A combination of price controls, socialist dogma, and industrial-scale corruption had dramatically impoverished a once prosperous country. The economy shrank by 69% under Maduro, a swifter decline than would normally occur during an all-out civil war. Small wonder Venezuelans in Miami danced in the streets when Donald Trump kidnapped Mr. Maduro and whisked him away.
What happened to all the money?
Where do you think? Yeah, Maduro's got it somewhere. Trump's torturing Maduro until Maduro tells him where it is. Right?
Well, they already sold 500 million.
Oh. Tell people about that. The offshore accounts that Trump's going to personalize. He's going to nationalize all the industry to be personalized to himself like Putin did with everything in Russia, right? Then he puts all that in his own offshore accounts, right?
I mean, he's already doing it with that oil. It's
Thank you.
It just disappeared. They said we sold 500 million of it, and no one could figure out where the money went.
There you go. Yeah.
It just disappeared.
Check that big pocket on the back ass end of Trump's orange ass cheek. Maybe you'll find it. Anyhow, when Trump whisked him to
it's in Kushner's pocket somewhere.
Kushner's crotch. Yeah.
Kushner's third pocket. Yeah.
That's right. He's got room there. He doesn't have a dick. At any rate, Trump whisked Maduro away to a courtroom in New York, and Venezuelans in Miami danced in the streets, but they were not dancing in Caracas for fear of being arrested and tortured. For though the despot is gone, the rest of the regime is still in place. America's raid on Venezuela is the most dramatic expression yet of the Don Roe Doctrine, Mr. Trump's belief that he can do whatever he likes in the Western Hemisphere, from commandeering Venezuela's oil to grabbing Greenland. As I will articulate, this is a formula for making America weaker in the long run. During its nearly 27 years of power, the Venezuelan regime of the late Hugo Chavez and then Nicolás Maduro has made their country a key ally of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Aligning Caracas's policy to the theocracy's radical global agenda has included letting Hezbollah operate freely in Venezuela. With Nicolás Maduro now incarcerated in New York, his regime's survival uncertain, and the Caribbean nation's future hanging in the balance, Iran and Hezbollah have much to lose from a major foreign policy realignment in Caracas. For Iran and Hezbollah, Venezuela held high strategic value. It was a means of evading sanctions, a gateway to Latin America where terror plots could be hatched against the United States and Israel, an ideological fellow traveler that would join in the battle against the West at the United Nations and in other international fora. A partner in illicit business activities, a base to spread Iran's radical ideology, and a facilitator of Hezbollah's drug trafficking and money laundering activities. Losing all this now would not be the end of Iran's and Hezbollah's adventurism in region, but it will be a significant setback. First, there is terrorism. The foremost state sponsor of terrorism and its proxies have found in Venezuela a friendly nation that lets Iran's terror operatives go in and out of Latin America. Last November, the Daily Mail reported an Iranian plot to assassinate Israel's ambassador to Mexico. The plot was hatched in Caracas, probably at the home of an Iranian cleric who is the permanent representative in Venezuela for Al-Mustafa International University. Al-Mustafa is under sanctions from both the United States and Canada, but it is free to operate in Caracas. It is not just a multinational propaganda tool for Iran's regime, but according to both U.S. and Canadian designations, it also provides material support for terrorism. Its permanent campus in Caracas organizes conferences and events, ongoing academic cooperation with local universities, and recruitment of local Venezuelans. The region has suffered 3 deadly terror attacks by Iran and Hezbollah, while others have been thwarted by law enforcement and intelligence agencies. Were Iran and its proxies to lose access to Venezuela, it would become a safer place. Iran is also able to exploit Venezuela as a forward-operating terrorist base because Iranian and Hezbollah terror operatives and terror financiers have ready access to the Caribbean nation. Some Iranian and Hezbollah agents have acquired Venezuelan passports thanks to another perk enjoyed by Iran and its proxies as a result of their close ties to Caracas. In 2017, a Venezuelan whistleblower revealed that the Chavez-Maduro regime granted thousands of citizenships to Middle Eastern nationals. A list that I obtained from Venezuelan opposition figures puts that number at over 10,000, and local embassies, for the most part, managed the sale of passports in region. Access to coveted Latin American passports has made it easier for Iranian and Hezbollah agents to enter and exit the region itself, making Venezuela Iran's visa-free gateway to Latin America. Among those who hold a Venezuelan passport are the Lebanese brothers Amir and Samir Akil-Rada. Amir was implicated in the 1994 terror attack on the AMIA, the Argentine Israelite Mutual Association. You know, the fuckers who go around setting fires in Patagonia. Brendan, catch us up on that. They are really burning Argentina to the root. I mean, tell people this is no fucking joke. And a lot of this sources out of a Jewish cultural center in Buenos Aires. By all means, tell people about the fires in Argentina. A lot of people think this is just rumor. It's not. You've looked into this. So we'll see if Brendan comes off mute. God knows. I've taxed the poor fellow enough. And he does have to go to work in the morning. So if you're still with us, dear Brendan, let us know. He's typing. Retired Argentina Army's foreign deputy. Please. Well, come on and tell us about this. Okay. Jerusalem Post. Yeah. Israelis caused Patagonia wildfires. Oh, they say it's an anti-Semitic conspiracy. What are they saying? That the Argentinian army did this?
No, they're saying that ex-general is anti-Semitic and wrong for saying it was the Jews.
Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought?
I'm sure they threw around the N-word, saying he's a Nazi.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. And maybe he is. All the better. So, yes, but tell people you've looked into this. This has been going on forever, and they're really setting the house on fire now. It's really burning down there. So tell people about what's going
Yeah,
on
apparently.
and how there's been a long history of this. And
Yeah.
yeah, you looked into it. You poor kid. Oh my God.
I mean, it's been, yeah. I'm just reading this article. It's total disinfo, but there's not much you can really do about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's the usual, right?
It's like all the top searches are saying, yeah, it's a conspiracy.
Yeah.
Even though there was a video of it like going around on TikTok.
Thank you.
Where the dude's like
yeah,
like waving at the guy taking the video, and he does like the namaste bow, and then he like throws something that catches everything on fire.
Yeah, motherfucker.
And he was obviously not Argentinian.
But you know how you can always tell Jews from the diaspora? They go to India. They love India because the Indians love them because they hate Muslims. So they go to India and they pretend they're all enlightened and they all Buddhistic and shit. And they like say that they're spiritually, brothers and shit. So then they go all over the place and they pull that namaste shit, which, by the way, tell people, anyone who's really aware of that, what that means, you wouldn't be saying it. Tell people about that. There's some karmic baggage with that, right? Namaste.
I mean, the being has to be bow worthy, first of all.
Thank you.
It means I bow to you. So
yeah.
So it means you have to be bowing to something worthy of bowing, not something less than you or equal.
Well, here's some good news. Yeah, but go on. Continue with that line of thought, because you just gave me some good news. Argentina halts plans to move their Israel embassy to Jerusalem. Cool.
Yeah.
Tension stemming from the Israeli firm Navitas' planned oil drilling near the Falkland Islands, claimed by Argentina.
Imagine that.
Yes.
So imagine that. What else, They're going to take everything from that Milei bastard. He sold them out.
Yeah, that. What else did you expect from the Trump of the tropics? Yeah, and so there we go with that. Anyhow, well, let's take a break for tonight.
Apparently, he's beefing with Milei. So.
Netanyahu, Bibi and Milei. Yeah, Bibi and Milei mouth.
Recent tension between Netanyahu and Javier Milei.
Yes, yeah, Bibi and Milei. Oh, cool. Yeah, they're like talk about what was it? It used to be Laurel and Hardy. They're the new Laurel and Hardy. Okay, well, let's call it a night. We'll be back on Sunday, just diving into everything about where this takes us, and it'll take us, of course, all the way back to NATO, and all of this is connected. Hopefully people are getting now somewhat of an idea, but I do want people to understand that, Iran's going through some shit. The Americans are chickening out, which just means more suffering for the Iranian people. And yet, well, you'll hear more from me about that on Sunday night. All right. Say good morning to everyone, if you would be so kind, dear Brendan.
Yes, good morning and blessings, to the new year.
Yes,
good vibes into the new year.
Yeah, the true new year. Yeah, and all right, to all the ladies, kisses to all the ladies, hugs to all the gentlemen. Join us on Sunday night. Be back here Sunday. The date will be on Sunday the 18th. And it'll be Martin Luther King Jr. Day weekend. It'll be World Religion Day. And we'll be going into the morning of Gun Appreciation Day, which the Americans put right near the MLK Jr. Day weekend because they're all fucked up like that. And it will be the beginning of the 12th lunar menses for the year 4722 into 4723. So that means it will be the 12th lunar month of 4722 on the Synovia lunar lunisolar calendar, and it'll be the last 30 days of last year per the Sinitic zodiacal system. And so we're entering Chinese December. We'll be entering Chinese December that night. And it'll last 30 days, and before you know it, we'll be entering the year of the fire horse. Okay. On that happy note, everybody pray for me then. Yeah. We're going to okay, our man Aristides is not awoken, so we'll consider him down for the night. We're ending live stream. Okay. Press that button. And here's a third button that we press.